Hello and welcome to today's broadcast of the Chinese DPC, where we're going to have two excellent series coming your way as we get some real power testers on our series today. And of course, my name is Nomad, and joining me on the panel, we have our Cryptic and Neff to talk us through today's games. Before we do that, I just want to kind of have a little conversation about the way this DPC region is looking right now, because basically the way I see it, guys, is we have kind of four teams on the top. We have the two teams in the middle, and we have the two teams at the bottom. That's kind of how I'm viewing things as settling into shape. But today could really shake that up, right, Neff?
Yes, but I am curious about who you think stands where in the grand scheme of things. It's funny that you said that because ehome actually, their goal for the season is to stay in the DPC or potentially be top 4, which makes me question whether or not they feel that confident with their roster or if it's a matter of them just respecting every other team so much. I wanted to hear your guys' opinions on that one, though.
I mean, ehome looked pretty dang good in their first series. There was a little bit of hiccups here and there, but
it was like 20 more.
Yeah,
he's all right.
not too bad. Like some of it could have just been draft related, obviously, but they have a pretty big opponent today, right? Invictus Gaming, going to be not an easy pushover team by any means.
I mean, I would say this is like if you've got a new squad, this is like the ideal run.
Oh my god, the amount of stuff you have on that tablet.
Yeah, I know.
That
It's
is
a treasure
insane.
trove. It's
Continue.
A treasure trove. ehome, they come in and they get their first match against Phoenix. And now, I love my Sunny boys, LBZS, the boys, and Phoenix as well. Great team, loads of potential there, but they don't have the caliber to really pull much of a threat against these other tier 1 teams in this region. I don't say that from a bad place. I would love to see them do well and pull off some upsets. I absolutely would. But just going down on paper and going by what we've seen historically, these guys are going to struggle unless they pull out something really magnificent. We haven't seen that yet. So for ehome to go up first against Phoenix, that's like a nice start. Now it's the tricky one. Now you've got to go against IG. This is going to be their real test.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, anytime it's kind of the thing with a lot of the DPC regions, right? You're always going to have like a couple teams that are, trying their best or trying to solidify themselves as like a tier 1 team. But IG, ehome, these are staples in the region, and ehome now has a legitimate, opponent that they probably had to do a lot of prep for, and we'll see really how this new lineup stands, against them.
Yeah, and I think it's a similar story for Vici as well, right? Like that's the other team I would put kind of in the middle pack, in the 5th, 6th area.
Mm-hmm. It's funny you mentioned the thing about them prepping for that because Fade formerly played on ehome, and that's one of the questions I want to ask him, how it's going to, if he ends up winning, how it feels to play against your former club and take them down. But I believe they still have the same coach they had before, so it's possible he could offer some insight to what their coach is teaching the players here.
Yeah, that's something I always wonder. I mean, do you reckon that's a thing where, if you take a player from a team and then play against that team, whether you'll then just, have a really good idea of what they're going to do?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
We've actually talked to players about this from other regions, being like, okay, you've played on this team with these players for a while. Do you have, does that benefit you? And every single time they've responded with yeah, in some extent, they know how they want to play Dota. They know their approach to Dota in general. So yeah, if the coaching staff is the same and they're playing against a lot of their,
QQQ, I believe.
Yeah, and if they're playing with a lot of their old players, they do have that insider knowledge, which is useful for sure.
Yeah. So, ehome, before we get into IG a bit more, ehome, this is a very new roster. It's Shiro, it's 7E, it's Zeal, it's Planet, it's CZQ, but it's also not new at the same time, right, Neff?
Yes, 3 of the players were on Team Phoenix. They played together in the previous DPC, and then I believe 7E replaced the mid laner that was formerly on Phoenix, and the newest person on that team is, of course, Zeal, who we don't know that much about yet, and that's something that I want to ask them if they end up winning today. So I'm going to get a little bit of information out of these people one way or another.
Yeah, I mean, from what we hear about Zeal, right, he's fresh out of college, he's ready to play some Dota.
But that's nothing. That's nothing.
We're just he's played Dota and he's out of uni, so that's all we know. That's pretty much it.
You're a collegiate Dota expert. Well, what can you tell us about that?
A lot of the collegiate players are very good, to be honest. It's kind of like a trying or a battlegrounds area for scouting new talent. I mean, it's not from the regions that I've watched, at least, a lot of teams poach, teams from collegiate areas, which is kind of funny.
I do find it crazy though, like that he's managed to go on this team because, like, you know, China is such a different region when it comes to the path you take to get to the top, right? You go through these academy teams, you go through these runner-up teams. You know, generally we don't see people just coming in from, like, you know, I'd say it's like the least pub starry region. Like, yes, you have these pub stars, but like they're always playing in, like, you know, these CDCs or, you know, ehome Luminous or whatever it was back in the day, right? They're always working their way up. And if someone's just come and just skip all that and go, nah, I'm just going to go straight to Div 1, guys, if that's all right with everyone. Like, what?
Yeah,
Just fast
ehome, pick up my phone call, please. I'm ready to play.
Yeah, he just comes out. It's like, yeah.
But this is actually the second time something like that has happened. YBB's
Yeah.
Position 1 player was completely unknown. He had just hit 9K MMR, and so the team decided to try him out. They thought, okay, great, we're going through opens, let's go. And then they almost ended up making it into Div 1 after the season. It was something pretty interesting that happened in the Div 2.
All right, let's flip the coin and take a look over at the side of IG. Now, this is the lineup of Fly, Emo, JT, Fade, and Ollie. And you guys might be like, well, that's the same roster as before. But, of course, Fade has come in as a newcomer. What do you guys think he brings to the team?
I mean, he's a pretty well proven for position. We talked about it a little bit, right? He's filling the shoes of Kaka, who is one of the better for positions in the region. So it's not easy shoes to fill. But in previous series, he did really well, even on the line that he did get, which is
He's no Kaka lion.
yeah. It's hard to say if it's a Kaka
How
line.
dare you
but
stand where he stood?
Speak that name here.
yeah. But I mean, he did play well in the previous series. I mean, he did have a really solid performance. I don't think he really made a lot of mistakes. Yeah, it's nice to see that type of I guess growth in a player, and going against his former club, he is going to have some of that insider info for sure.
Yeah, for sure. He definitely brings that to this certain matchup. I mean, you know, he is a different player. Do you think from their series versus RNG, you kind of started to see a little bit the ideas which IG had playing with Fade rather than Kaka?
I think they're very comfortable first picking his hero every single series because he's been playing a lot of Weaver, he's been playing a lot of Spirit Breaker, and he's been playing a lot of IO, which are heroes that are banned out every time. So I think based around how he plays, they're going to prioritize first pick on their team. And no, he's going to have a good game no matter what. You can't really deal with him as long as one of those heroes gets through, he gets to play whatever he wants, and it happens to be incredibly strong right now.
Yeah, all those heroes are first phase.
Yeah.
Pretty much every game if they're left in.
Yeah, absolutely. And that kind of just allows you a lot of freedom as a drafter as well. You know, if you know, okay, well, you know, we're not going to ban any of those heroes. They can only ban 2. Therefore, we're always going to get 1. You know, pick your poison. That's going to be a really nice position.
Well, unless the other team has first
Ollie
pick.
True.
Yeah.
That is a good point. Yeah.
When they ban out 2, they grab the other, then
There's a chance it gets through.
Yeah.
Absolutely. But you know, then you know what the team's going to do for the first 3 picks and bans. So there's always some shenanigans to be had there. Let's talk a little bit about the mid matchup then, because I feel like this is kind of like a legend that is Emo versus a relatively unknown player such as 7E. I mean, you know, you guys did Division 2 last season as well, right? You know, you guys know 7E probably better than most. So why don't you tell me a bit about him?
he wasn't on it for the entire season, but just plays meta heroes essentially, and I feel like that's pretty good against Emo, who seems to favor spirit heroes because you can kind of dominate them in lane with what's popular right now. Outside of that, like OD does play extremely well against a lot of spirit heroes, so I think he'll do a decent job with shutting down Emo.
Yeah, I mean it's true. I mean he doesn't like have like the fame that Emo does, and it'll be a little bit difficult for the matchup. I would still favor Emo for sure, but 7E has done pretty well so far in his previous matchup or his previous series. Like he didn't really fall too far behind, but I think it is going to come down to the matchups, and they'll probably prioritize giving him a favorable matchup rather than
having him throw him into the wolves against Emo.
Yeah,
and some of these, like we've seen that a couple times already, where you just feel so confident in your mid lane going well, and they kind of throw whatever player to the wolves or base the entire draft around this person winning mid. I don't think that'll happen here for them. I think you kind of accept that Emo is going to outplay you a bit in the mid lane.
Yeah, you need to make give yourself some allowances. Do you reckon because of that we might see some like Earth Spirits or something coming out from Planet?
I would hope so. Planet is actually, I think, one of the more underrated players from this team. I actually really like Planet. He was a standout performer for sure last season for me.
I'm not sure about Earth Spirit, but
Yeah, I'm not sure about Earth Spirit per se.
I think
but
you pick a safer mid rather than a hero that roams into the mid lane super well, because I think no matter what, Emo's going to recover. We've seen that anger gives him power.
Planet played a lot of Shaker, actually.
Yeah,
Planet played a lot of Shaker specifically, and Shaker is one of those heroes that can make that rotation mid, Fissure being really strong, especially against the more immobile lane heroes. So if he is going for a Spirit that's not Void Spirit like the Ember Spirit or Storm, it can be a big deal. So with that Shaker pick, so something that maybe they'll keep their eyes on.
I mean, in my opinion, I really like Shaker as an answer to any of the spirits, just because you have that stun from the fog, which is so important. You know, like a lot of people talk about instant stuns when we're talking about spirits and stuff, but like, you know, we're getting to the point in Dota where people are so damn good at this game where even instant stuns
They just BKB
aren't
sometimes,
that good
right?
anymore, right? Like it's just like, well, you know, we know it's coming. You know it's coming. You know, we've reached the point our muscle memory is so good that, like, you know, we don't have to see the guy before we know that he's going to jump in and stun us.
We know the optimal time for him to jump in, and we activate our BKB before that. So
Yeah, exactly. So stuns from Fog become like the next jump up, and I think Shaker is definitely a good hero to pick up as an answer to that. So that could be something which ehome rely on in this series. I wouldn't be surprised.
His Rubik was good too. I mean, he has a lot of options. I do think like the support duo on ehome right now is very good. I loved watching these guys last season, and I'm glad that they're still together.
Absolutely. So talk to me a little bit about JT as well, because he's done some pretty crazy stuff so far, hasn't he?
yes, I think that they're most likely to put him on like a tanky strength offlaner, but he's been playing a little bit of everything.
Dude, the Abaddon was so sick. Like, that was such a dirty offlane pick that we just didn't expect. We're like, okay, they're going to run the IO Abaddon. Cool.
You thought it would be like maybe IO position 3, like
Yeah,
TI.
Yeah, like that was my first guess. I was like, typically when you see the IO Abaddon lane, it's not that uncommon to see the IO as the core. But they ran it on the Abaddon instead, and it was amazing against the Wraith King. It was so sick. He just had no game.
We were so like, I don't know about this, you know, now that he's playing it as the Baden as the 3, you know, we're not sure. And then it's like, he's going Manta? Really, bro?
Yeah,
like,
Blake Dagger, what's this all about? And then, you know, just absolutely crushes the game.
Dunks on the Wraith King, we're just like, oh.
That's what... Yeah.
All right, fair enough. Sorry, JT. Hate to doubt you, buddy.
Yeah,
I mean,
never doing that again.
Yep. I just hope he's got more up his sleeve, man. Like, I hope he's got more fun stuff there. Or even just a Baden again. I'm here for it.
They've shown more than anybody else that they have more things up their sleeve. Like, they've been picking Tiny, even though he's not so popular. They've even been picking... I saw a position 1 Chaos Knight in the Huya tournament.
Oh, really?
No one's playing that right now.
Yeah. No, I mean, that's a good sign that they're willing to experiment. And I think, in a way, like, I'm really on board for teams who are willing to, like, still push the boundaries a bit and still change things up, because, you know, you want to...
You want to see a carry Pudge.
Yeah, I want to see a carry Pudge.
Dude, you and me both.
We'll get there.
If it doesn't happen, I'm going to just go do it at my pubs and make people hate me.
When LGD play versus Phoenix or LBZS, that's what I'm really hoping for.
Yeah.
You know, that's what we'll wait for. But until then, it will be just a meme. But who knows? Maybe our memes don't have to be dreams. I think it's going to be a very hotly contested morph game, that's for sure. We've got Shiro and Fly, like 2 of the best morph players.
Yeah, and after the more performance that we saw yesterday.
A couple days ago.
Yeah.
In the previous games,
It's like one of the things I wrote down in my notes. It's just morphling again and again. No other context.
You ever seen those, like, you know how, like, in grade school, like, if you got in trouble, your teacher would tell you to go to the chalkboard and write
morphling
things on the board? Neff was told to write morphling 1,000 times.
Yeah. He dropped his notebook the other day. I bend down to pick it up, and I just see like morphling, like scrawled in there, like
a couple scribbles of like the shapes of morphling.
Yeah,
it was getting real, real
it was a bit
creepy
weird.
a little bit, you know.
Sometimes you just catch him staring into a glass of water and just like
trying to.
You can't get him out of
manifest morphling out of the glass.
Face, and he's just focused.
Yeah.
So the talent manager was messaging me, concerned. You guys tip him off?
Yeah, we're just looking out for you, buddy. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, water is banned in this room because we know we'll just lose him immediately. All right, guys. The draft is just around the corner, which means it's time to say arigato to the draft master.
Still doing it.
Still doing it. Not giving up.
I'm really not.
Yeah, it's fine.
I am loving the turtleneck.
Like
We've got a whole turtleneck panel going on here.
I mean, I can't look as good as Lizard, but you know.
You're
You're doing
definitely
great.
trying to compensate though by the slightly bigger neck. You know,
I have a
I've
very
seen that.
long neck.
Yeah.
It's genetic, thank you.
You might have the biceps, but he's got the neck. So you know,
As long
if
as
you
he's
win-
got my turtleneck, he's a bro.
like
That's all that matters.
I like this guy.
Yeah.
All right, guys, let's jump into the draft here for game number 1 of IG versus ehome, battling it out in the best of 3 series here at the DPC China region. And we're going to start things
boy.
off with an OD.
Yeah, instantly. You guys were talking about Morphling, a little bit of Bane perhaps as well for ehome here. What do you think?
You could, for sure. I mean, the Morphling has done pretty well. They protect the OD ban with, or the OD pick with the Rubik ban, right?
Yeah.
That's one of the things that we've been seeing. It's obviously a Planet Hero as well, so that's a rough opener for sure.
Yeah,
Confident though.
Yeah, and ehome they go with the Nyx Assassin. We've seen this hero picked into an OD. It's great, like, but it's not as hard of a counter as it used to be. We've discussed this as well earlier. Do you guys think that getting heroes that can get on top of OD easily is maybe the best way of dealing with him? Besides Rubik, yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm a little bit surprised that we didn't see a Spirit Breaker pick, given that he went through and he's so popular right now, because I feel like that's one of the better ones against OD.
Yeah.
The charge comes in so fast, you want to be able to get on top of him before the Meteor Hammer comes out. You don't want to run into the Meteor Hammer and get yourself stunned while you're trying to get on top of him.
Yeah, and you have Bulldoze, right? Like,
Yeah.
Even if
You just
put
come out
some-
Astral instantly.
Instantly. Well, Spirit Breaker is up and not picked by ehome. Now perhaps IG can get it.
Do you value it that much?
I value it so much. Man.
It feels so good, right? Like,
There's,
know.
There's a couple of heroes right now that I'm seeing being picked first phase across the board in every region when it comes to, like, it's OD, Dead Prophet, Spirit Breaker, and
Weaver.
Weaver, yeah, pretty much.
The Spirit Breaker is actually picked in conjunction with the OD. In the DPC Division 1, it's been picked 6 times, and it has only lost once.
There you go, 5 for 1, that's a good stat.
Very good stat.
Pretty good heroes. And it's not bad into the TA either, right? Like, she can't do anything if she gets charged.
I feel like no one can do a lot.
Yeah, okay, you're true. I mean, other than buying a Yules,
Yeah.
like your supports have no option. Like, you have to itemize to deal with the Spear Breaker. Yules is the only good option, right?
It's like you're forced into Lincolns or Yules pretty much.
Yeah.
If you're a support, buying that Lincolns is probably far-fetched, so getting that Yules can be helpful. They go with the Dark Willow instead. You get some bonus ways of dealing with the TA, right? TA, which most likely will be on the safe lane, which is why IG is banning out the Puck next. And the Spirit Breaker is gone by ehome, so
No more Space Cow.
won't be seeing the Space Cow, yeah.
Yeah. Again, the numbers and the fact that the SP is so good makes sense that they would ban that one out. Plus, they already have their pause 4 on ehome. They weren't really going to take that themselves. Nyx Assassin, you can flex to the 5, but it's such a weak laner. Unless you pair it with something that goes super well with a stun, I feel like it's just not worth running in the 5.
Yep, I agree. It's just a weak laner in wherever he goes, really. But Dark Willow with OD, that's a solid lane, right?
Yeah.
Very good.
And that's the other thing too, is the OD first pick is always protected in terms of lane. Like, you don't really know where it's gonna go, whether it be mid or off.
Look at that. They banned out the Darkseer. That like almost guarantees that they're going to pick up like a TB, a Luna, or a Medusa.
Well, they
in my
banned the
opinion.
TB instantly.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it's also because of the Nyx Assassin, right? Like,
Yeah.
You are very
it's
good
one of
together.
those heroes that activates him. And we've seen a lot of... if Spirit Breaker is picked or if Nyx Assassin is picked, we've seen a lot of Darkseer.
Yeah,
bans
Darkseer
out,
comes in.
Yeah, afterwards.
It's one of the ways of salvaging the weak lane that Nyx has, right? Like, Nyx, like you said, is typically a weak laner, but pair it with a Darkseer and suddenly the hero's relatively useful.
Because you don't really have to do anything but
Yeah.
walk up to people. And,
And then not miss the Impale.
yeah. And that's something that Nyx, I mean, missing the Impale, arguable, but he's got that high region. If you get
Yeah.
some stats on him, he can definitely bully a lot of heroes out with that Iron Shell. Right, ehome now.
There's the
Well-
Wraith King ban.
Do you think they'll pick up something like a Faceless Void as a position 1, potentially, and just run this TA mid anyways? Are you certain that this is going to be position 1 TA?
Yeah, I'm not certain.
I think they'll leave it open.
Finally.
I'm sorry, Sensei.
Yeah, it is completely fine. I'll forgive you this time. No, the TA can be played mid as well, right? It's super versatile. I
Yeah.
agree completely.
So the Snapfire, this is something that we talked about the past few days, but it's just been ignored, like relatively by these Chinese teams and we don't really know why.
Yeah, I mean, second most picked hero
Yeah,
DPC.
it's like first phase almost every game.
Yeah.
And finally we're seeing it. So I'm curious, like if they have a plan for this. Like the Mars is still in the pool, obviously, probably one of the strongest offlane duos if they get it.
Just such a well-rounded hero, right? Gives you so many things, from a stun, from a save, from a lot of damage that you can combo with, like what you just said, the Mars or something like a Void.
Yeah,
That's
that's good
normal.
anti-armor synergy with the TA as well. Very nice. Love to see it.
It's also, it feels a lot better if you're not playing a Snapfire against a Spirit hero. Anybody who gets on top of her on the backline, she very much struggles with.
Yep.
So when you know that you're playing against an OD, well, you might prioritize like the Nyx Assassin and the TA first, but after that's done, then you can go back to the Snapfire if they don't have any heroes with jump yet.
IG can still get that though, right? Like, any
Yeah.
of the spirits are still available for them. They
There
go
it
with the
is.
Morphling
There it is.
instead.
I mean, we all knew that this one was coming if it wasn't banned out.
It's not a spirit, but it can breach the backlines. And you have the Dark Willow plus Morphling now.
Yeah, I was
Could've
gonna
seen
say
that
Dark
coming.
Willow Morphling, but also into TA. Like you get the refractions until you have the Ags. It's very good.
Like just having some of these things with Morphling. Yesterday I was casting a game on SCA with Morphling plus Spirit Breaker. Like,
Oh no.
They're doing another region.
I-
What got that we don't have? We don't enough for you,
Have you
Lizard?
cheating on us?
seen this guy?
No.
Yeah, true.
You have eyes, right?
a lot of it to go around,
I
I,
will-
guess.
can I say I was watching a different region then?
Oh.
You guys, you guys
He was
are enough
watching
for
it,
me.
and then
Yeah, you guys
he
are.
happened to get brought on while he was
Exactly. You
watching
guys
it.
are enough for me, but I like to dabble. I like to check out what other places are doing. Right?
Unbelievable.
before.
Experiment a little bit, and Morphling plus Spirit Breaker looked extremely strong, but Morphling plus Dark Willow is also good. Okay, Drow.
That's a good drow pick.
I
like
mean,
that.
it's great with the TA. The only issue is they don't have any great disengage if they get on top of this Drow or this Templar Assassin. I don't like the Drow without a good fight reset.
So, okay, I got a question for you, Lizard. Does this mean we're looking at 5 Nyx in lane with the drow? Because I
It
feel like
could be, yeah.
I feel like Snapfire drow is a relatively weak lane. It's like I don't know who's gonna, because if this is offlane OD, he's just gonna body both of them, right?
Like, yes and no, I guess. Nyx Assassin and Drow, do you think that that's much better than,
that's-
than Drow and
I don't
Snapper?
know, like,
it's
they
kind of
both
the
feel
same,
weak.
right? I feel like Drow and Snap could even punish the OD a little bit if you get a lot of minus armor on him, you chase him down, but obviously it all depends on how the lane starts when it comes to OD at least. Yesterday there was a game, it's free for OD, but he dies once, then another time, and then his lane is suddenly not as good as it should have been, right? But we'll see. For ehome, I completely agree that they do need some sort of a frontliner or a reset, something like a Mars, something like a Centaur, anything that can stand up front and actually create space for these two, create space in team fights, that is. Because at the moment they don't have anything, and that's a huge problem. You're playing versus this Morphling that can chomp the backlines, and it feels like he should be able to he should be free to do that, right?
Yeah.
Mars feels like the obvious choice there, but is there anything else that IG are considering banning here?
They banned out the Tidehunter. I mean, it's great against Morphling. Anchor Smash just reduces so much of his damage, and it's all coming from agility. And it's an amazing stun and fight reset. If like the entire team commits onto Drow, you just set up an amazing Ravage for him.
Some Elder Titan offlane versus they won't pick it because it's not. I
I love
Oh,
like the
really?
Drow Ranger and Elder Titan
Yeah.
together. They run so much in the Chinese region.
It's a lot of synergy, but I feel like it's not what their draft needs.
Yeah.
It's good with Drow, it's good versus Morphling, but I feel like they need something more stable on that offlane.
The Brewmaster will be banned down by the side of IG, and now it is their pick. IG, what
Nope.
would they go for?
That's not
I'd still like a spirit for them. Wouldn't mind
Yeah,
that at all.
I don't think the Ember is actually that
Like
bad.
a spirit for IG.
Oh,
They take the
grab
Mars, so
yeah.
that's a okay. This is sick
That's
because
a
this
gotcha.
it's a deny pick, is what it is.
Yeah,
it
that's what they
protects them
wanted.
because they're really worried about the Mars themselves. You could go for Doom here potentially on ehome. That wouldn't be that bad. The Lincoln Sphere would be an issue, but it's very good against OD.
It's enough stun or reset. It can't really control enough people. I feel like you remove one target from the team fight and it's whatever.
There's your stun.
I mean,
Okay.
it's just stun and disarm, I suppose.
Anglia. All right. It feels like this is kind of like the. It's not exactly what they wanted, but it will do. I mean, this I believe, has to be a standout performance from Zeal this game. Would you agree, Lizard?
I would agree to a point. I think it has to be a team effort in which they actually have to crush the laning stage and go off from that. They have good rush potential, so if you can get that first stages, crush the map, constrict the area where Morphling is farming, and just take their own side of the map, the Radiant one, I think ehome can take it. But it still feels like so many mistakes have to happen from IG for that scenario to come to realization that it should be an easy one for IG.
Really?
One thing I will say is this Drow lane should be very easy. Like into the Mars, like this is usually like pretty heavily favored for the Drow. So they do get the deny pick on the Mars, but they are going to sack their off lane pretty heavily for this. So it could actually end up being pretty good for ehome.
Yep.
Goes both ways. All right.
Yeah.
Neff?
Mars happens to be pretty good against these heroes as the game goes on. I think the Drow and the Templar Assassin, as amazing it is together, I don't think you got a good enough last pick there. I think they countered them out fairly well, so I'll go with IG here.
Going with IG, yeah. I mean, I think we're probably all going for IG for this one. As a possibility, ehome could pull it out. They have...
I'm going ehome.
Oh, you're actually going ehome?
I'm going to go ehome here.
Okay. All right. I like the confidence there, Ricky. My bad.
No, you're good.
All right. Well, let's see if ehome can really pull it out of the bag in the first game of this best-of-3 series. Let's hand it over to our casting duo of Beacop and Black.
Thank you very much, Nomad. Coming into this, IG looking to continue their winning ways. ehome looking to continue their proving ways.
Well, IG didn't exactly win last time.
Well, you know,
it was,
you got to start the winning
close.
ways.
It was, you know.
You got to get there. You continue the winning ways means starting and continuing the winning ways.
Next time it's going to be 2 HP, and then the time after it's going to be 1 HP.
1 HP, and then
they
0.5 HP. Then we start going into fractions.
And Fly gone again. Woo. The classic.
Classic Fly Morphling.
Dude, okay. I got to really criticize him here because as a Morphling, you straight just run to the tier 1 tower. Everyone does it for a reason because you are so weak level 1. Like he morphed down all edgy, he goes up high ground, he's like, yeah, I'm dead. Like there's no reason for him to ever be there. Like really. Amateur. No reason. And we've seen it quite a bit from him in the past.
Yeah.
Especially on Morphling.
Yeah, Morphling is like one of those standouts that I always talk about with Fly. It's just like, if I want Fly on the IG team, I always want it to be on
not Morphling.
On the mid. Yeah, I always want Emo to have it.
So, who you got though? Despite the first blood?
Despite the first blood, I'm still liking IG.
Yeah, I gotta agree. Like,
the OD mid's gonna perform pretty well. Like the matchup should be pretty good for him.
Yeah, like the matchups in general are pretty good. Especially the mid lane is gonna be super easy. The offlane is also easy. Like picking a Pango into Morph is pretty risky because Morphling, once you're like level 3, level 4, you just have like 40 more damage than the Pango.
Right.
It can't really contest you at all. Mid lane, of course, you take off an additional reflection charge with the orb. So that lane is going to be pretty simple. Once you get into your ring of health, denying is going to be no problem.
Is there a big switch up when you're going from like offlane to mid OD? Is the build different? Because like obviously he's already got the Meteor Hammer queued up. That's pretty similar already to the offlane. But like, what are the big differences? Does it come from build? Does it come from what you're leveling instead?
Usually, like an offlane OD would go for like this. Meteor Hammer is always the same, but then you go into like Blink, Aetherland's Axe maybe, more like the saving backline kind of build, whereas in mid OD, you're probably just going to think of like Blink, BKB, Hex, and you like really just want to put out the damage instead of the utility. Because mid OD, Fly getting a bit low, but he should be fine.
Yeah, not completely morphing into the strength, but that definitely feels bad with that little shredder and the right clicks coming in from Zeal.
Yeah, like we all know the damage output of mid OD can be kind of ridiculous. Like even offlane OD is ridiculous already, but mid OD amps it even more.
Yeah, now you're getting the solo experience, you're getting up there a little bit quicker. Feels like it could be a little bit more destructive towards ehome.
Yeah, also this Mars Willow lane is going to absolutely destroy like a Nyx Drow Ranger. It's so hard to play, especially once Mars gets like 1 level in the Bulwark. If you ever get caught out by the Bramble, get speared back into another one, get Gods Rebuked into another one, like you are just dead.
Yeah, we saw that combo a couple days ago. We saw that, you know, just the Brambles, the Gods Rebuke just start, and then you're spearing into the other one. And then, of course, if you are the Dark Willow, you could go to the Cursed Crown, which is even more lockdown. It just feels like you can't even get away.
Yeah, I can already see 7E's taking a lot of damage. Like Refraction really doesn't do a whole lot against OD, as we said. Every time you get Orb, you lose 2 charges. It is a really tough matchup.
Yeah,
he doesn't even have his bottle yet. 3 CS? He has nothing.
Yeah, it's not going well for TA. And I was going to say TA is one of those heroes that can back up into the jungle, but you know, you need a little bit before you can go in there. You can't just be just bottle kind of early. It feels real bad.
Yeah, like he's at least right now getting dominated like mad, but maybe it will change when the levels go up, although OD also gets a lot stronger, obviously. But yeah, Fly getting a little bit pressured here. Once he's level 3, level 4, this lane should be pretty simple for him.
Yeah, that's one of the things, though, with Fly too. Like, you think these things with Morph would be a little bit simpler. And, like, he does perform well with the 0 at times, but there are, like, those standout mistakes.
Ooh.
Yeah, 7E
Careful,
going into the trees,
Emo.
and Emo taking a lot of tower shots.
Stop! Little bit too greedy. Like, Emo didn't have to do that. He was just posturing. He has to be careful with Psyblades now. The bottle is finally here. Oh, he got a healing salve out, not even a bottle. So it delays.
Oh.
Wow. His bottle is still not even on the courier. This feels really bad right now for 7E.
And that really, yeah, that's not going to feel good at all. Emo picks up a water rune. So he's feeling pretty good in this mid lane. I mean, he is 12 and 12.
12-13
They just
against
equaling
6-1.
the denies. There's nothing TA can do at the moment. 6-1, you're getting doubled in CS, and just the denies are absurd from Emo.
Yeah, as we expect from this matchup, it's pretty hard. But yeah, Drow is actually doing quite decently, but Mars is also free farming. It's,
Yeah. 19-5, wow.
The problem is you have 2 physical right-clickers against the Mars. Like, once that arena is out, your potential damage output could be 0. Because both of your attacks just can't go through, right?
Ooh, Ali in a little bit of a bad spot, but 7E just not even going to go for this.
Still 60S because you had to take both runes, so you had to take a big detour. And they even blocked the small camp with the sentry ward, so you can't farm that. They're really making 7E's life hell. I like it, though. I like it. You gotta abuse the power of an OD.
Now, does that his reaction to how this lane's going? He's 9-1. He really doesn't have, or what looks to be a backup plan. Does that come from like inexperience against like higher mid-tier players?
I mean, this matchup is just really bad, and we know Emo is a very lane-dominant player.
Yeah.
But, you know, it is a TA. Like, some stacks for the team, no problem. They even blocked the Ancient stack too, by the way. Oh, Ollie.
Ollie gets the stun now. They're still looking to get the kill here onto the Ogre, but going down first is Planet, then Ollie will fall. Level 4 for Fly. You can see the damage coming out, and he's able to rip apart that Snapfire.
Yeah, but Morph is still very happy. It's all that matters in this lane.
Ooh, Frisk coming over. They haven't really played that top lane too aggressive with that Dark Glow, and he's coming over towards mid to try and make
He's 2
something
levels
happen.
ahead, dude.
Oh, Sanity's
he's just
out,
dead.
and he will just fall.
He's 2
Frisk
levels
getting the
ahead
kill.
of him.
Oh, yeah, wow.
He's level 6 and TS level 4.
That is such a split in experience.
And now Meteor Hammer's almost going to be online before TA is even level 6. How do you lane here?
Yeah, I don't think he can come back to lane. That's absurd.
Yeah, okay, like, it's a bad matchup, but not this bad. Like, you don't get 1,000 gold ahead on OD versus TA. I do like what IG did, though. They blocked the Ancients, they blocked the small camp to really mitigate, like, what the supports can do to help TA get back into the game.
And it's not even just that you're getting beat by 1,000 gold at the moment. You're just equal with your 4 position in net worth.
Yeah, well, he finally found the small camp. He's like, yeah, gets like 50 gold. This just looks really sad.
Guess I'll get what
Who
I
gets the
can.
rune? Oh, Emo also gets the rune. Meteor Hammer up in like 100 gold. Oh, Frisky again.
Yeah, they're going to have the Bramble Maze down, so he is rooted. Right click's coming through. ZZQ is here.
Ollie
He'll use
too.
the Impale to get Ollie ignited, but under the tower should keep
man.
him safe.
They're putting so much pressure on 7E.
They just want to shut down his game completely.
Which makes a lot of sense because the draft is pretty dependent on TA having a good game.
Yeah. JT almost dying. He TP's back to base. He's not
Yeah.
level 6 just yet, though.
Well, at least Drow is having a good game, which...
Yeah,
is-
top of the net worth.
Yeah, it's pretty scary to play Drow into Mars always, though. As we said, this arena is just so impactful against you. You have the Bulwark active also. It's can just redirect all the shots on you, or like 70% of them at least.
Radiant's top tower is under
Like, playing dual range carry against Mars has always been historically a pretty bad idea. And they obviously didn't expect it at all that the OD could be middle.
I think the major assumption was just that it was going to be off lane until that last pick.
Ollie again, this time with 3 heroes, you know.
He's just doing ogre things, and they are bringing Frisk over. Ollie dying pretty quickly. Right click damage coming out on the ZQ, but well, Emo not going to drop anything too heavy down as he doesn't have that ult just yet, so he can't drop the hammer.
Zeal!
Morphs into the Pangolier, Rolling Thunder used, now going back and hitting Fly once more. He'll keep coming back and forth. They do have Planet near. They're going to try and get a kill here on a Fly with the Fire Snap Cookie, and they'll eventually take out this Morphling. So Fly a little bit too far forward, and he's going to pay for it with his life.
Yeah.
They've also rotated the Drow down there, too.
Yeah, they want to pressure the tower as early as possible. Make Fly's game a little bit harder. But this is Fly Morphling that we've seen many times. You know, he just overcommits, a little bit too deep in, gets taken out.
Thinks his power level is like way higher than it actually is.
Oh.
Ooh, the Impel didn't land
Emo's
off
just
that,
dead,
but they
I
just
think.
have 3 heroes here trying to get the kill onto Emo. They'll bring in Fly to turn this around. The Curse Crown on a Planet. That'll stun up too. 70's starting to output a little bit of damage. They've brought over Zeal, and they will kill off Ollie too.
Can't die again.
Impel once more on a Fly. JT TPing in, so ehome will start to back off of this one. And you know, despite the fact that the lanes have really not gone well mid and I would say off lane, they've kind of recovered at least in the off lane, and now they are up 1,000 net worth.
Yeah, and the TA is also on par again with the OD. Like, yeah, IG's making a couple of pretty costly mistakes. Like, Emo dying there like that was really unnecessary. Just,
JT, who doesn't have a TP, he attempted to TP back towards mid and stopped that eventually, but Emo comes in, Curse Crown on a Planet, doesn't hit Zeal, he's in the Rolling Thunder. They land the spear onto the tower. One right click in on the Planet, doing a lot of damage. They have him Astro imprisoned and ready for the Meteor Hammer to drop down, which isn't even necessary, but it does drop onto the tower too. So they get the kill on the Planet, they do some damage to the tower, and IG gets something back. But you were alluding to the fact that IG have made some costly mistakes, and you know, that kind of rings back to the fact that we talked about Kaka not being on the team anymore. Was he the playmaker? It felt like he was the shot caller last year.
it definitely did. And, I mean, even when they played against RNG, like, they look good individually. It's just like the team moves like a little bit slow here and there. But
Sanity's one more right click. Zeal goes down. Frisk is there to help again. This combo
Power
of
of
the
OD.
Dark Willow and the OD has been very strong, and he's used that Sanity's twice to get 2 kills now.
Yeah, and we spoke about it so many times. Like, OD just has everything, right? You have setup, you got save, you got tower push with the Meteor Hammer. It's a really popular hero for a reason. But yeah, Drow and TA now top of the net worth, which is exactly where they want to be. And JT chose to go a bit greedy with that Helm of Iron Will, so his blink tag will be very delayed.
DCQ.
Emo again.
Emo hit with the Vendetta. They've got the Impel, 3 heroes here, and Astro Imprisonment to save himself for a second. Fly comes
Nice
in,
Impel!
2-man stun. That'll save Emo. 70's going to be the one who goes down instead. He falls after ZZQ is already gone, and they're both dead for a while. They're not even going to be able to buy back into this fight as it takes a big turn around the mid tower, but, well, ehome don't even want any of this anymore without their TA. They missed the gust, and, well, Astro Imprisonment fly in, looking for the Meteor Hammer, stops it, taking a little bit too much damage for him to feel comfortable. They land the spear out onto the Drow, trying to survive. Shiro, though, right-clicking away on a Fly. It won't be enough. They did lose Ollie. They'll run after JT. The Impel lands on a Fly, and he goes down. No morph for him, and there's no morphling left in this fight. JT goes down to the shield crash, and ehome, and they salvaged a fight that really shouldn't have gone this way.
Man, from hero to zero so fast. Like, that Impel was massive, one on the team, and then he just doesn't press the strength morph. Like, this is Fly in a nutshell in morphing, though. Like,
yeah.
He has moments of brilliance, and the next time you're just like, huh? What was that?
I thought I pressed morph.
Wait, did I double tap it accidentally?
Yeah, it is just that fly feeling on morph, and I mean that's a fight that can really pull IG a little bit into good waters, and
For sure. It's still a decent fight for them, but perhaps overstayed a little bit.
yeah.
And the casualties were still big.
Like
Sure, they lost their draw, but you lost your morph as well.
Yeah, and it was brilliance with the Impel, saving Emo. Emo backs out. They get the kill on the TA. Like, things looked good in that fight, and it looked like it was all IG. And then eventually ehome, you know, they just bring it back and really salvage what should have been nothing. ehome, though, holding their own, and this is a team that a lot of people have questions with. A lot of the old Phoenix roster here, and then, of course, Zeal in the off lane, but you know, ehome, I think a lot of people coming into the year didn't think that they would be anywhere near the level of IG, and I think that may have come with the assumption that Kaka was staying. But now you know, I know it's only 12 minutes into the game against IG, but they're still up. And that was off the back of some bad laning.
Yeah. I still, though, like, once that Mars gets a Blink Dagger, it's going to be pretty hard for ehome to play, I'd imagine. But it's still a while away, so there's still room for plays. And even then, they do still have the Rolling Thunder to go through, right? The multi-shot. Like, they do have options.
Right.
It's not like they just outright lose the game. But yeah, Fly, unfortunately, is pretty poor on his morphling right now.
You're right behind Emo.
Yeah, and he's like one of the most important pieces to this IG draft.
Is under attack.
We'll see what he can get with some time, but I think that does also require IG maybe pulling back on the reins a little bit and not fighting as much.
Yeah. The problem is that both Drow and OD, Morph and OD are really bad against Drow Ranger. Like, the core matchup is definitely in the favor of the Drow.
At that point, though, it does come down to where the Drow's going to position. We saw it with the last Drow game we watched. You know, you really need to be precise with where you're standing in these fights, otherwise the jump just comes out and you're dead.
Yeah, it's the most positional carry in the game. Like, not only are you just dead, but also your damage output in general is just so much worse. 1 second. Oh, Emo again. They do have a sentry down, though.
They also have Frisk. They're going to dust up ZZQ, throw a Bramble Maze his way, which he will elude.
Very evasive. Almost bring down Master. That's gonna be when they smoke up straight away, get a play. And if they get a good fight, they can easily Roche with that OD.
I think both teams really can Roche, right?
Yeah, for sure.
Blink Dagger now for JT, so you've got that Mars who can get into the mix. And you see with a little bit more patience and a little bit more time, all of a sudden Fly, he's second on the net worth.
Mm-hmm. That's been my criticism of him for like the longest time. He really just likes to fight too much for his own good. As a carry, your job is really just to be as rich as possible.
Right.
You know, but like, he likes to fight, and a lot of times he just dies during that fight, and that really sets yourself back into the game. But they smoke up straight away.
Yeah, going through
Go
the
to the
dire triangle.
They're looking for the Drow Ranger for sure. Maybe the TA. Drow would be the most valuable kill though.
Smoke doesn't break, but that trap did pop, and we'll see. If they can cross through mid, there were a couple of dire heroes nearby, but nobody near at the moment.
They read it really well. Nice face cam, also Emo. That is literally a face cam right there.
Just all face.
He took it a bit too seriously when they told him, hey, can you put the face cam there? Wait, like this? Or Shiro even more, the eye cam.
Oh, man.
And counter smoke. CZQ smoke break. Oh, they found Emo. Nice force.
Oh, wow. He just got that Force Staff, too. They're going to go and drop the Mortimer's Kisses down, but they do have the Astral Imprisonment. He'll save himself for a little bit. The arena comes down onto 2. There's the Drow hitting away on Emo. The Shield Grash comes down out onto Emo. One more right click coming out from Shiro will get the kill into Emo as Frisk takes out ZZQ. Zeal with the Swashbuckle trying to get away from the rest of IG. So get onto the high ground, or will he? JT stops him in his tracks. They've got the Terrorize, which will fear him back, but they're going right into the hands of Shiro. They need to be a little bit careful. Swashbuckle once again, Fly in deep. He's been gusted, taking a lot of damage, and the right clicks come through. Ollie ends up dead. Zeal, he'll fall, and they get the spear out onto 7E. Wait for him onto, well, actually not onto the low ground, actually onto the high ground of the cliff right there. Maybe not what he was looking for, but still will allow him to leave that fight. Oof, gosh. Fly on his heels in that fight and on the edge of dying.
Did they caught JT in a trap? Or who caught who here?
Man, they'll drop the sanities. Gus comes out, but he's still dead. Frisk getting the kill there. They'll look for 7E. They'll blink spear him back. Planet and ZZQ looking for a way to help out. But the Meteor Hammer comes down. Allium with the stun, and the right clicks through will be enough to finish off 7E. And that is, again,
both cores gone.
Yeah, I don't want to point it out, but and be a little bit too harsh, but the Nyx Assassin has been missing a lot of impales that have been crucial to these team fights.
Yeah.
That, he could have hit that impale there, and maybe that fight goes a little bit differently, but ZZQ, he has not exactly been as accurate as you'd like him to be, especially in these situations.
Oh, he bumps into the low ground even, and things aren't...
Almost bumped him to the high ground.
Which is what he wants to do. All he's just standing there. He's like, yeah, try it again.
Yeah, do it. Spear actually hits on his ZZQ, locks him down to a tree. Astro Imprisonment, they've got the dust. The Bramble Maze is through. There's the arena. Oh, the multi-shot. JT and Ollie are down. It's like they didn't even recognize Shiro coming forward and the damage he outputs.
Like, IG is really overstaying their welcome in a lot of these fights, though.
Meteor Hammer. Ooh,
Yeah.
Fire Snap Cookie. Meteor Hammer still dropped, and they've got the Terrorize that
No
lands out of
way!
2, but they get the kill on the Emo. It's ZZQ who gets the kill on that one. Bramble Maze, as well as the Bedlam on a ZZQ. Soul target a lot of damage, but still, that's a trade. Frisk goes and gets ZZQ. Planet gets the return and kills off Frisk, and
And that's a
ehome
free
right
Roche
into
now.
Roche.
Like, IG overstayed like 3 fights in a row already. Like, you gotta respect the respawn timers.
Yeah.
You killed the Drow, he was out of position, sure, but he still outputs a ton of damage, as we can see here.
That is a fast Roche.
Yeah, like, you gotta give them way more respect. Like, I love the way IG executed their team fight. Like, they had some spear into meteor hammer combinations, very high level stuff. But then they just stay, and like, Drow's like, all right, I'll take all these kills. And now suddenly ehome is in a little bit of a driver's seat here again.
Yeah, they've got the Aegis to work with, and I will say, though, the way that IG have been playing, I don't expect them to really sit back too much and, like, just stay away from the Aegis even. They've been so aggressive, it feels like they just would, like, fight into it anyway, which is a bad decision, right?
The problem now is that Drow Ranger actually is very close to BKB. Like, you're
So
not
is
gonna
TA.
catch her out again like
Yeah.
that. Yeah. Once those BKBs are up, all your damage is magical right now. The spear, the arena, all of OD, even your morphing at this point is highly magical. So yeah, the double BKB timing is going to be a big problem for IG. They need to kite it out if they want to take a fight and then reinitiate afterwards. But they've really given a lot of freebies away to ehome.
Ag's already for the Snapfire.
Yeah, the Snapper. He just got an unstoppable streak, and I think he also killed the OD, which is like 1,000 gold just in his pocket.
Grove Bow, Vambrace, Brigand's Blade.
Yeah, I love Brigand's Blade, dude. That one's like just 80 bonus damage potentially. It's so much. Is it Brigand or Brigand?
I think it's Brigand's Blade. Like, the
Because
name
like-
is Brigand, and then it's their blade.
Oh, I thought it's a Brigand, like one of those like battalion kind of things.
Maybe. I don't know. I don't know. Maybe I might.
I have no idea either.
Hey, I've been wrong
Valve
with my
never-
pronunciation before, so I wouldn't be surprised.
Dude, Valve never like is very clear with what or where something's actually from.
Yeah,
Maybe just from a dude named Brigand from France.
could be.
Yeah.
Just some random guy.
Middle tower has fallen.
By the way, the double BKBs have come out, so Shiro and 70 both have it, and they're going to smoke immediately. They take the tower mid, they smoke off that, they know Fly standing top and trying to take this tower. They are rotating through the jungle, and OD will be there to spot them with this smoke. He force steps onto the low ground, and Gobble Up, Spit Out, Nyx Assassin trying to catch up to Emo. All he knows that this is a Nyx Assassin that just got spit out, and well, the damage coming in from 70 will rip apart this Ogre. It's now just 2 Ogres with 1 single head.
Yeah. I like the tower defense, but you can potentially see like a little bit of inexperience shine through here. Like, you don't want to have all the heroes TP to the top lane because Roshan is gone. This is not really where you want to play. Like, you really want to pressure the bottom tier 2 tower and the mid tower.
Right.
And now you give like the entire map back to IG, which you previously just took from them. So IG will happily take that, take back their own jungle. But ehome is looking to make a play here. Cut the mid wave. Yeah, and they're just running at them because they know. Like, IG right now can't fight.
Gobble Up, Spit Out once again. Mortimer's Kisses.
Oh, Fly again. He got caught
Whoa.
out. By what? By the gobble up? Like, he didn't morph up?
Yeah, he got caught. The trap was down. They had the vision. They caught him.
Is under attack.
It always feels like Fly has difficult games, and there are some things that are just like beautifully played against him when he's on these Morphlings too. Like, that's a great play to make if you're ehome.
It is.
I don't want to take that away from them and just say it was Fly things, but like ehome, you know, have that trap, Gobble Up, Spit Out, immediately spike Carapace stun, and there was no hesitation too with the, like, as Nyx was still flying, Mortimer's Kisses were right behind it.
Yeah. Like, you gotta commit right away. And
Structures are fortified.
yeah, ehome was looking really good here. The draft also, like, now that they're ahead this far is... Like, this is a draft where to snowball, you really snowball. Like, right now, as you can see, IG has no chance of fighting them at all. They're just avoiding them all the way through.
I don't even think the Aegis is the difference maker.
It's not.
The
The double
BKBs
BKBs.
are going to be very difficult, yeah.
And now
Gobble Up,
gobble up,
Spit Out
yeah.
once again, and that's going to be towards the Snapfire. And you take a look as now... Jeez. Frisk gets taken out, yeah. Snapfire getting that kill on a Frisk. The Dark Willow is the one who got just jumped on.
Yeah, good split push.
And they
at least that
immediately
fly.
TP down towards bottom. Like, they're covering their base.
Yeah, and now they're gonna just get the tier 2 bottom tower because top lane is pushed all the way into the base, so there can't be any trade coming out from IG here. They're on the heels
Thunder to
again.
start. They're going to try and make something happen. They'll look over at Ollie for the moment. Fly gets under the tier 2 tower, but they have landed onto this Ogre, and they've got the Vendetta as well as the stun. JT may be looking for a blink, but that is ambitious if they go for it. And JT, as well as Fly realizing that making that jump is very dangerous.
Got his BKB though, at least in Mars. He should be able to get a pretty good arena out. But yeah, like ehome is just completely destroying this map. Like this is the second tier 2 tower gone already. There's only the one in the mid left. And the map is really shrinking for IG.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
And we already spoke about the matchups.
Yeah.
Like Drow against all these cores is so easy. Especially against the Morphling, like who never buys any armor items.
And also we talked about that, you know, their movement towards top. It didn't, you know, you wanted them to cut out IG's map, and that's exactly what they did afterwards.
Yeah. I mean, the way ehome is playing right now is very strong. Like they're not really letting IG breathe at all. Like sure, they made this like one mistake, maybe committing too many heroes top, but they rectify it by just not giving them any space afterwards.
Yeah. BKB picked up here for Emo. And
The refresher could be very scary though on Mars. Like we spoke about how impactful the arena can be.
yeah, it's so far away though.
It is. Now they're smoking up that the Aegis is gone. The only instant initiation they have is a spear. If they miss the spear, they can't win the fight.
Blink God's Rebuke. There's the arena. Gets the spear before the Rolling Thunder. They'll get this kill out onto Zeal. ZZQ hit with the Ignite, and he'll use that Spike Carapace to stun up Ollie. They've also got the Gobble Up
They're
and the
pausing.
Spit Out right onto the OD.
Oh, Emo said he's lagging. Well, Emo's dead. He's in the middle of an impale, and Mortimer's... Yeah, he's just gone. Unfortunately,
he's got
pause timing. No, he's stunned.
He's got BKB, maybe? He's dead. All right, I tried to give him an out there, but Fly. Ooh, Spear landing with the God's Rebuke. They pop the BKB on the Mars. They get the kill on the planet. Now you try to TP out. The rest of IG will try and leave, but here comes 7E with that new Blink Dagger. Stun comes through from Ollie. Right clicks in. There's the BKB. Melt Strike 7E ripping apart Ollie once again. It's a 2 for 2. That's not awful for IG, but you could still feel the presence of ehome and the fact that they are leading this one.
Yeah, Emo had the BKB, right? Just couldn't get it off.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like I really gotta like ehome is playing well, don't get me wrong, but IG, like they don't have sentries down in these team fights. They keep getting impaled by the Nyx Assassin now before they get their BKB or morph off. And you know that you're playing against the Nyx Assassin. So like you gotta get those sentries down. Because if Emo gets the BKB off there, they actually have a realistic chance of taking the fight.
Right.
But you gotta give them the chance to do so. It's scary right now. Like, the Drow Ranger is completely unchecked in any of those fights. There's so much frontline for her. There's the Nyx, there's the TA that just jumps in, the Pangolier. Like, she just has so much room to just deal all that damage.
Now is the Shadow Wave too.
Yeah, for the positioning.
Spike Carapace, Rolling Thunder,
No
blink
BKB
in,
yet.
and Mars in trouble. A couple right clicks in from Shiro will finish off JT. Moving forward, not having the vision, and JT giving the question mark on the tip, and you can see Zeal giving a little smile in that camera.
Well, I mean, I'm sure IG knows right now that they're pretty far behind, and there was just like a little knock on the old EG series.
Yeah, can they do it again? Is this now the JT question mark, where they turn around this game and then wipe him out in game 2?
Man, ZZQ has been very tip happy.
Yeah.
Like, I don't want to take it away from him, but, you know, like, he's been missing a lot of impales. Like, you might want to slow down a bit there, buddy.
He did clean up since. I think he's had some great moments.
But, you know, you gotta earn that. You gotta earn that tipping.
That's why my tips are disabled.
Like, I would be all on board with, like, the Snapfire tipping. Like, that guy's having a beast of a game, you know?
But yeah, all right. Fair enough.
But then again...
Must hit X abilities to then unlock tipping.
Dude, imagine if you're playing Patch, you miss like 20 hooks in a row, you hit the first one, and then you tip him. You're like, ah, really?
I feel like that's a good one, though. You give a little bit of that. Oh, there it is. Impale once again. Mortimer's Kiss is coming down. And that's with the gobble up spit out once again.
Like, honestly, the two supports of ehome right now, they're just breaking IG every time. Like, the gobble up stuns out of nowhere, the impales out of nowhere right now.
It's really just the vision they have and everything that they've done with it. You know, the long-range initiation that just turns into Nyx assassin.
And they do so much damage too, right?
Yeah.
Like, you gobble up, you snap ult
Vendetta.
on top, Vendetta hit for like 400 pure damage, the impale mana burn, it's a lot of burst damage. That's a lot of damage.
You can see the refresher still very far away. Spear gets thrown in, hits Zeal. And you recognize that they are in Roche, but JT's far forward. Astral Imprisonment to try and save his life. Fly going in, pops the BKB on the Gus.
Flyfly's dying!
And he's just dead. He's all into the Agi. The damage comes out, and he is gone immediately. Gobble up, spit out, hits on the Emo.
No
and
BKB
now
again?
ZZQ, he's gone, but
they called
JT and
GG?
Emo following the... Yeah, they just called GG. Wow, IG tap out.
Did you see that damage on the Morphling? Like, we spoke about how bad the
Two-shot.
matchup is. Yeah, like he got 2 marksmanship procs, gone instantly because all of his armor.
Wow.
Well, who'd have thought that? Like, well played by ehome.
Big showing for ehome, that's
Yeah.
for sure.
That was a nice execution. Do have to say though, IG, they look a little bit shaken.
Yeah.
A little bit like you can really see the lack of an in-game leader right now. In this game in particular, like they overstayed 3 fights in a row. They took amazing fights, but then they give ehome like a little present. I know it's Christmas season, but you know, like you still want to go to that major.
Yeah,
You know, like
definitely.
you can't be handing away those freebies.
You can't be handing away wins in these series, and I mean, that's a first game. Comes right off the question mark, too. Question mark, and then they lost the game almost immediately.
I'm pretty sure that IG knew they're like in a very, very bad position, so that question mark, like he wasn't actually, you know, betting anything on it. I'm sure.
What are you talking about? You know, I'll just give you the quick question mark.
Yeah, it's a big win for ehome.
Yeah.
Must be a pretty frustrating loss for IG though, because I do feel like they didn't have a good grasp on the game for many times. You know, they take a couple of good
Especially
fights
after the
mid.
laning too. It felt like they were like super ready for going into the mid game, right?
Yeah,
Very well done by ehome to come back from what was that laning phase and ultimately
they
to take the
recognize
game.
IG's weaknesses, abuse them, get back into the game, and their lineup in that snowball fashion, no problem.
Yeah, so ehome take game number 1. To break it down a little bit further, we've got the panel. We'll send it back over to you guys. Take it away.
Even the famous IG question mark couldn't save them from that ass whooping which ehome just dealt them. I mean, my goodness, what an absolute performance from the rookies here. I mean, that was insane. I mean, Ricky, you saw it coming. I mean, what is it about this draft that works so well this time around?
It's honestly the TA draw. Like these two heroes with the farm advantage that they have, there's no way back into this game for IG.
I'm going to jump in and disagree. The farm advantage, they didn't have the farm advantage. They lost the lanes.
Yeah.
TA got completely bodied.
Yeah.
Top of the net worth on
OD.
on the Mars.
Oh yeah, on the Mars.
Yeah,
the
he
Mars.
was top CS for a little while.
Yeah.
They just got the recovery kills on the Templar assassin. She's sitting at like 2,200 net worth at like 7 minutes into the game. Got 2 kills. Ended up farming up camps. Like, I feel like they just made a crucial mistake towards the end of the laning phase, and they got their recovery. They snowballed and then just melted the strength of ehome this game.
There was the big fight in the mid tier 1 that we saw, right, where they
Big recovery.
they
move.
get the TA, they get the drow, and you're like, okay, this is a great fight for IG. But then in comes Zeal on the Pango, and he actually salvages what was a pretty rough engagement for them. And at that point, you don't really feel as confident going in to take the fights. And we start seeing the Drow TA like start to creep their way up onto the net worth. And by 20 minutes, they're both top. They start pulling away really far. And once they have the BKBs, they're crucial items. Like in the last fight, we saw Fly go in and get like 3-shotted by Drow. Like Morph's a terrible matchup into
I
this
think he
hero.
was trying to play around like the marksmanship range, but he ended up getting just a little bit too far away, and then
Pops BKB and gets
boom,
double marksmanship procced and instantly died.
The old BKB ego complex where you're like, I pop BKB, I'm invincible, and then Drow's just like, yeah.
Yeah, this is
Good
the
luck with
recovery
that.
kill that I was talking about, though. Like, they
Yeah,
ended
they
up getting
get
this on the emo, and it is worth so much. Like, look at this. Before this, he's sitting at 2,600. Well, he ends up going up to 2,700 now, but prior to that, he was at like 2,200.
Yeah, it's these rotations in from Zeal, honestly.
Yeah.
Salvage this game so heavily.
which is funny because he was like so low on net worth from like all of this game. He was.
I think this is the,
hesitant.
I think this is the big one. He gets Rolling Thunder here. Because they get both draw TA behind tower.
Yeah. So they do end up killing Shiro there, but
I don't know. Yeah, it just they salvage a really good fight here. They
There it is.
maybe that killed as well. So he's just like moving around the map, making plays for his team. And I want to know more about this guy, right? He's like the unknown factor, but despite the fact that they didn't do so well, it seems like they've got pretty good coordination. Look at this.
yeah.
This seemed very comfortable for them. Like, I'm not sure if this is a draft which they've played with before, or like kind of a style of Dota they practiced a lot in scrims or something, but this seemed like a different ehome waking up today. But let's not be unfair. It did seem like a different IG as well.
Yeah.
Can we just talk about how good Planet was this game on this Snapfire? Like, he had a sub 20-minute Aghanim Scepter, set up so many big kills onto both Morphling and the OD.
You were saying something about that build
It's only happened.
in the back room, though.
We've only seen the Snapfire once so far, and it was Brown Boots, Wand, Aghanim Scepter, and it was LGD. They picked it up
yeah.
at 20 minutes, and Planet managed to beat the timing this game on it, so very well done by him. I think they just pushed the envelope too much on IG. Like, they tried taking a lot of engagements around this mid lane, and they never really, it didn't really benefit them. Here's like the final flight for Fly.
And there it is. I think
bonk,
he
bonk.
just got
You actually see him move out the range as well. The
Yeah.
Drow's kind of like tickling him, and then
Yeah.
like she moves out the
Yeah, you
he
can
moves
see he
out
was
the
trying
way.
to play with that range.
Yeah, it was like really close. And I mean, good eyes up from Shiro there though, because he was like, he actually moved like a tiny bit away. The Morphling moves a tiny bit away. Both of them know the range so well, and obviously like the Morphling can't be entirely focused on that when he's trying to get for the kill.
Yeah.
At the same time, so just really nice little sidestep there from Shiro. At the same time, unfortunate movements from Fly. But yeah, I mean that's what happens. You play with the Drow, you play with fire, you step out of her range, and she just absolutely decapitates that Morphling. Absolutely brutal. And our MVP of this game, it's gonna be ZZQ. I think that's for the tip, right?
Yeah, probably the good old tip tilting the Mars a little bit
That
there.
question mark came out after that, but it's on after that.
Real fire there. I mean, I would say both supports for this team actually played super well. Both Planet and ZZQ had a lot of good connections.
Yeah, no, agreed. They played nicely together as well. With the alley-oops, with the Aghanims on the Snapfire, utilizing with the Nyx. It's nice to have a hero which you can be risk-free with that, right? 'Cause you don't want to be that guy that throws in your Drow into
Speaking
a
of
Mars.
throwing in, there
and you're
was
like,
that one unfortunate thing happen. It was very clear that Emo there was lagging on the OD.
Oh, that's right.
The spit out came out.
Yeah,
onto
and he
him with
pauses
the
and
Nyx
everyone was
assassin,
like,
and
"Oh,
he had
why are they
DKB. Like he
pausing?"
very easily
Yeah.
would have been able to activate that. I feel.
I think they still
Agreed.
lose the fight, but
Absolutely
it would have been a little bit more even because the Drow was still in a position to start right-clicking the OD.
It's
but
hard to theorize on how it would have
Yeah.
seeing it break down, but
unfortunate there for them for sure.
They were definitely losing even before that, though.
Yeah, the game got very hard, very fast for the side of IG here.
I mean, that's a draft, though, right? Like that's what this. Lizard was saying, like after the laning phase, he said if they won the laning phase, then it would be an easy game. It's not quite what happened, but they got that like key turnaround fight where IG were able to like get the advantage off them, and then like they found that momentum, they found that advantage, like he was talking about in like the early mid, where this draft can kind of come alive. And when you get to that point, it was really, really hard for IG to fight into them, man. Like, it's just a case of getting that early advantage, which it's surprising they gave it as well. It's really surprising that IG gave them that opportunity. I think they underestimated them for sure in this first game, and I don't think we'll see that in game.
I underestimated them.
I did not.
Yeah,
I did not underestimate ehome here at all. No, it's the OD does not match up into the Drow very well. It's okay in lane, but ended up being a mid OD, and so you just have this like Drow that if given time and farm will definitely win that matchup or like win the core matchups this game as well because the Morphling's not good either into it.
Imagine having probably the most mechanically skilled mid laner in the world on your team, and then being like, "All right, buddy, you can play OD, you can build a meteor hammer, and
Stand still for a few seconds.
have fun with that, buddy." Yeah, like, great, thank
Put
you
him on
so
a
much.
spirit. And put him on a spirit hero. Let him body the enemy. That's what he wants to. He's going to be angry about that. BM his team.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah. You-
Not emo.
You upset JT, you gotta mess with me, man. Like, yeah, exactly. Like, they got the question mark from JT after that tip, so he's gonna go full white knight and make sure that they pay for that one for sure. No, I think it's a mixture of like them underestimating ehome and just kind of locking down emo on this OD here. I mean, obviously OD's a really good hero, right? You know, he's one of the most picked heroes, one of the most contested heroes. He's very, very strong, but he does have weaknesses, and Nick Sasson, I mean, interestingly, Nick Sasson's not really the counter people believe it is. I mean, it's had 4 games. I mean, I guess that makes it 5 now, but previously to this game, it had 4 games, and it only won once against OD previously. So 1 and 3, which isn't a very good rate when it's a hero which is considered a counter pick, right?
Yeah, well, our draft master was talking about that. The astral imprisonment doesn't work like it used to, where it damaged everyone around who comes out. It just damages the single target. So it's not really enough to kind of play near whoever's coming out of the astral anymore.
Yeah.
Okay, well, it's time for the draft, which means it's time for the draft master. Lizard, how's it going, dude?
Is it great?
Yeah, watched a really nice game of Dota. Reminded me of the days when I would beat the greats. That's usually when they would underestimate us, when we would have some draft in which when you get the ball going, you can't be stopped. And that's what happened. They got that one Aegis and the game just blew in their face.
Yeah, a ticking time bomb, which time was much shorter than IG realized it was. Alrighty, folks, let's get into the draft for game number 2 and find out what exactly we're going to be playing with this time around. What do you think they're going to do differently in the draft this time?
They will pick that Prophet and
Wow.
Bane first.
Wow, there you go, Lizard.
What a prediction. This is why he's a draft master, everyone.
What can I say? ehome, they open up with the Bane Morphling, what they've played versus Phoenix, right? And IG with that Prophet that's been picked in the CN region very often, not by IG, but overall very often by different teams, and instantly into the Spirit Breaker. Kind of worries me that they're picking it into the Morphling, but into the Bane it feels really good. Like, you can't get gripped, you can't get slapped, you just have that bulldoze, and the charge is always nasty to deal against.
My question is if you think like they're in their heads a little bit after that last one. Like they banned out the Nyx Assassin, they've decided they don't want to play the OD. I mean, we talked about that. They obviously felt like not good enough on emo. Do you think that they'll run this Death Prophet on emo? Because we were just talking about like we don't think.
It can be a JT hero, it can be a 5 on Oli as well.
Like I want to see him on something more mechanical this game. Like Spirit here will help him recover a lot more as well with being able to like cut waves, find kills.
I agree. Getting any sort of Spirit Storm is banned out obviously already. But maybe Alina even on emo versus the Morphling sounds alright. Any of the you have the Spirit Breaker to help out. Queen of Pain is still in the pool. So Spirits, what I want to say, and I agree completely with you, these flashy heroes, right? Like they feel so much better.
Yeah, the Ancient Apparition ban is a little bit weird, but I guess these teams have been picking it on their pause 5 every so often. It seems to still be popular in China, despite I think elsewhere it's not really being picked up.
It would have been good for both of these teams, right?
Yeah.
One has a DP, the other has a Morphling. Both of these heroes hate playing against an AA, so it does make sense. Even though the hero isn't popular, it does make sense that it's been banned out.
They banned out the Drow Ranger and the Phantom Lancer there. I mean, the Drow, they saw how effective it was against the Morphling themselves in the last game, but
PL is just the same. It's one of the best heroes versus Morphling.
just
right?
being able to burn down all of his mana, stop.
Yeah, you get on top of him easily and get that mana down with Diffusal. Like historically, it's been, I would argue, even the most picked hero into a Morphling. Like,
And Morphling's all single target, right? So you just have no damage output
you
against
can't
Morphling.
deal with him.
Well, what's the best carry option left for IG then?
There's quite a ton of them actually left in the pool still, so something into the Morphling that would do well.
Definitely not getting the Drow this time around, that's for sure. ehome banned that
Yeah.
one out. They don't want to taste of their own medicine, that's for sure.
Yeah. I like the Shadow Demon ban here. It's good against, it's really good against both these cores, and like Death Prophet hates getting purged Spirit Breaker, of course, like it cancels out Bulldoze.
It's probably the best hero versus Spirit Breaker.
Yeah, it definitely is from the support position, the best one. You can build a Yules too and still have Demonic Purge for another hero.
Spirit Breaker teams in recent tournaments even stopped picking him if Shadow Demon isn't banned out.
Yeah.
That's how bad it is to play against. Like you obviously can still play against Shadow Demon, but it's not the same. You aren't feeling as empowered. That Bulldoze doesn't work on you anymore because you're purged. You lose half your HP the moment you're in a fight. It's not great. So.
You just feed.
Yeah, you just pretty much feed because you want to be aggressive, right? You always want to be that hero that just goes in and is unkillable, but not versus an SD.
Want to hear a good stat about Spirit Breaker versus
Always.
Shadow Demon? That's a shame because I forgot my iPad, so...
That's a good bait. Thank you, sir.
I can make one up for you.
Just make up a fake stat.
When they're on Dire, on the Shadow Demon, the Spirit Breaker has a 2% win rate versus Shadow Demon.
That's insane.
That is not a, that is
2%?
Crazy.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Yeah,
I was hoping you were going to say 17%.
17%. Yeah, that would have been a bit smarter, but you know, it's early days. You know,
If he doesn't have his iPad with him, then he can't form intelligent thoughts.
it's true.
The Grimstroke,
Hey!
pretty good. Planet Shaker, thank you.
Planet
All right.
Shaker,
I love
baby.
it. I love it. I love it.
They literally did the same 3 heroes versus Phoenix, right?
Yeah.
They opened up with Bane, Morphling, Shaker, finished it off with the Visage and Razor. This time around they get a Quap, they get something that can actually lane versus most heroes that IG can put on mid, right? And Quap, it's surprising that this hero has went through this far. Maybe a puck now for IG is an option.
I think you have to, right? Because it's probably, you can still flex the Death Prophet off lane. We've seen it into the Morphling lane multiple times, and it's done pretty well.
Yeah, that Prophet Spirit Breaker sounds good.
Yeah.
You go with the puck.
Thank you, Draftmaster.
That's what I'm
Got
here
to,
for.
please.
1 point on the board.
Yeah.
Still minus 87, but
Don't worry, we don't go into minuses. It's just
yeah,
one.
We only like to highlight people.
yeah. It's a good puck game overall. Yeah, there's some catch. Like you have to be careful of those fissures that come from fog.
Get gripped, you're ripped.
Yeah, exactly. But
I like
overall, it's a really good puck game. You can get on top of the Morphling, on top of Queen of Pain. It's a decent lane for you as well. Obviously, very skill based. And I feel like after that question mark, Emo might have a couple of words to say.
He's got fire in his veins right now.
Or a bit of punctuation to say.
A couple of signs in the
Yeah.
chat. Yeah.
Okay, here's my question. Do you have I don't feel like you're bulky enough to continue to run at them. Like Spirit Breaker, yeah, but the rest of these heroes, you're going to need something to keep going for extended fights. Like the Urshika's going to get off like multiple fissures in team fights. The Queen of Pain can pump out a ton of damage. What do you put on the... It's got to be a frontliner as your position 1 here, right?
I'm not sure I agree with that. I think you've got the Grimstroke, and with that shard, I mean, admittedly we're talking 20 minutes onwards, but when he gets that shard, I mean, he kind of makes you into a bit of
Everyone's a
beast.
tank.
Yeah.
You could go for the Wraith King here, though.
I mean,
it's like
yeah.
still available, and it's not bad. It's terrible to grip a Wraith King, but at least if you keep the grip up after reincarnation, it's pretty good. Ooh, Black's anti-mage.
Yeah,
Good
anti-mage.
Morphling matchup.
Yeah, it would make sense. A lot of heroes that would hate getting their mana burned and mana voided, so
It's pretty easy for him to initiate onto the Bane because he just drops his
Yeah.
counter spell too, right?
you can't get gripped.
Yeah.
I've seen some anti-mages recently go for that Axe build. Just,
I love the Axe build.
just spam out
the
the
blink
illusion
breaker?
zone.
Yeah, you just like throw an illusion up.
It's very annoying.
The favorite play I've seen with that, it wasn't a competitive game, I can't remember which one, but someone was just spamming out the illusions over and over again. You know, it's super annoying, as you mentioned. And then one time he just blinks in with his hero, like basically
Yeah.
alone versus 3 heroes. And they just think it's the illusions. They
trained
don't
them.
react to it. They're like, wait a minute. That's the real... And before that, it's too late. You just like mana voided and killed
Yeah,
all 3.
spent
And
the
we're like,
entire game training them.
I feel like-
exactly.
I feel like it's one of-
Pavlov's dogs.
I feel like it's one of those things that will eventually get abused a lot, because, like you said, people don't expect it. They
Mind games.
mind games.
Hero needs to be a little bit better first, but yeah,
So-
it's a very, very nice
Yeah.
mechanic.
So far, it looks like ehome, they're just afraid of all these illusion-based heroes. Besides, obviously, the Drow and the AM, they banned out the Naga, the PL.
TV.
It's not as great as these other ones, right? Like he even got countered by Morphling in a couple of patches, but with this Viper ban, I'm suspecting something that will need its passive quite a lot. So what is there in the game?
There's Ursa. There's your Visage you were talking about.
Ooh.
Good call.
There's a Spectre as well. That's an option, but the hero is just completely dead. It's extremely good versus Morphling historically, right? With the Skadi build.
I think it's okay here. You can get on like both Bane and Earthshaker in the backline. If you can stop Earthshaker's initiation, I think Spectre could be very big for that reason.
The Visage is just pressing the tempo here, pushing the tempo in ehome's favor. So
Spectre's too slow then.
Lane 2.
It does need like too many items. It needs like Manta and Ags, right? Okay.
they go with the Medusa instead.
All right.
Yeah, okay, you get that split shot as well to work with versus the Visage. I'm not completely sold on the Medusa pick. It does round up their draft very nicely.
Oh, they're going JT Death Prophet, which means it'll be
Yeah,
the.
it will be mid puck.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I thought that it was going to be Ollie on the Death Prophet, and then you do the Shaker. Sorry,
Spirit Breaker and Grimstroke offlane.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That would have been neat.
I
Yeah.
would have preferred that, but yeah. What do I know?
Yeah, overall, they do have ways of dealing with the Visage. When you think about it, the Inkswell itself can deal with the layers. You also have the split shot, which isn't amazing, but it's all right versus the Birds versus Visage. Overall, though, I feel like this time around it's on ehome, and I feel like their draft is a bit easier to execute.
All right.
But something's telling me it's IG's game again.
IG are pissed, basically.
I think Emo is going to absolutely pop off with this anger that he has in his veins now. He's not a mechanical hero. The man is going to be invincible. We've seen what happened when you get angry, and teams don't like that. You're up, man.
I'm going ehome again. I think it's gonna be a 2-0.
No.
I like the draft. I see Planet Shaker. I see Morph. I'm happy. I think
right.
ehome.
Let's see what ehome can do. Can they make it a 2-0 and pull off a huge upset here in the Chinese DPC? Or is it going to be IG that take it home? Let's find out with our casters of BCOP and Black.
Very much Nomad. Getting ourselves game number 2. IG dropped game number 1. And ehome looking to finish off the series 2-0. You know, Ricky brought up Planet Earthshaker. When he was playing for Phoenix, this was like the hero. That was his go-to. So I could see what he's saying there. I might have to back with Ricky. Go ehome.
You're going with ehome.
I think I do. I think I have to. Earthshaker as well as the Morphling, and you got a Bane in there.
I'll pull a B cover. I'll decide at the end of the game.
Yeah, I mean that was the best plan. I was perfectly. All my predictions are perfect that way.
Yeah.
I mean, it works. It works.
It definitely works, but yeah, it seems as though, so far at least in the DPC, not just in China, like the team that is forced to make a move because your late game is a little bit worse, like they tend to just make a lot of mistakes, like they just run through like mistakes they usually wouldn't make, and they just overstay their welcome because they feel they got to pressure a little bit more, just like last game pretty much. And yeah, I think I'm liking ehome as well. Yeah.
30 seconds to battle.
Although the IG that we just saw, that was not even half of the IG that we know they can be. So
That's the thing. We know they can be great, but it feels like maybe they're flummoxed by their performance.
they also stream sniped the ward.
Yeah.
No, like literally just one random sentry. That's like when I would put the fake minimap on my stream. I'm like, yo, okay, enough of this.
All right, that's enough. Let me take TTV out of my name.
The battle begins.
I like the Visage offlane. It's something that a lot
You
of
have to be
teams
careful to
played
can't fight
with.
the
Wow.
Visage.
God, Ollie just getting absolutely ripped up for first blood. Planet gets it. A 3-man fissure to start that off.
Yeah, why are they fighting the Visage level 1? We all know what the hero does. It's half health, one nuke. Like, those are some really basic mistakes IG's making in both games.
Yeah.
So they gave up first blood in both games, I believe, right? Flyfly and Movia.
Flyfly gave up the first blood when he, you said he should have gone straight to tower instead, went through the jungle.
Yeah, like Emo has to pop off this game, but they do have decent heroes against Puck. They got the grip, they got the Nightmare to set up, they got the instant echo potentially. Like, this is not the easiest Puck game.
I'm still though. I'm in my head agreeing with Ricky about the whole Planet Earthshaker thing.
So you are saying they're going to win just because of Planet Earth?
Well, not just because of him, but he is, a bit of a showboat when it comes to playing on this hero.
I mean, he played a monster Snapfell last game. So.
Yeah, he did. That was a great game. That might be,
One more
and I
bash
know
is
it's
dead.
early, I want to say that might end up being the best Snapfire performance in the division.
70%. No. Ah, unlucky.
Never lucky.
Yeah.
You know, you see, he shares those similarities. You said you were never lucky when we were playing Betrayal, the House on the Hill.
Dude, you gotta admit my rolls were like
I think everybody's rolls last night were really bad.
I had a 2-horn roll, dude. How does that happen? Like, Ricky rolls like a 10-horn roll, I get a 2.
You wouldn't be getting any bashes, that's for sure.
To be fair, I always want to be the traitor because it's kind of me IRL. I'm the bad guy. I'm not a traitor, but I'm the kind of guy that wouldn't mind, you know,
Being the bad guy.
Yeah, let's not go there.
Yeah. Shiro on the Morphling. Obviously, we just saw Fly on the Morphling.
Let me ask you something first before you
Yeah.
continue.
Sure.
What happened to Morphling?
Oh, there's the
bash!
bash. There's the luck. Oh, all
Stick,
right.
the
stick
magic
saved him.
stick. And the tower aura also saved him, plus 3
Yeah.
armor. Why is Morphling so popular again? He's like first phase every game.
Yeah, it was.
What happened?
He was definitely taking a back seat for quite some time.
Yeah. I don't mind it. I feel Morph is a pretty exciting hero, but yeah, your point?
I was going to say, it would be interesting to see Shiro compared to Fly in a Morphling position.
Yeah, but this game, let's see, how good is it for Morph? It's a pretty good Morph game. Not the best ever, but not terrible at all.
And going with that, you know, the lanes are still pretty even, and that's something I want to mark about ehome too. Like, they played well on the back foot, coming off bad lanes. Now, how are they going to play with good lanes? And Ollie getting ripped up again, but now Salve immediately taken out. Can't even get the Inkswell off Planet with another kill here. So, this is just not what you want if you're IG.
The power of Visage. That nuke. Level 2 literally took half health off that grip stroke. It has like a 4-second cooldown. Pretty ridiculous.
I'd love to see or hear these players, what their biggest takeaways were when they got to work with ROTK. Because he coached Phoenix back when they were playing Perfect World League Season 1.
Right.
And they had a little bit of coaching from him, and I'd love to hear what they took away from that. Like, what were their biggest takeaways from something like that? Because I don't think he coached them for long. Obviously, he ended up going to Elephant.
Was it like a month or 2?
It might have been, I think it was like the first DPC season.
Yeah, so like 2
But
months.
actually, no, not the first DPC season. Sorry, Perfect World League was before that. It was at least just the first season of that. So it was like a month or 2, yeah.
Yeah. Which, as I mentioned many times before, I think a great coach can be so beneficial to your entire team setup.
Right.
That being said, though, the lanes are going very well for IG again.
But it's not as much of a blowout.
Yeah, especially mid lane is much more even this time around.
Although 7E taking a lot of damage there. He's 16-2 this time. I think around this time he was like 6-1. Charge on his EZQ. Spirit safe in there too. Looking like the Bane might fall, but he's got that stick again.
One more right click.
And Brain Sap surviving. So, yeah, he's using a lot of mana. He's down pretty low. Pops the Clarity. However, he's staying in lane. And Shiro, for the most part, has had a pretty easy time.
Yeah, he also has a Ring of Health already. Of course, going to go into the Lincoln Sphere to prevent the charge. But they are working with 2 AoE silences. Like, if you don't get into a Manta style, like, you can die very easily. Yeah. So I don't actually know if I like the Lincoln Sphere this game. Because you know my opinion on Lincoln's Manta. I think it's way too defensive.
The build-up on it feels like Morphling's a little bit too slow, and like even if he gets that Lincoln's, yeah, it defends against the charge, but there's still ways to break it. Like, you could be in trouble when the Phantom's Embrace comes to silence you. Like you said, you have the AoE silence coming out from both the Puck as well as the Death Prophet. Like, there are a lot of ways to handle this Morphling.
Yeah, I think a lot of people are just like blindly copying that build now because Yatoro did it like a lot. And obviously, he won TI with it. Oh, Inkswell. It's level 2-1. Oh, nice dodge.
Yeah, use that fissure to make sure he can get some distance, and now he knows he's able to TP. He'll go to the tier 2 tower, so not going all the way back to base. We'll regen a little bit and should be okay to come and really help out. We haven't, you know, I guess that's, we saw the first blood, we saw that kill there for Planet, but we haven't exactly felt a lot yet from the Visage, which we've seen players like Faith Beyond play when he was on ehome, and he's played it ever since as well. But, like, he really does a lot when he's given the opportunity to play Visage in the offlane.
Yeah, and the problem now is that if you just play a static lane against Dusa, he's always going to outfarm you.
Right.
Which you can also see here. Despite Visage having 2 kills, he's still pretty far behind in net worth.
Moving over, Emo.
Grab
hit
the
with
DD.
Brain Sap, and a lot of damage done there, but they'll go after Frisk. He'll get around the fissure. They've got Ali coming over.
It's a little bit of a waste, potentially.
Is he going to try and blink across the wave and get this? Otherwise, that's, yeah, just a waste.
I mean, all right, probably
That makes him very vulnerable in the lane now because they know he doesn't have it.
Yeah, and he can't gank as well.
Yeah.
Makes
It
sense.
checks out.
Yeah.
The English checks out.
Yeah, that is like a level 3 wave kind of damage. Like, you don't half HP a Spirit Break at this point. But every quad player wish they did.
Yeah.
Yeah, so he's like, maybe. No, I guess not.
Charge to get back into lane, potentially to make a move. JT's hiding in the trees, not showing for the moment.
Yeah, but Shiro's coming like straight from the lane. There's no way he doesn't react to this. Like, if he doesn't, that's...
Silence.
Oh!
And
it's fine.
Shiro.
Wow, that was not even
fine.
close.
Yeah.
Fake hype.
It's never me. It's never me, I swear.
Oh, it's
Think
ZZQ.
so.
Bye-bye to you.
And there's the Waiting Rift. They'll get on top of
Maybe.
ZZQ. We say he's gone, but it feels like he survives every single time. Dream Coil placed down onto 2. ZZQ still moving forward. He put the Nightmare onto the Grimstroke. They've got Planet coming over with the Totem to stun up Emo for a second. One more right click needed to get the kill on a Frisk, and they do get away with it. They don't even lose ZZQ. He looked, he was dead on his screen already, out of position.
Yeah. Honestly, I just said what I said because it rhymed. ZZQ, goodbye to you. I like that.
The rhymes don't deliver the hype, though.
They don't, unfortunately, yeah. Now we see Visage now with the birds, of course, one of the best farming heroes in the game. Getting up his net worth. Morph still topping the charts.
Ooh,
And,
Aster in to pick up.
yeah, it's very good for Quap.
That'd be nice to go over to a lane, especially because he's about to have his ult back up in 5 seconds.
Also, we just saw the power of the raindrop on the Bane. Like, it popped 3 times, otherwise he would have been dead, like, twice.
Twice over.
Yeah, like, you literally... This is one of the best items in the game. If you want to increase your MMR, if you're a low MMR pleb, just buy raindrop.
I don't think I've ever bought a raindrop.
I'm not surprised. It is so powerful. Also gives it a ton of mana regen.
Maybe I should work on that.
Yeah. Just purchase my coaching. Break the order TV.
Can I get a discount code?
Sure. How much you thinking?
Dire's
I don't
top
know.
tower is under attack.
Whatever works.
I give you 1% off because it's you.
Nice. Dream Coil used again here.
CZQ again.
Nightmare pops it, and there's
Exorcism
the
too.
Inkswill. Oh my god, Exorcism too.
And Plan is like,
Huh? Question
relax,
mark?
guys.
Can we see a question mark?
No,
I'm really hoping. Every pause now.
not happening anymore. It's only after IG dies and ehome tips them.
I hope ZZQ tips off this pause.
Just tip someone even though you just died for nothing.
Get in their heads. Use Dream Coil and Exorcism.
I mean, the exorcism will be for the tower
Yeah.
mostly, right? But
Yeah, you know what I mean.
I mean, I know what you mean. But like, who would you tip? Just tip someone that's not here. Tip the Medusa.
Yeah. So they get the kill on a ZZQ. They move over to the tower. They do have Shiro here if they want to make some mass TPs out. No Echo Slam
They
or
saw
anything
the
like that.
morph.
Yeah, they saw him. So now he's in trouble. And the question becomes...
He waved in!
Yeah, waved in to avoid the silence. Planet coming over. Fissure lands on a 1. Now they've got 70 who does have the Sonic Wave available. They get the kill on Ollie. Frisk comes in with a charge. Emo winning Rift. Silence is up 2. They've got the Spirit Siphon. 7E blown away with Crypt Storm. JT getting 2 kills there as they took out Shiro. And this tower is going to drop. That is a reaction that ehome really can't get back.
I
That
gotta
is
say,
bad.
I'm not impressed with these first phase morphlings. You know, like they all seem to be a little underwhelming. He waves into 3 heroes instead of like out and away, and he kind of baits his team into a little bit of a bad fight. Like, you don't want to fight into an already active exorcism.
Do you think he should have waveformed
To the right and keep you out.
Yeah,
I don't know why he waveformed into 3 heroes with exorcism on.
knowing that they were there.
Yeah, because morphing up against the DP is not that good, because Spirit Siphon is obviously percentage based.
Charge on
So
his
you have to be careful.
He's got double damage. He hurts.
Yeah, very painful. And this is also one of the main reasons why Morph kind of fell out of fashion, especially as an early pick. Like, it is probably the hardest carry hero to master. Other than Anti-Mage.
Sure.
I'm not biased.
I'll give it to you, though.
Thank you.
I'll back you up on that one. Anti-Mage, the hardest carry to learn.
I appreciate it.
Woo!
But
We
anti-mage,
haven't really looked at Fly. All of a sudden, he's taking a massive amount of stacks.
yeah. And IG is looking really good in this game already. Like, ehome is scary in the early game, but they couldn't really leverage on that.
They still get scary later, too, though, right? With the Ags possibility and everything like that.
They do. Especially if the Vici goes for this Orchid Axe build, like the puck is not safe. Grimstroke is not safe.
Eventually, Grimstroke, I would assume, gets that shard, that Inkswell upgrade.
Yeah, for sure.
Radiant's middle tower
It's probably
is
one of
under
the best
attack.
shots in the game.
That seems like a standard item these days on Grimstroke.
Yeah, it's too good.
I know it used to be different, but
It even dispels grip. It dispels everything.
Jeez. And he is going Orchid.
Yeah.
There's no surprise, though. We've seen a couple of visages so far, and they've gone to the Orchid.
Normal build nowadays, yeah.
Yeah.
Go Orchid into
Dire's
Axe.
middle tower is under attack.
You're looking for Ollie potentially. It's not the easiest setup though under the tower there.
Yeah, there could be some TPs. They've got Dream Coil available. It's a little bit of a risk if you want to dive Ollie.
Yeah. They also don't have the best synergy with the Grimstroke, right? Almost none.
Charge on a Zeal who's going through the...
Both birds gone, too.
God. Both familiars go out. They drop the Dream Coil down onto the Bane. They're going to lose both these heroes potentially. There's nowhere for ZZQ to go. Zeal's already dead. 3 heroes on it, just need 1 bash. I don't even think it's needed to get the kill, but it would make it easier. And eventually the Crypt Storm, another double kill here for JT.
Yeah, and the lead's slowly and steadily growing.
Radiant's turret has been killed.
Medusa is already 3 levels ahead of the Morphling. That is not a good sign.
Another Morphling
Radiant's
game,
middle
another
tower is under attack.
visit to Struggle City.
Yeah, like, Morph just seems very underwhelming. If you pick it that early, like, if you pick it really late and there's nothing good against it in the game, it's a very scary hero. But this game, he goes Lincoln first, and you have like 3 heroes that still mess him up. So I really don't know how he's gonna get out of that. If he really itemizes into Lincoln's Manta, I just don't see how to defend anything. Like any objectives, any Roshan, anything like that.
Right.
We have seen so many people fall into the trap. Oh, they got a Spirit Breaker. I need the Lincoln Sphere. Like, I get it, charge is annoying, but you're a Morphling, you can always react to it. You know, it is annoying, I'll give you that, but that's all it is.
Fiend's Grip used on to the Spirit
Wait, JT's
Breaker.
running
The
in there.
silence on a 3. Frisk might
Wait,
survive
no way,
this.
right?
Sonic
Okay,
Bow. Yeah, that's
okay.
something you were trying to avoid using, and now they're going to go to the Exorcism to turn this one around. They've got the Dream Coil. Not a lot of mana available on a 70. They go to the Soulbind, and Morphling as well as this Queen of Pain are in trouble, but Emo moving forward, he's kind of low.
Oh, AoE damage
Spirit
coming
Siphon
through.
onto 2. Fly coming in now, and here comes the Medusa. Trying to output that damage. JT getting hit up with that Adaptive Strike. One more Crypt Swarm and a right click coming in from Fly. They do get Planet, so a lot used from both teams and not a lot gained.
Could have been a lot worse for ehome. Like, the puck maybe coiled a little bit prematurely on the Quap alone. If he was a little bit more patient, maybe gets a better coil, but...
Emo almost died too in that fight.
Yeah, it was a very good
Instructions of
morph into the puck. Like, he sounds like 3 heroes, and Orb like 3 heroes. There was a ton of AoE damage coming out of him. And he didn't get messed up by the hotkeys. You know, the hotkeys of morphing into puck are so messed up. Like, everything changes.
Because you've got that one added.
Radiant's middle tower is
Yeah,
under
and
attack.
also your W suddenly becomes your E and stuff. It's super weird how this works. I still don't know why morphing is...
Radiant's middle tower
It feels like every bug in Dota revolves either around Rubik or Morph. Or at least at 90%.
Gosh. I'd love to see that real time.
Dude,
just the
I played
hotkeys.
Lifestealer, Morph the other day against Lifestealer. I morphed into Lifestealer, and he infested. And I morphed back to Lifestealer. I suddenly had 0 spells. I literally had nothing. I was like, what is happening? I've never seen this bug before. I couldn't rage. I just died. I was like, what? And then obviously I complained for like an hour about it.
Then won the game somehow.
No, I lost right after.
Well,
Because I bought back. I'm like, oh, I'm going to become Lifestealer.
Dire's top
JT hit with the silence of the Orchid. Charge comes all the way through though. Hits onto the Queen
Nice
of Pain.
one.
Fissure through. Dream Coil out on a 3. And this is a problem. 70 taken out. They'll get the kill at least onto the Queen of Pain. They're going to look towards the rest. Pig Pole trying to run. Zeal Well, not getting too far. Great body blocks here from Emo. Inkswell not even needed as Emo gets the kill out on Azeel. 2 heroes dead on ehome. IG up 5,000 net worth. We have not seen really much of anything. I kind of hyped him up in the beginning of the game. Planet, you know, he's throwing a fissure here or there, but we haven't seen much more than that.
It is not the easiest Shaker game. Like, against these heroes, it is tough. Like, there's a lot of pressure on you to press the right spells. And he doesn't have Blink Dagger either.
Yeah, he definitely needs that to start making some big plays. He is
Very close.
close, but
After this wave.
we'll see if that is even going to make much of a difference here as they're down 6,000 already. You can see the Medusa, just the stacks that have been made, the bulk up in farm.
Yeah. And you know, because I'm like right most of the time, but there's some things that I don't even know. You know, I didn't know that Grimstroke ult actually latches to birds.
Yeah, I
Because it literally just did that.
was a little confused by that as well.
Yeah, so it counts like as a hero unit. That must mean it works the same way with Lone Druid then. Because I think it
We'll
does.
have to test that, yeah.
I think I've seen that one before, but not the birds. Because it sounds pretty OP. You have 2 heroes, they have like 3 heroes.
Because I thought it hit the Morphling initially.
It did, but then it jumped to the bird.
Yeah.
But that also means, like, if there's just a bird next to here, you can just bind them together instead of having to wait for another hero. It's pretty sick. You never stop learning,
Are scanning.
especially in Dota.
There are always things to learn.
Yeah. All ults are back up. IG smoking, going straight to the Medusa. This has to be very obvious, though, for ehome. Like, Medusa doesn't actually want to be here at this point in the game, because it's not the most efficient area.
Morphling is probably dead now.
Oh, no,
They
yeah.
wait for him back. The Dream Coil lands. Then they snap it. They've got the Inkswell, the Lockdown, the Soulbind onto the heroes that are trying to react and help Shiro. They get the kill. They'll land the Silence onto the Bane 7. He's still thinking about making a jump in. But that's into an Exorcism, into a Stone Gaze that is available for Fly. Making a jump in is very dangerous. They might have to concede this, and you can see 70 taking some damage from those ghosts. Eventually, they're going to want to make a move. They do have that Blink Dagger with the Echo Slam. Maybe they feel like this is their last moment to make something happen with that Blink Echo. It's only on a JT.
And
It
he's
does
back
no
up.
damage, and he just heals it all back up. The Exorcism ends, and the one Echo Slam you've now used doesn't do anything for you. So Fly gets the kill on Azeel. They're going to move for more. They charge to the back lines, looking for 7E. There's the Waning Rift as well as the Illusory Orb coming through it on 7E, who will fall to Emo, and now the rest will follow suit. ZZQ with the Fiend's Grip, but it's not going to matter as they get the kill on a Planet. They'll look over now on a ZZQ, get 4 heroes with the 5th of the Morphling that was before, and that's a full team wipe for IG.
Yeah, you could really see how forced it was. Like, Planet didn't want to jump there. He really just forced himself to jump there. Like,
Thought it
on
was
a-
his only opportunity.
Yeah, on a solo DP though, like where the Exorcism is already coming back to heal him back up.
Radiant's top
And you can just feel the pressure that IG is putting on ehome. Like, mistakes like that don't just happen naturally, you know, like you kind of force them on the enemy. And IG is doing a much better job at that than they did in game 1. Like, they're awake.
A lot cleaner, a lot more in tandem with each other.
Yeah. Yeah, maybe also a little bit underestimating ehome perhaps in game 1.
Certainly a bit of that, but I think also ehome did play really well.
They played super well. It's just, I don't think ehome was playing much worse than last game, to be honest. It's just that IG is playing much better. Yeah. Like, they upped their game a lot.
Right again on
Oh, you can see
Shiro.
that the Lincolns does nothing. If you had a Manta here, you don't die. I really don't like this Lincoln's trend lately.
Yeah.
You know how much I'm hating on it.
I know, and it seems like every time we've seen a Morphling in a situation like this, they've just lost.
Yeah. What does it do now? Like, you need that E-Blade to actually mount a comeback, but if you go E-Blade,
Then you don't have Manta.
exactly. And if you have no Manta, you just die.
Feeling like an
You will
unwinnable
never stop
situation.
me hearing it.
Yeah.
Like, I've been saying it since TI5. If you build Lincolns and Manta, you spend 10k gold on what is essentially nothing. Like, I don't die, but
I don't do anything.
they
either.
also just ignore me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We're only 19 minutes in. Well, now 20.
I remember TI5, Mushi, Medusa, every game, or was it TI6? Or was it a major? Anyway, one big tournament, he built Manta, Lincolns, Medusa every time.
Yeah.
I was fuming, man. I was like, because he was the only one doing it.
And he's going for the E-Blade, so he's gonna
He has to.
skip the Manta.
Yeah.
But if it what I think it's gonna end up happening if he gets to the E-Blade, which I don't even know if that's gonna happen, wait for him in, E-Blade, Adaptive Strike, and then he's just going to die.
The puck can almost solo kill him at this point. He has 1,000 health, has a Witchblade, so that a Ghost Scepter isn't actually going to do a whole lot for you. It's very scary. Very scary.
I think Grimstroke was holding onto a decent chunk of gold where he's gone into the point booster. I'm not sure if he bought the shard as well.
I'm pretty sure you save up for shots straight away if you can. Like, what is his net worth? Like 4.8, let's do the math. He's not saving for the shot, in fact.
Well,
Very interesting because against Shaker as well as Bane, it's so good.
yeah.
Like, you literally just run in and he can't echo for the entire duration of the Inkswell because it was just dispelled. Interesting.
And going to the
Axe, right?
Ags.
As a +5 Grimstroke, that is very, very, like, everyone is allowed to have dreams, right?
Yeah,
Ooh, the charge is fast, it's fast, it's fast! Whoa, that was a millimeter!
With a little bit more speed, 70 would have felt real bad.
No casual wind lays right there. Oh, he has one. My bad.
I'm just thinking about...
Dude, if he smoked, he would have gotten him. He had a smoke. You get the additional movement speed.
Yeah, I guess he could. Why not?
And we're just nitpicking here, of course. We're just having some fun, guys. You wouldn't want to smoke for that. Unless you're me.
I mean, you're up 12K.
You're feeling pretty good.
Yeah, you can do it. You can smoke for it.
Sure.
I think Grimstroke's holding a smoke as well, so it's fine.
Scotty on Deuce as well. Well, now there's Force Roshan. They're not even committing Exorcism, which is a little bit greedy, but they know they're far ahead. They can probably get away with it.
Yeah, I think they feel the presence that ehome is not outputting.
Yeah, ehome has no presence.
Yeah, they really don't have much presence on the map, and they can just go for this, and then that means they'll hold the Exorcism into whatever fight they want to take, pushing these towers and using the Sages.
Yeah, they get away with it, no problem. Dusha with Aegis and Scotty, about 1 billion effective HP.
That's a lot.
Yep.
Ooh. Oh,
Get the Bane illusion!
I got baited.
Fake hype, it's okay.
I was like, hit the Bane.
He has an A on this compact, so he doesn't want to get bursted by either the grip or the Echo Slam. I liked it a lot. Like, if you're this far ahead, you know, every death is very costly, so the Aeon just makes a lot of sense. He's really playing to win this game, you can see. He's not going like for like a fun Dagon or something.
He's not joking around, that's for sure.
Yeah. And Dusa, of course. I still don't know why Dragonlance here is just outrange towers. I hate that concept, but here you go. You're just sitting down there and attacking the tower. Yeah, why not?
All right, bottom tier 1, that's something here for ehome.
Almost even at 1,000 gold away from it. And that can potentially be a comeback item, like you can burst the supports.
But who are you killing?
And you have to kill Ollie or the Spirit Breaker with it. Because the problem is, Dusa is no way gonna die. There's a BKB on Death Prophet and A on this compact. Like you gotta kill one of the supports with it. But now there's a Shadow Blade on the Spirit Breaker as well.
Fissure, Orchid, Echo. All right,
That's
they
a
killed
good
off
one.
JT. That's a start. That was a fast kill. They're not doing the damage right now onto 7E, but they've got that Nether Strike. Now they're going to Stone Gaze. They're retreating off this. IG charge comes all the way from Shiro. They get the kill on a Frisk. They look over at Ollie. That's going to be 3. They've locked down this Medusa. They've got the Fissure. Now the right click's coming in. Zeal trying to use those familiars to get the stun lock in. They've bought back on JT. Emo comes in with the Dream Coil. That's going to come through out onto these familiars as well as Shiro and 7E. 7E, though, still alive, blinks away. Nobody dead yet on the side of ehome. Illusory Orb forward. They don't jaunt to it. They have bought back on 2 heroes.
They had to.
ehome, all of a sudden, with that Echo Slam, they come alive.
Yeah, we said, you know, they're going to set up for a good Echo Slam, and JT gave them exactly that. Like, they were all clumping up a little bit. There's really no reason to be in a position, but sometimes it's just like a lapse in concentration, you know? And
Right.
Planet saw that instantly, and it went like, BAM!
He was not going to give that back to them.
Yeah.
And yeah, we're going to take another look at this.
Look at that.
Fissure comes out, and you can see Frisk right on the edge of that, on that charge. And
Yeah.
then you've got the Echo Slam. They just blow up JT, which is a lot of gold there for 7E.
Like,
all things
instantly
considered.
recognizing that he's out of position there is a very strong effort by Planet. They're still far behind, but that was definitely a step in the right direction.
Shiro, pretty survivable in that whole exchange. I didn't really think he was going to feel all too comfortable charging in through all that, but they get the kill on a Frisk and Ollie.
He actually charged through 3 heroes, though. That's why they even could take that fight.
And then they get Aegis,
Yeah.
and I think this is wise by ehome. They could have stayed. They could have tried to press the envelope. There is still that mid-tier 1. And staying is something that we talked about IG doing in the first game and giving up kills right back. And if they give up kills on that part of the map right there, the game might just end.
Yeah, they had to buy back though, because otherwise the Dusa would just die for free.
Yeah.
So it was the right decision by IG, but
Fissure E-Blade.
yeah. No Adaptive Strike though. Like you see, Spirit Breaker, 1500 health. Morph can burst it instantly, but he's got to like get on the supports. Or if you can like lock down JT from full to 0.
There's the Ags for the Visage.
You know, Aeon Disc is something I would really love to see on the Death Prophet this game as well.
70 getting charged, but immediately
He's
70
out.
blinks back, and Frisk will stop that. He was moving real quick.
As all Spirit Breakers do nowadays.
Yeah, 1744, 2000 movement speed.
2300 movement
Yeah.
speed.
I think you really need to make a cosmetic that if he ever hits over 1000 movement speed, you get that boof of like breaking the speed of sound.
No, on the map, like the global sound is just deja vu. Everybody
Deja
hears
vu. Yeah, you know what? That should be it.
it. From the fountain or something. Like, deja vu. Oh, who's he going for?
You also have to get the win streaks, like, you know,
yeah.
kind of coming through.
And then where the wind is coming from, you can kind of predict where he's charging. He's like, oh no, he's coming top, guys.
He hops into a Mazda and just starts going real fast.
So many good ideas. Sadly, we're never going to see any of them.
We're just not digital creators.
Yeah.
11K lead, but yeah, I mean, we looked at the last fight.
Yeah.
Possible for ehome.
I wonder if IG still know that they're this far ahead.
They might not feel it.
Yeah, because of
I
last fight.
think with the buybacks, that might make them a little bit more skeptical of where they
Well,
stand.
ehome feel like we've had enough of staying in our base. Let's explore the wild a little bit.
Yeah, they finally get to come out and search around.
And find nothing and go back to base.
They found some creeps.
Yeah, like smoking like this is always very obvious. Like all the lanes are pushing in, you're not showing anywhere. Well, where could there be? Are they AFK at fountain? If it was a matchmaking game, they would have scanned the fountain. And as soon as it turns red, they're like, ah, yeah, it's going to end.
BKB being built for Morphling, so still no Manta, and I think he's just going to ignore it the entire time.
Yeah,
Well,
this
not
is
the
good.
entire
This is
time.
good.
If it does go BKB maybe later.
You need the BKB to get all the rid of all the silencers. But you still don't have an easy way of getting rid of them post BKB though, which is a big problem. Illu room for the Dusa, some split shot illusions, very strong. Oh, they caught the morph. Can't charge him though. He has no TP. He cancelled his TP actually.
Oh, the Dream Coil might have been what canceled it.
Yeah,
Wave
for sure.
form into the trees.
They know he's there.
Oh,
Running blade though. Do they?
Shiro?
Do they? Guys, there's only one way you could have gone, guys.
Shiro!
Yeah, that's it. Yes, JT, that's right. No way! Dude, oh, he just more. Did he?
they
if he
finally
didn't wave,
caught him.
dude. If he didn't wave, I think they
It would have been
found him.
safe! But now
Wait,
he's on the
wait.
run. This is so much time. Insert the Benny Hill music as Shiro finally gets caught, but he's got the waveform. Now the illusory orb. He's
Deja
going
vu.
to jaunt over to it. No.
Bait it.
Oh, they baited him. As he's on the other side, eventually gets
finally
charged, and the
that.
right clicks come out, and Fly gets the kill on a Shiro. He does not have buyback. He did, but now he doesn't.
Dude, he canceled his TP, but they actually thought he got away somehow. But I mean, even it doesn't matter because your morphing is stuck up there forever. So either way, it's not good. But it looked fun. It looked nice.
He's dead for a while.
Yeah, 30 seconds for a high ground here.
I don't think they can win and or take the fight.
And Feeble's doing a good job though. Minus 150 damage on the Dusa.
Fissures, totems.
Look at that. And Feeble's so insane.
Oh gosh.
By the way, in case people don't know, it reduces all the damage, which also includes the plus damage. So if you were to buy a Rapier, and Feeble would reduce 60% of that.
The more you know.
Which, how much is that? Like, almost 200 damage gone from the Rapier. And Feeble is a strong spell. Especially when you have Split Shot online, too.
Damn. And so now they're going to smoke his 5.
Yeah. They still have all ults available on IG. Everything's back up again.
Everything
And
available
again,
for
the smoke is so
ehome.
obvious. Top lane is pushing in, mid lane is pushing in. They can't catch this puck. He has Aeon Disc anyway. They can't kill him. Like, these smokes of ehome, the last two, have been really, really
Obvious.
Yeah, to say the least. And IG's not falling for that kind of stuff.
Do you think ehome should just be trying to defend it on the high ground, or do you think it's wise for them to kind of smoke out of the base and make a move forward? Because their best defense was on the high ground, right?
Yeah,
When
but at the
IG
same
made a
time,
mistake.
if you just wait high ground the entire time, IG has no obligation at all to go to the high ground, right? But you wait for the next Roche,
It's up.
which is up now, yeah. And IG's not even going for that. If IG loses team fight and ehome gets the Roshan, they're back in the game. Maybe even ahead. Like, I really think the right play for IG is just go to the Roshan. There's no rush for them. But maybe they're feeling the advantage.
Fly, and there's the Inkswell to come out
To
as
dispel
the
the
Feeble.
Feeble,
Yeah. Just kind of taking buildings
Structures are fortified.
from a distance.
Dire's bottom tower
They end up fortifying. Emo waiting for his moment to jump in. So is Planet. And that's a pretty far jump from Emo, but he's able to illusory orb and jaunt away from that. And they're looking for the block on the fissure, which they do have.
They got the
to
grip, they
go
got the grip.
through. They've got the Fiend's grip. Sonic Wave comes out. It's a full duration. Now finally the Inkswell pops, and it will dispel that. But no mana left on Fly. They're going to go into this one with the BKB pop by JT. They've got Planet down low. He's got buyback. He doesn't have Echo Slam anymore. They get the kill to 70. He does not have buyback. Dead for 70 seconds.
Medusa!
Shiro in on this one. Gets the kill on a Fly. Takes on the Medusa. Now it's to deal with the rest. They move forward. Zeal's Familiars trying to keep up with the rest of IG. JT trying to run away with the Exorcism. Inkswell on to Zeal. Zeal. Well, he gets hit. I don't know if I even knew about that one, but they get the Fissure coming through. They've also got Emo back into the fight. They'll throw a couple of shots over on the JT. They get the kill on Ollie. They're taking the Grimstroke. They look over. Planet, he just bought back, but he's going to end up surviving. Frisk and Emo, they go down. JT, he slept up. The Nightmare comes out from ZZQ.
no,
Shiro
no,
coming
no.
over. This could be a full team wipe here for ehome. JT with the
legs.
spider legs trying to get through the trees. Actually goes into the trees. Now, do they have the stop? They don't. But ehome
Roche
once
is up.
again, they hold on. And yes, Roche is up. It could be their prize.
Please, like, tell me why is IG doing this again? Like, Roshan was up, they knew it. Just go for the Roche and then high ground push this. You lose nothing.
Is that a lack of respect for ehome, you think?
Maybe, but like this is what I said. Like, this is the comeback avenue for ehome. They win this fight off some buybacks. They take the Roshan.
You park your car in Comeback City.
And now they're actually, I think, in a decent position in this game. They got the shard as well.
Wow.
I really don't know why you need to take this kind of risk.
Aegis in the hands of Shiro. That was
Yeah,
a
well
majority
played,
of
yeah.
that fight without 70.
Yeah. Yeah. It's getting hard. Like, Morphling actually has BKB now, so he is very, very strong. Like, you're handing so much to ehome just by not going Roshan there. Like, if you fight around the pit, that's perfect for you. And the initiation on him was so good too.
And look at the Echo Slam. They're just trying to keep Fly nearby the entire time.
With the grip as well. I gotta admit the response of IG, they didn't expect that. Like, they were really slow to react. He was
Yeah.
gripped for like a good 3 seconds before they even reacted. Lost all his mana on the Dusa. And yeah, well played by ehome again.
And this is a pretty crucial one because this would put IG at 0-2 and ehome at 2-0.
Yeah, this is really important. Like, if you're 2-0, your chance of being top 4 is highly diminished.
Wow.
I'm just looking at this fight, I'm like, yeah, this can happen. Like, I don't know why you put yourself in this kind of position.
A lot of gold there for Shiro, ending that emo streak of 7 times,
For
800
sure.
just about. Now it's down to a 9K lead with an Aegis into the hands of Shiro for 3 minutes 45 seconds.
Yeah.
Still though, you can see the net worth discrepancy.
Yeah.
Medusa is up there, but this does slow down the game and give ehome potential.
I mean, it's not over by any means.
No.
It's just IG must be like really scared right now of going high ground again, because both high ground pushes ended up with them losing like 4 heroes each time.
And you can see where they both happened.
Yeah. I mean, sure, 7 AK Nebuff is still there, but it's not a whole lot. Like, you have so many stunts to work with on the ehome side.
And there will come a point where Shiro, I assume, picks up an Ags, right?
Yeah.
And starts outputting even more damage as he turns into the Earthshaker.
Yeah. It's another smoke out. It's a very obvious one, but
But Frisk
it always
is right
worked for
there.
them.
They know he's there. And the
Frisk is
Bulldoze,
dead.
oh, the status resistance,
alive.
that allows him to leave. They've got the Soul
He's
Bind. He's
dead.
connected to this familiar. They get the kill into Frisk. He's going to buy back, and now he needs to charge into the fight. They've got Zeal acting as their high ground vision. He thinks about TPing out. They've used the Exorcism. ZZQ hit with the Dream Coil, so they'll use that to try and get the Bane. Bane does end up falling, so ZZQ, he's out of the fight. Blink back from 7E. JT moving forward. Emo, though, with the Waning Rift, they've got the silence out into 7E. They're looking for the silence from JT, but this is ambitious. They're moving forward pretty far. Fissure comes out from Planet.
What
He played the
damage!
damage on a JT, almost enough to blow up the Death Prophet. He was posturing far forward without his team and almost paid for it.
He had an A on this that he didn't even assemble. That's either very brave or he just forgot about it. Because if you had 500 health, I think it's time to assemble that.
It's time to unlock.
Whew.
High G.
And they're playing with fire. They are playing with fire.
Yeah, they are playing with fire that ehome have kind of made themselves, though. There shouldn't have been a fire. But all of a sudden, ehome, they've become Tom Hanks in Castaway, and they have made fire. This time the wind didn't get to it.
You know me, I'm not the most movie kind of guy.
That's why I go for them. I'm trying to see if one time I'm going to get you.
I watch Spider-Man though.
reference.
You have a Spider-Man reference?
I don't yet. I need to go watch that. Ooh, Fissure blocking Fly onto the high ground. He's got the Ink Swell, so obviously he's got the Dispel as well. They've got the Silence coming in. His Frisk with the charge. It's out onto Zeal. Zeal taking some damage. They've gone to the Nether Strike, but they get the kill on Ollie. They take the Grim Stroke. They look over at Shiro. Shiro's Lincoln's is popped. He's
That's
on the
BKB
high
though.
ground, kind of away from the rest of his team as Emo's going to have his Aeon Disc pop. They've got the Silence once again coming up from JT onto Shiro. Shiro continuing to run. He's got the Aegis, so just about a minute more left on that. Now it finally gets popped. ehome looking for their opportunity. They do have the Echo Slam available for Planet. They're moving in. They've got Shiro with the waveform away. Zeal, though, over to the side.
They caught the quap.
Dream Coil.
No BKB.
Hits the Quap. 7E silenced. Hit with the Stroke of Fate. They get the kill there. Silence again. This time hitting Zeal. They might need to just back up. They do have buyback available on 7E. How far are IG going to continue to push on this? They've got the Lincoln's pop. That'll allow them to charge in. Now there's the buyback coming up from 7E. They use the Stone Gaze from Fly. Zeal turn to Stone. And it's not going to end happily like an ELO song, but Zeal will fall. JT gets the kill there. He's got buyback as well. IG starting to trickle forward as they want to go into the high ground. Shiro, well, he's going to have to defend with only 3 allies at the moment as they don't have Zeal buying back just yet. Creeps pushing into the top end of the base.
Yeah, creeps are causing a lot of problems, and they're still posturing in front of the base. They have Exorcism up, so they could potentially push, but they're lacking a couple of ultis. Maybe they want to just force out the buyback and then get back, which can be pretty risky against a Shaker, like if you get Fissure blocked.
He held the Echo Slam the entire time. Never really.
There was a lot of patience. Like,
Yeah.
even the Stone Gaze was held for super long too. Used it at the perfect time as the BKBs come out. And they are going to go high ground. They still have both Aeon Discs up, so it's not as risky, really.
I know Emo doesn't have his.
Oh, his was popped?
Yeah. It
So-
got popped as he was going for Zeal off to the side.
Right, so that's why he's in a little bit more of a defensive position.
Yeah.
And Sleeper's back, but...
And there's the buyback, and IG might just
I know.
retreat on that.
Yeah, bye-bye.
And there's the Ags, though, coming out from the
Finally.
Morphling. So, you know, does the defense just get harder? Yes, there's win conditions. There are a lot of buybacks used. That gives you win the fight, you win the game.
Did they give Morphling the shard? Because it would be really good with the Shaker. They didn't. They actually gave it to the Quap. But Morphling needs that shard
Did they?
together with the Shaker.
I thought Quap had bought her own.
She bought her own? What did they give the shard to? Maybe Shaker then?
Yeah.
But yeah, like
no,
Morph
no,
also
no.
needs one to be able to have the double shard Morphling shenanigans thing.
Yeah, Visage has his shard. He's had his shard for a while, and I'm pretty sure I thought both your Shaker and the Quap had their shards a while ago, but
Alright, well anyway, IG
either way, yeah.
and firm control again. They reestablish a dominance. And you can see after the 2 botched high ground pushes. Well, I say botched, they still got the Meteorex every time, like each time, but like, they're
Top
playing much
mid
more
are
carefully
gone.
now.
Yeah.
Like the positioning is much better. Their spell usage is on point. And
3% win probability.
Radiant's bottom
All
That-
you need is 3.
under attack.
3 HP, 3%.
Yeah. I've seen games where it said like 1%. So
This doesn't really feel... I would give more than 3.
yeah,
The
I'll
fights and the patience have been good from ehome.
I'll give 3.1.
Okay.
But yeah,
I'm down to give like 10%.
that's a lot of percentage. though.
Yeah, I think they've earned it.
You're very generous.
10 to be.
Thank you for that. Thank you for that house that you bought me.
You're welcome.
Yeah.
People are gonna start thinking I make way more money than I do. You just gave him a house?
For free? What? As a birthday present?
15,000 net worth lead here for IG. Although I will say, it's not like the Medusa has really felt like it's been much more of what the Medusa's been doing since 10 minutes ago, when it was 22,000 net worth or whatever.
Yeah, I mean, the biggest strength of Medusa is just that rock in front that you can't really go past. And he's doing a very good job at that. I just can't look at Emo's face cam. Like,
Fissure, JT.
and this
There's
pop.
the Andisk. They have the silence on it too. Inkswell, another Fissure coming out. And
Hey,
Stormcrafter,
careful!
JT taken out. Sonic Wave was used. Not exactly needed from 70, but he is already bought back, so he's dead for about 2 minutes. They get the kill now through on Ali. They've got buyback available on JT. Shiro needs to get away. They got the
got the
Finch grip out of
grip!
Medusa, but nothing to follow it up. Emo, Frisk, all coming forward. They've used the Dream Coil. The Fissure lands on a 2. They got the
Nice
slam!
echo!
Comes down on a 3. They got the Fissure. Oh, it just misses Frisk. He'll TP away, but Emo's not
got
going to be
the
as
Orchid, the
fortunate.
Orchid.
Fly with the BKB going forward now, trying to TP out.
No
Does
cancel.
he have it? No cancel available for ehome. Whoa! Again, IG kind of getting caught with their pants down on that one.
I gotta say though, like just as I praised them for being more cautious, JT's just like, yeah, I got A on this. Oh, okay, it got popped, and they just keep chasing. He dies, and they all trickle in one by one.
And he tries to back up, and Disc will
Very cocky, very cocky.
yeah, Inkswell, and then I believe Stormcrafter tries to back up, but eventually Shiro jumped in and got him. They found Frisk over on the live cam. Bane,
Siki just he's out. Oh, so close. It was a very good charge.
he was
attempt.
open. And you see the Fiend script's there, but they don't get anything on a fly. But even then, Emo gets baited into this. Fissure, Echo, the damage comes through, and Frisk just surviving that second Fissure, almost, getting that kill.
Yeah, and the fast Orchid also on Emo, so he has no chance out. And unfortunately, no bash on Morphling. Because he will never build
There's
that.
the Ags now on Grimstroke.
On the Morph is gonna hurt. Like his 400 damage illusion, whatever.
Oh, Fly.
Yeah.
Do they even know? Ooh, TP coming in from the Grimstroke. They may just blow him up.
If Grimstroke dies, that's a big one.
Yeah, Fissure.
Goodbye,
and
sir.
Goodbye. 70
No buyback.
seconds. He's gone.
Like ehome is creating a
Wow.
lot of openings.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Roche is available. Refresher Shard.
Radiant's
Yeah.
bottom tower is falling.
The hair cam of Shiro.
Waning Rift AoE in range. Picked up for the level 25 of Emo.
Yeah. I can see he dies very easily. He doesn't have any sort of dispel. Once Aeon Disc is on cooldown, one
Unless he's-
Orchid, you're dead.
and he didn't have the Grimstroke in that last part, so he doesn't have the Inkswell to help him out.
Yeah. They're finally farming their tier 4 items, ehome is. They're still lacking 2 of them.
Daedalus for Fly.
Yeah, Medusa is still very big, deals a lot of damage, but they've been doing a really good job at just kiting him. But once he gets to 25, it's going to get really hard to kite him.
And the buybacks are starting to come for both teams in some areas. They've got 3 on each side.
Oh.
A minute 25, though, until Queen of Pain has hers back. And
But I think the
Ags
GG item just
for-
came out.
You think the Ags for Puck's going to be the GG item?
Like, that is the best item against Morph Shaker because you just ult the Morph, all his mobility is gone. And you can't break it with BKB anymore.
Well, the thing about that is he's been very
He's been elusive, but
hesitant to even make that first move in. So, like, the Dream Coil usually gets used, and then he's...
yeah, but I think Emo's going to be much more patient now that
Yeah.
he actually has a BKB counter. Because once you actually go in, oh, the smoke in!
Dream Coil plays
cut
down
them
onto
off.
2. It snaps onto this Queen of Pain. They'll pop the BKB, and they realize it's going to be an Axe Dream Coil. So they've got the stun on Shiro. The Fissure comes out, but it's only going to hit on the Emo. Now, they have the
Ollie dead
damage.
again?
Ollie's ending up dead, so they don't have that Dispel coming out from the Inkswell just yet. They're going to have Emo moving forward. They've got the exorcism
No
going
way,
through. Zio trying to make
JT!
something happen. The damage coming in onto JT. They get the kill to the Death Prophet. They look over at Frisk.
Frisk
They'll
on the
take
dog.
out
The
this
grip on
Spearbreaker.
Medusa.
They've got the grip out of the Medusa. They'll get the kill. They'll take out Fly.
No way!
Right by Roche. It was 14K, it was 15K, and now it's nothing. It is nothing for IG.
They have found ehome, and they will try to take out this puck. They are ready for him to come back, but at the same time, he was ready for them to jump over, and he gets out. It is
need
now
to buy back.
ehome who have the lead.
They gotta buy back here. At least they secured Roshan. No buyback on the Quap. Can you just go into the pit and do it? It's very risky. There's still more Shaker, double Fissure.
Yeah, it's so hard to make your way into the pit with fissure after fissure after fissure coming through.
I can't believe how these fights are going. Like, the Stone Gaze was used on nothing. Hold that thought. They're actually hitting Roshan. They feel
Fly looking for it. Planet comes in with the fissure on a 2. They've got the familiars coming over. The silence hits on a Frisk, but he's got the bulldoze. That status resistance, making sure he's not silenced quickly. They look over. JT, he's getting going with the BKB pop by Shiro. The right clicks in are not going to be enough just yet, but now they've got the Dream Clone down on Shiro. He's all by himself. They get the kill. He's got no buyback. He is 850 gold short. Shiro has misplayed his hand. Unfortunately, he did not know when to fold him. He did not know when to hold him, and he will go down for 85.
Planet's also buying back. They don't have the strongest here to Morphling though. Like, you cannot take this fight. You cannot. You have to really leave.
Frisk moving over. They've got the Nightmare. Bit of damage, but there's the charge on his ZZQ. JT coming in with the silence that hits on his Zeal. They've got the Dust. ZZQ trying to survive. Won't be able to do so. Emo, he is so low. He comes over. He needs to be very careful. Ooh, Emo. Oh, trying to line it up, but they're actually going to have Planet come in. He's looking to make a move. Loser are over. They've got the fissure. Emo goes into the phase shift. Roche low. They don't have any way to jump in. And they just don't have it there without the Morphling, dead for 45 more seconds.
No exorcism though, so they might not be able to throw it just yet. They are probably going to get Mega Creeps though, and it's going to be much, much harder to come back.
40 seconds to go bottom. They have buyback on ZZQ. The potential for ehome to hold is quite low, but they have shown time and time again the resilience needed to come back against IG. It's now 8K as they've bought back on ZZQ, so from 14 to the hands of ehome, back over again. They have the refresher shard, so exorcism is available. JT gonna stand his ground with the help of Fly, and now what can they do for ehome?
There's a refresher also, so he can refresh it down. This is a cheese as well.
Damage coming out, JT blinking forward, and he's popped the BKB. They're going to secure Megas, it looks like, but they've got the glyph. Fissure out on a Fly, 7E. Sonic Wave pushes them away, but they've got the Nether Strike, 7E. Oh, he's got buyback. They'll make the move forward, but Shiro with the way forward. Back to Feed Script. It's going to be through on a Fly once again. Charge comes down to the back of the side of ehome. They get ZZQ. That'll stop the Fiend Script. Fly not with a lot of mana, but they drop the Dream Coil down once more. That'll stun up this Shiro Morphling. The damage out, the fissure there. There's the totem as well as the jump coming out from Shiro. They get the kill on a Fly.
Has BKB
IG, they need to react. He's got the BKB available on Fly. He's going to pop in immediately, go after Shiro. They've got the pressure. They get the kill on Shiro. They look over at 70. They've got the Nightmare to try and keep the Queen of Pain alive, but they'll lose two. Fissure out on both those heroes. Echo Slam, just not enough damage coming in from Planet. They look over as Emo in and out with the illusory orb and jaunting over with the phase shift. They get the kill. They'll call GG, and IG will even it up at 1. ehome had their opportunities. They end up getting wasted, and IG on the brink of throwing it away so many times. Hold on, just barely.
I mean, IG ended up winning it, but it was not clean. Like, ehome really made them work for it in the end.
Yeah.
And like, that Roche fight was actually, like, Shiro, he definitely felt himself a little too much. Like, he goes in 1v4, he gets that Grimstock illusion on him. He's just beating him down with like 500 damage per hit.
Yeah.
It's really unfortunate because, like, if just one thing goes a little bit better, but you can't even say it because they did so many good plays before that, you know? Like, I feel like ehome had no business even be there.
Yeah. And they played well enough to put themselves in a spot like that. And IG also gave them that opportunity when they shouldn't have.
Many times, they don't go for that Roshan. They lose their team fight on the back of buybacks, which is always going to happen. Like, they're not just going to fall over and die, right? Like, they are not going to give up. Then they get the Roshan, and on the back of that Roshan, they win the next team fight, and it just keeps snowballing. It was way too close for comfort for IG. Like, if they're 0-2 here,
like the best win.
Well, at least now they made it 1-1. We got a game 3 coming up, but they really gotta, like, play much better in game 3. Like, the in-game shot calling, whoever's doing it, Gotta step it up a notch.
Yeah, it's got to be a little bit cleaner. And IG, you know, it is a win, but how good does that win feel? And where do ehome stand mentally after a loss like that, where they almost brought themselves back into it, right?
Those can be the most heartbreaking losses.
Yeah, it could be. ehome had a chance, but the series is even up at 1. We're going to throw it back to the panel, hear their thoughts. Back over to you guys.
It might not have been pretty, but a win is a win as IG equalized the series, making it a 1-1. And ehome, well, they're going to have to try a little bit harder in game number 3. Guys, what were the highlights of that game for you?
Oh God, the turnarounds at the end. I mean, their 2 racks is down. Then all of a sudden, ehome, they just start winning team fight after team fight there. And they lost the entirety of their lead before, you know, Morphling dived up buyback 2 times there, and they managed to close it out. But that was a lot spookier than it should have been.
Honestly,
Not there was a death profit in the game.
Yeah, I feel like a lot of this game came down to, you know, that second Roche. Black talked about it a lot. We were actually in the back room talking with Lizard, and he was like, if they just get second Roche, they go high ground, the Medusa dies there. Like, Shiro heavily commits to kill that Medusa, but if she has a second life, she come back, the high ground push comes a lot easier. So they could have gone for the second Roche, but game very interesting. A little bit of a shaky win for IG, but like you said, a win's a win. So very nice by them.
A win is a win indeed, yeah. I mean, that's what they've got to be telling themselves in the IG camp, I'm pretty sure. I mean, man, there were so many great moments in this game, but there are also so many mistakes as well, as Black was saying. You know, there definitely needs to be improvements across the board here. But, I mean, to be honest, if you ask me, this feels like a very emotional series at this point. You know, game number 1, a little bit of spice in the sauce there. Game number 2, you know, we're starting to feel the burn as these players start to slip up. And yeah, like, over ambition to go high ground is, for me, definitely a calling point of a team which is just like, we want to rub it in their face. We don't even need Roshan. We don't need Aegis to beat these noobs. Like, that's what I think's happening.
Yeah, we don't need to go 100%. We just want to close this out fast. But we can do whatever and win this one. And no, Emo was feeling himself that game. And Luz was pointing that one out in the back room as we were watching that. He was just smirking as he was beating down ehome earlier on. But I think that he did have to focus up as things went on. And again, it looked very dicey. I mean, he was trying to stall them out from that last Roche. And he did end up doing his job. But like I said before, this game is a bit closer than ehome had any business being.
Yeah.
In the end.
I agree. Yeah, there just shouldn't have been. It shouldn't have been as close as it ended up being.
Yeah.
Realistically, but the high ground defenses from ehome, super exciting stuff from them. I mean, they did play the fights very well. I don't want to take that away from them. Like, they actually played these high ground defenses very well.
Planet was insane this game. So many players.
Told you, man. Planet Shaker. It's very fun to watch.
You might have respect ban that.
It's hard to say. I mean, if you don't want to give them Shaker Morph, I think IG might try and take the morph themselves.
Well, they did that the game before, and then it ended up just completely falling apart. And so they went, okay, well, we're not going to do that again. They ended up giving up morph, even though we all talked about that would be like one of the most contested picks in the series, given ehome's performance on it earlier, and then how much Fly likes playing it. So, I mean, contested again, yeah, sure, probably.
Yeah, no, I don't know. It will definitely be the hotly contested hero, even though it's got like a 0% win rate in the series.
Yeah,
so
it's like hasn't won yet.
But I mean, you know, it's I don't know. Shiro had a good game when at some points, and then in the late game, I think he did get a little bit carried away, perhaps, in some of those fights. Double wave forming in for a kill into a Medusa. Not the easiest thing in the world to pull off, right?
So that's what's so interesting too, because these fights right here, he's targeting perfectly. He's ignoring the Medusa, he's ignoring the Queen of Pain, he's just sniping these supports on the backside, like making sure Ollie can't do anything. But in this final fight here, like, they get the Medusa, and then he goes on to the Medusa, and then it just completely backfires.
Killing the Medusa that second time there, that's your win condition, right? You can kind of tunnel vision in on that one. You think, oh, if I can just get her a little bit low, if I can take her out here, the game is done. But
they just have to ignore her and kill the other heroes.
Yeah, you make that mistake, and if you don't manage to bring her down, well, your game was lost there. So,
like, he has Fissure right here. If they just go on the back line, it's a completely different fight, but he goes in with no exit plan.
It's hard gapping that distance. It's pretty far away, and flies between them.
But I mean, IG definitely pulled things together here in these final fights. Like the calming down, I think, is what it was. You were right. Like there was a little bit of spice between these teams, and I think earlier on in game 2, IG was trying to prove something, and I guess it kind of maybe pulled in the strings, pulled in the reins a little bit to guarantee the win here.
MVPs before it comes up on screen.
It's got to be Emo. It has to be Emo on his puck. There's no way. Right? Like, he literally salvaged this game, I think. Like, he found a lot of important kills.
Emo.
Emo?
Fire in his veins, like I was talking.
It's too easy, though, isn't it? Say Emo. And it is.
Very easy when you're as good as Emo.
Yeah, I mean, look at the score. 12, 2, and 13. Like, his itemization is perfect. He got a really early Aeon disc. He just made sure that he didn't die this game, right? And he was always hunting.
I mean, those Aeon discs were a great item build, though, wasn't it? Like, they had that on both the Puck and the Death Prophet.
Yeah.
It's made it super difficult to jump on these heroes and blow them up. And the whole thing we were talking about, the Shaker stun from smoke, from fog, and then jumping in to follow up as well. Just that whole concept is just thrown out the window.
Yeah, chaining him down or being able to get that Fiend's grip off him, the disc, all of a sudden stops that. So he's going to be able to do whatever he wants. And I did like him more on this hero than the OD. You know, you have more options if you start falling behind. It's a very mechanical hero. Obviously, Emo is amazing on them, and you know if you find yourself in an off position, you can start cutting creep waves and whatnot. So, makes sense that he's MVP. Makes sense that they picked a hero like Puck for him, and I think they should go for something like that again, if not a Spirit hero.
And not OD.
And not OD. No, hate that hero.
Definitely not OD. One thing which is very interesting, by the way, about this matchup as well, we talked about how they both play a lot of Morphling. When it comes to competitive games, they both now have, after this game, they both have 100 games exactly on the Morphling.
That's really
Both players?
Yeah, both the carry players.
So both of them went
Fly
from 99 to 100 here.
Yep.
Man, how do you find this? You have so much power with that thing.
Yeah, I mean, it's the power of the stats, you know, they don't lie, and they infuse into your brain after you keep going for a while, you know, you get a second sense, you know.
You seem very weak without that, though.
Oh yeah,
It's the source of your
I'm
power.
terrible at my job without it. Yeah. this is basically everything, yeah.
Yeah.
But, no, sometimes I'm just sitting around and I go, someone's hitting a new record. So it's just in there. Absolutely. All right, game 3. What are we expecting? You know, any change up now from ehome now they've been beaten down? Do they want to take it back to how they did things in the first game, or is it time to bring out something new?
I actually don't think their drafts were bad. I did favor ehome going into game 2. I thought that they had an easier to execute draft than game 1. Game 1, I think, was more of a fault of IG than ehome. And in game 2 here, it's weird because like both drafts, I think that ehome had. Game 2, I thought was for sure a stronger draft, and they don't manage to pull this one in. So I don't think their draft is the issue. I think it's going to be the execution in the game that they just have to pull together. Like Black was saying, the shot calling in game is going to be big.
I mean, this game did, though. The problem with this game was that their laning phase was pretty rough. And then, like, the early mid, you know, they just pull ahead so far on the side of on the side of IG that they didn't really get a shot to try and, you know, utilize the heroes they had because they were so far behind. So do you think, like, something needs to change in the early game or the laning phase?
I don't know.
Like maybe
It's hard to say.
weak laner?
I do think that it's like
actually do.
Shaker's a weak laner, but Planet played an amazing game.
Yeah, he did.
So
all right,
it's hard
but-
to say that that's something that needs to be changed here, right? I do think it's partially a skill issue. I think the players on IG are absolutely amazing, but you know they clutched out game 1, and they're obviously capable of winning here. I think maybe they go back for the strategies that they were doing in game 1, or maybe they pull out some pocket strat. If you're going to do it, we're probably at the end of the patch. This is an incredibly important series against a strong team. You're up 1 game in the DPC already. Pull your pocket strat now. I don't know, man.
Well, the Shaker, one of the things that made it stronger in lane has been the Visage. It's what they've paired it with before, and it works really well. So it turns the hero from being a little bit of a weaker laner to pretty solid.
All right, well, the draft is now on the horizon as this series sails into the sunset. And of course, that means we have to bring in the drafting wizard, and his name is Lizard.
We're starting with rhymes now, are we?
Yeah, is it too early in the event to start doing that, You're going to have to start busting out the poems by the end.
Yeah, you guys have made some really nice points, some magic there on the panel. I'm hearing with the Shaker and Visage on the offlane.
Taught me everything I know, Draft Master.
I literally copied everything you said in the green room.
That's why he said sounds so smart.
Yes. It's not me. It's Lizard. So
He's been recording it. He just like says it back exactly as you
Just
said
play it back.
it. Yeah.
yeah.
Sure.
All right, let's have a look at the draft, see what heroes we're going to be playing with for game number 3, the deciding matchup between IG and ehome.
Let's go. Same draft.
All right.
Back to you, draft master.
Yeah. Production, just play it back from last game, all right?
Ricky, hype this up.
What do you mean? I mean, I honestly feel like ehome had the better draft here in this last game. Like the Morphling into Shaker, or the Morphling into Spirit Breaker is so sick for the Morphling, and it took him a while before we really start to shine.
Started charging around.
Yeah, and I was kind of surprised on that. But when it happened, right, the defense in mid tier 3 on the high ground, they just wiped IG off the map. So I don't feel like this is a bad opener for ehome, but it's definitely comfort for IG.
Pretty much the same bans happening as well, right? Shadow Demon on one side, Ancient Apparition on the other, just protecting their bases. And,
Who'd they leave in to ban the Quap?
Weaver.
Was it Weaver?
Weaver's still in now.
No, I'm saying, but like last game they had the Nyx and Nyx +1, but I don't remember who it was.
Draftmaster told me we don't talk about bans.
Yeah, that's fine.
yeah, I'll talk about the bans.
My
was it OD perhaps? Because
It was
he
OD, you are
he was
right.
picked in first game
Yeah,
and
yeah.
left through in the second one. And now that you mentioned it, Weaver is still in the pool.
That's the respect ban right there. There it is. They ban out the planet Earthshaker.
You
knew
have
this would
to.
happen.
You have to. You have Morph. They'll go for the Visage lane again if they don't. Like you talked about this at the end of last draft, how this is like the exact same thing that they ran. They ran the Morph, Shaker, Bane,
Yep.
Visage +1, different mid laner, right, with the Queen of Pain.
Yeah,
But they ran that exact same lineup and they crushed with it previously.
Yeah, but they played also versus Phoenix, right? And
Yeah.
They can't be really considered on the same level like IG, and sometimes you have to feel out the draft versus different skill levels of opponents. What works versus LBZS does not necessarily have to work versus IG. That's also a problem when it comes to drafting. Sometimes you feel like, yeah, this draft is so sick, I'm so good, like I figured everything out. And then you play versus someone that's much better than you, and you're like, all right, is the draft good, or were we just better earlier?
Good question, yeah.
Do you want to know something interesting about the Morphling and Spirit Breaker matchup, though?
Yes.
It is actually massively Spirit Breaker favored. It's 1 game to Morph, 5 games to Spirit Breaker. In the
I feel like Spirit Breaker is just massively favored versus anything. At the
That's true. That's true. You're not wrong. Yeah.
It might just be the natural high win rate of the hero.
Yeah.
Like you can pick it into any.
Yeah. I think tempo comes into it as well, and you know,
Kinda
the
Rubik.
vision game is very important versus Morph.
That's when they banned out before.
Yeah, they respect ban is Rubik first phase when they went for the OD, but this game
Yeah, this game there is no OD.
no OD.
Yeah,
so it's not as strong, but
yeah, you're picking that Rubik. There's some things that you can steal right from the line. It's pretty neat. Am I completely sold on the Rubik? Not necessarily. Okay, they go with the Pango. He did a lot of work in that game
Yeah.
one. So
Yep.
going
he
back
salvaged
to
the
it,
early game.
yeah.
This is like a morph between game 1 and game 2 for ehome, with a Rubik thrown in for good
Yeah,
measure.
pretty much you can see a small meta develop within the series. Also, Pangolier being picked here, you already see the 2 supports against you, so it should be a free game. Something like a Bloodseeker. Like, this is a hero that I thought people would experiment more versus a Morphling because of the shard and the percentage
damage.
based. Yeah.
Yeah.
But
You think from the 1 position, Bloodseeker, like into the morph, or do you think it's still like they would run it off lane?
this is another hero that we mentioned, right?
Oh, there's a Spectre. Yeah, good call.
We mentioned her when Viper was banned in that first game, but
Yeah.
they opted to not go for the Spectre.
I'm a little bit
So they
upset
went
though.
for the Medusa.
Do you remember last time I watched IG play and they had like those curtains open? There was just like that beautiful cityscape behind them.
That was so
They've got it closed this time around.
Yeah, because it was nighttime.
Do you reckon there's like an amazing sunset and they're just like being true gamers, like, oh my eyes, close the window.
When would you play with looking into
The sunset?
The sun, like.
I mean,
Can you see the screen?
I'm surprised there's even a
That's
gap
a
in
fair
the,
point.
like in any curtains right now.
No, just let me see this beautiful sun that's behind me. It's going to
I mean, when
inspire
you're
me to play
drafting, you know,
better.
yeah,
Do you know who
exactly.
does that? LBZS. They
Yeah,
have the sun.
they do. They worship the sun.
There's the Viper ban. Good
Yeah.
call. Yeah, I mean, you can't let an off
Yeah,
like
you
a Viper
can't.
through, right?
No, if you're playing the Spectre, you need to ban it out.
We're looking. Do you think we're looking for both mid laners, or is this
Yeah, I feel that way. That Prophet obviously can be mid, but if you're ehome, it's interesting. They banned out the Ember. I wouldn't mind seeing a Storm Spirit on them. Like you're playing into a line, so any Spirit will be difficult for you. Still, though, you need a hero that will be able to follow up and chase the Spectre when she is very elusively using the dagger through the trees and whatnot. So,
Do you think the Spectre deserves the pick rate she's currently getting?
what's the pick rate? Like
Low.
1%.
Yeah, very low.
The hero doesn't feel exceptionally strong just because of how long it takes to come online. Like, you need Ags and the Manta probably, and Ags got nerfed.
Yeah.
So it's just like you spend so much time farming, and there's just other cores that do more with less.
It's a matchup thing. Like, Spectre's just so good at jumping the back line, but then, you know, the eggs being nerfed with the cooldown made it so it's not as easy to get back there as often. And people play very fast right now. BKBs come out incredibly quickly. It's a high-tempo game.
Yeah, she has a 1.9% contest rate. That's picked and banned.
1.9?
Yeah.
Not really that great.
Nope.
But she is good versus Morphling in a game such as this one. You also can get on top of Bane, Rubik. All of these heroes hate playing against her. I really feel like they thought about picking her in that last match as well, with the Viper ban. And now you have Spirit Breaker again to charge in, and then you can follow up with that Aghanim's.
Yeah. Good global presence as well, right?
There's
Yeah.
a ton of
that's
global.
You know what I want to ask Draftmaster, or maybe Black in the other room here, is why is Spectre picked instead of Anti-Mage here? Because I feel like AM could be decent against all these heroes.
Yeah, AM would have been alright as well. Like we've seen him banned out in the last game when Morphing was picked, right? So
Is it just safer
it's a
to go for
decent
Spectre?
option. I'm not sure if it was safer. It definitely makes your game plan a little bit different, as you can join the fights the moment you get attacks, right?
Yeah.
So your tempo is a little bit faster with the Spectre.
It's time for the Tidehunter to come out for ehome, and that'll be their final pickup in this game, securing them a bit of team fighting and some very strong laning.
So who's mid here? Is it Pango? Is it Morphling?
I think it's Pango.
Pango mid?
So my next question is, can you rotate the Death Prophet mid and go for Doom here?
You could put the DP into the Tide lane as well. Like there's
Yeah.
a lot of flexibility.
Oh, yeah, and just
coming.
take Doom mid almost?
Yeah. There's a lot of flexibility coming from IG and how they can lane this. It's completely on them to decide. I feel like a playmaking mid laner would still be pretty damn neat for them.
I'm not sure. Is it necessary though, playmaking mid hero? Because you've got lots of ways to jump already. I mean, that would give you like that non-stop.
That's true. That's a fair point. Yeah, they have Spirit Breaker line with the Blink Dagger eventually. They do have ways of going in.
Dude, Tidehunter and a Spectre is such a rough Spectre lane.
A Spirit Vessel carrier maybe against this Morphling. I'm not sure what like the perfect hero. Like the draft is solid on IG, but I'm not sure what the perfect hero to round this one out is.
Yeah, when you look at the spirits, there's only one remaining. That's the Void Spirit. So all these flashy heroes from the mid lane puck, Queen of Pain, banned out, Storm, Ember as well.
Give me Doombringer. I want it.
Do they have enough frontline? I mean, Spectre and Spirit Breaker both serve that purpose.
No, after the last game, it feels solid enough.
Yeah. Kunkka? Oh,
Yes, that's it, man. Emo wants to flex on these guys.
Look at the smile there.
Yeah, he's here for it. He is here for it. Okay, Shadow Fiend will be the final pickup for IG. Now, I can see some pensive faces here to my sides.
Yeah, we don't really see SF often, but this looks like a sick Shadow Fiend game.
Yeah.
He shouldn't be contested on the mid lane versus whatever. Like, he can win any single one of these matchups, and he's playing into a Morphling. It looks like a really solid SF game.
The only person that's really convinced me with it so far has been Paparazzi. I'm sure I'm wrong, but I feel like the hero isn't great and competitive unless you severely.
Yeah, I agree completely.
Okay, nice. Thank you, Draftmaster. That's my feelings on this draft then.
All right.
Yeah, I do think you're going to have a pretty great lane mid as the Shadow Fiend, and I'm curious what build he decides to go for, but either way.
But you're still going with ehome, right? Because it's your boys. Can't flip flop now. Come on.
I honestly, you're right. I do still believe in
Commit
ehome.
to the cause.
I
This is
believe in
peer
ehome
pressure of the
100%.
Easy.
Planet
All right.
Rubik. I'm a big Planet fan. I can't go against them.
Well, we now have our casters, Beacon and Black, ready to jump into the game, and they love a good joke. So since we've had Spirit Breaker a couple times in the row now, I'm going to give them one. Why should you never buy anything from Spirit Breaker? Because he charges a lot. Over to you two.
I hate this guy.
He should stick to being a host. Comedy, it's just not there. I just don't. I don't see it. But what you did see was that SF pick. I don't know if you guys could hear it in the background of the panel. Black very hyped up as he called that SF pick. What, second pick? You were just like, he's gonna go SF. It was something crazy like that.
They call me
Nostradamus.
Nostradamus.
Yeah.
Dominicanos.
Okay.
But yeah, that joke was pretty lame.
Yeah. I'd give it a
Hey, B-Cup,
2.
what kind of shoes do ninjas wear?
Sneakers! I've heard this one. It's sneakers. Oh my gosh.
What concert costs only 45 cents, B-Cup?
I have no idea.
50 cents feed Nickelback. Featuring Nickelback, dude. It's so lame, dude. I got so
Okay.
many of them.
Okay. I've got no good jokes like that. I don't know. Just get us into the game, please. Please. Yeah, there we go.
Thank you.
So much.
Appreciate it. Okay, so
Oh
it is,
my gosh.
in fact, not going to be the mid-Rubik.
No.
Unfortunately.
That was not my guess. Nobody heard that.
It would have been so hyped, though.
I would
Dude,
love mid.
If you were Rubik and you actually stole a race of SF and you got all 3 races, that would be insane. Like, I would have definitely done mid-Rubik, you run around, and bish, 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 just kill everyone.
You only get one, though, right?
Yeah, you only get one. But
You think that would be a buff if they just gave him... I mean, it's a buff, but...
we need 2 additional hotkeys, though.
Oh, my God.
There would be a lot of hotkeys.
Yeah.
But yeah, like, the way this game, I see it, it should be pretty... Like, mid lane is so free. Against Pangolier, like, you literally just raise him twice and he can't come close anymore. Shouldn't be able to lane. Something similar to game 1 should really happen in the mid lane.
The battle begins.
Pango mid?
Yeah. Against SF is so rough.
We've seen Zhao 8 play Pango mid, and we remember how that went.
Yeah.
It felt like he was sacking his lane. Though he did always like come out of the laning phase behind,
And
he
then
did have
made a
like
comeback,
some major
yeah.
impact.
I mean, he played all of those heroes mid lane, though. He played at mid SB, lost his lane super hard, just started roaming around, killing heroes.
Yeah.
So, like, he definitely was a very...
He would probably
special
switch
mid
to the
laner.
shot caller, though.
Yeah.
When he was playing, he was probably making all the calls, I would assume. Oh, gosh.
oh,
gosh.
Yeah, this is where it starts, man.
Yeah, that is not fun to deal with. 70, I can't see it on the cam, but I don't know if there's distress. Just how do I deal with this?
He missed a couple of lasters on SF, though. It's not easy to last on level 1, of course, but...
Maybe he's a little bit too focused on getting those raises.
Do you think there's a lot of pressure because everyone's going to compare to Paparazzi SF now?
I don't know if everybody is. There's certainly that mindset as 70 taking a lot of damage. I think maybe the mindset just comes from people who like saw the Division 2 and saw Paparazzi play. But Paparazzi, I feel like that comparison doesn't happen as much because he was playing safe lane. But I think once he gets into the Div 1 next season, he's going to play a lot of SF.
Do you think if Emo makes a mistake this game, like, they'll just be like, just play like Paparazzi?
Maybe. Certainly possible.
Nah, they would never do that. Who would ever do that?
I don't know. You brought it up. So obviously you know.
No, you should too. True side.
How do you feel about this Spirit Breaker Death Prophet lane?
It's a lane. Not the best lane, certainly, but I mean, they really like the 4 Spirit Breaker. Honestly, I thought they were going to put Lion as 4 and a 5 Spirit Breaker.
I like Lion 4.
Yeah, I think it just has so much more impact than a 5. Like, you get this Blink Dagger much faster. You have potential to actually solo kill that Morphling too because he's going to be all agi for a long time.
We've seen a lot of impact from these Lions as well. Just the instant Earth Spike into the finger at the same time, like having that insta-hex.
Yeah.
Just the impact feels there, and when you do get that blink dagger, which of course we've seen in the past as well, having it at a quicker timing just feels so much better.
Yeah, it's. I mean, the lane makes a lot of sense though. Like DP, you know, you always like to have a beefy guy in front just so you can lane comfortably. So in that regard, it makes no sense. It's just like Spectre and Lion is a pretty weak lane. Like Tidehunter should be absolutely free up here.
And it looks like, for the most part, he is. And you can see Planet not exactly sapping that much experience from Zeal. He's already level 3 on this Tide, so
Yeah.
just got to pay attention to what this Tide gets.
Don't look at the mid CS, by the way. He might have 14 CS, but it's a lot of small camps.
Okay.
So obviously he's not as, you know,
Farmed.
farmed. Yeah.
Denies
This lane
or-
literally is just impossible. Like you see, he's like full-time jungle already.
Yeah.
I don't know what to do even. Like he might come back to the lane to like W1 creep, but then he gets like triple raised and he's back to the jungle again.
He's just hoping to get level 6 pretty quickly.
Yeah, I mean he's not too far off, luckily. Oh, there's one.
He's only got short and mid now. Shield crashing in. That definitely makes you vulnerable to getting hit by them.
Wait, healing salves
Force
up,
the salve, yeah.
but he has 2 mangoes on SF still. Ooh, nice, 2 CS.
Anything you can get out of this lane is better than what it feels like you are getting. And yeah, shield crashes into Emo, doing a decent chunk of damage. Not a lot of mana here for Emo to maybe turn that around and get a couple of raises out. Zio coming over. They look over at Ali. Fly also behind him.
I have to say though, like once Pango is 6, the SF could potentially be a pretty easy kill. If he's getting caught out of position. Oh, even a Spirit Breaker now annoying him too.
7E just not having fun. They were hoping for 17% to hit, but their numbers are never lucky.
Oh. Nice, gonna be fine with doing a health. Going for Lincolns once more. Okay, 70, yeah, should be no problem.
Forcing him completely out of the lane. And that's what they wanted by bringing Frisk over, right?
Yeah.
Now Emo just gets a free time. Oof. I like the efficiency and the farming, and they're going to charge top. They're going to look to make a play here.
Dan should be
It's
dead.
going through onto Planet. Telekinesis. Ooh, if that was timed a second later, he would have hit Frisk coming through with the charge. Gush comes out into Ali.
One
Earth
more.
Spike's there. They need a right click to get the kill, but the Fade Bolt almost
they
gives
got it.
an opportunity for Zeal to get first blood.
That was
End up
really
just trading,
close.
though.
Yeah, like if Zeal gets that first, but it's actually not worth it at all, the rotation. But like, just a millisecond. We always say it. Game of milliseconds. What's below milli? Nano?
Nanoseconds?
What's below that?
You're asking the wrong person.
I knew it once upon a time when I was still smart in school. Now I'm a Dota player. Oh, Emo's taking
Emo,
so much
he's-
damage!
Oh, telekinesis!
The Requiem!
Oh, only in death. Almost everything they needed. They got the Nightmare out onto Frisk. Ali on the run now. And all of a sudden, ehome getting 2 kills in this mid lane. And that has happened throughout this series multiple times where IG feel comfortable, confident, and throw it all away.
If that ult goes off, though, they're all dead.
Yes.
Like, literally all dead. It was so close. Like, Ehome was probably like,
Nanoseconds away. Probably milliseconds.
you
but
think,
also,
they were all like holding their breath? Like as soon as they're like, ah!
You think they're spamming the right click, just hoping he dies?
Yeah, then you cancel your attack by accident because of that, and
That's this guy.
you're not the only guy that we have here that would do that.
Everybody in the green room wondering who you're talking about.
Lizard knows who I'm talking about.
So, Tide leading the net worth. You said this lane was going to be pretty open for Zeal. He did get that kill earlier, and you know he is farming
Look at his net worth.
at a decent chunk, almost about 3K net worth.
And the thing is, he has a hood now, and all that damage is magic. Like the only hero that can really threaten him right now, I'd say, is probably the DP with Exorcism. But yeah, like this Tidehunter looks to be very free, and we've seen what a free Tidehunter can do. Like, you just start tanking up like mad. Team for control. Oh, he got him off.
They were looking to line up this Exorcism, Shiro, waveform, adaptive strike, stunning up JT on the run. They're going to bring the Bane over. Shiro,
He's dead.
Bash, Crypt Swarm coming in, shield crash, swashbuckle, and they get the kill on a Frisk. They end up trading. Earth Spike, there's the Hex coming out from Ali. ZZQ on the run, and they do lose Shiro, but they end up getting a kill on a Frisk. Not exactly worth it 1-to-1,
Ravage.
but there's the Ravage into kill on a Fly. That'll make it worth it.
Middle tower is under attack.
Yeah, free
Seal
lane.
having a great lane. Good job by Rubik to come over. Planet making his presence felt.
It's going to be really hard for them to stop this Tidehunter. They've got to get a kill on him eventually before he goes completely out of control.
We've seen Tides do that.
Yeah.
And we like this X on Tide.
I love that X.
I
Until refresher.
love it.
Oh, before he was bottom, ZZQ was gone. Bye-bye.
A 5 giving up his life, unheard of.
Radiant's bottom tower is under
Oh, he actually almost died into the tower. One more hit, he would have been dead.
top tower is under attack.
But Shiro doing the right thing, TPing to the off lane, getting the tower. Now this whole top lane belongs to him.
Dire's top tower has fallen.
You doing those sound effects reminds me of been scrolling through some like TikTok recently, and there's this person on TikTok, like Dota's really popular over here on TikTok, and it's just them doing the sound effects for everything with their voice, and it's hilarious.
It sounds like something I should do.
Yeah, you do well. You'd get the views.
Wait, Dota's popular on TikTok?
Here it is, not in the U.S.
You mean in Ukraine or what?
No.
Okay. Maybe it's my new career. I should move here. TikTok videos.
Potentially. 5-3, a little bit of a net worth lead for ehome.
The next big move should be when Ravage is up cooldown. Like Ravage plus Rolling Thunder. Very strong. He's actually going for the Magic SF with that Staff of Wizardry. That's not why I said pick SF. No, you can't do that. That is literally illegal. Like if he goes Magic SF, they'll lose. Like I'm calling it right now. I have not seen a Magic SF win like ever.
Ever?
Ever.
Ever.
Because nobody built it.
ehome smoking up his 3. This trio trying to find someone, and their eyes might be set on Emo. If given the proper opportunity, Rolling Thunder going all the way around, looking for
Bye-bye,
Emo,
Emo.
and they have gotten this SF. Shiro getting credit for that kill.
And this is exactly why you need that fast BKB, because without it, they have Ravage, they have Rolling Thunder, what do? He's actually going for Yules. Very, very interesting. And ehome once again taking it to IG.
Yeah, and putting the pressure on again.
Yeah, they have Ravage now up as well. No Rolling Thunder though, so they're not as strong. But yeah, I just really, like, I didn't think ehome was going to be a team that is going to give IG a lot of problems, you know?
I think a lot of people weren't really sure what exactly ehome were going to bring to the table overall, right? Because this is a team that is the old the old Phoenix, right? Minus their offlaner of Molasses and now going to Zeal. So I think there was a lot of questions up in the air. So ehome now, they had a good first series, and now this series, I think win or lose looks decent for them, but the win certainly secures them, I would say, top 6.
Yeah, if they win this, relegation is almost out of the cards. Which would be in itself massive already. Because you are going to play against all those big teams afterwards, where you will, no doubt, get a lot of experience.
Planet. No
Away.
exorcism, but JT's kind of far.
Hey,
They've
Emo,
also
you're out of
found
position!
Emo! Uh-oh! They're going to look to get the kill, Rolling Thunder, and they blow up Emo. Shiro, Spirit Siphon, ZZQ holding the
big
feed
Ravage!
Ravage on a 3. Ollie down. See you
Outstanding.
later, JT. Down goes Frisk. 4 heroes dead on the side of IG. ehome
Dire's middle
creeping
tower
in that win probability.
Radiant's
Yeah.
structures are fortified.
Like, although I did call for the SF, I also said I don't think Emo is like an SF sort of player. Like, it doesn't strike me as one, you know? And like he just looks pretty unfamiliar with the hero. Like, he plays it like he's like a spirit, you know?
To throw the Requiem over there too, and he never did.
Yeah, but it's because like he was completely out of position.
Yeah, and then he got telekinesis. Then
Like the way he plays this is like he's playing a Puck or a spirit hero. Like SF is not a mobile mid hero. You gotta play him completely differently, come from different angles.
right, and ehome kind of baited them in because that was making it so easy.
Wait,
to
they own him
grab the
again?
Charge,
You can't die one more time here, no way.
Planet, telekinesis, and there's the kill on Emo once again. Fly trying to make something happen. They'll throw the finger out. Still looking to get 70, but the swashbuckle, the shield crash. He's so
Fly.
survivable.
Fly low. Zeal moving forward. There's the Gush looking for the anchor smash. Not going to land it. They've gotten themselves the mana drain coming up from Ollie. Rolling Thunder. 70 on the killing spree. They found themselves Frisk, but onto the high ground they go. Swashbuckle hits onto Ollie. They've got the Earth Spike, but still don't have the damage to get the kill yet. Onto 7E. Finally, JT takes him out. Zeal, ZZQ looking over at JT on the Death Prophet. Spirit Siphon, Crypt Swarm. Still, though, not enough to get the kill on Zeal, and instead, ehome will back away. They are laying the hammer down right now, planting their flag in this third game.
Yeah, and it was without Ravage, without anything really. Just outplayed them. Like, Pango lived on, what, 50 HP or something? Gets the Arcane Rune, Rolling Thunder, kills Fly. They are building up a very sizable lead here. And, yeah, he finally has his duels, but this is the reason why nobody picks SF anymore. Like, it's so hard to really, like, make your impact felt. Like, really the only guy that can manage to do it, lately at least, is Paparazzi. In the EU DPC as well.
Right.
But even there, he didn't do a whole lot at all. It's a very, very difficult hero to make work. It's not just the player that needs to play it really well. The team also needs to play around it really well.
This is also the second time that Emo's had a very convincingly one-sided lane. And
he dies a bunch.
Not even that, but like IG as a whole have kind of given that advantage away.
Yeah.
And Pangoliers having so much impact with not a lane. Like, he didn't really have anything.
Yeah. Another smoke up here, though. They have Ravage and Rolling Thunder now. They're invading the triangle again. Well, Ollie might be the sacrificial lamb here.
Yeah. Stolen Earth Spike.
Level 4. Level 4 Stolen Earth Spike is so strong on Rubik. And yeah, like, I mean, we have seen it in all games, right? In game 1, 2, and 3 now. They're just so disconnected on IG. Like, so far at least, not having Kaka here, you can really feel it.
But on the other side of the coin, ehome feel very connected.
Yeah, for sure.
And minus Zeal, again, you know, this is a team that's
they've been
playing
for
together
a long
for a
time.
while. Yeah.
You can see that.
And that was something that was very toted around about IG. They'd been around together for about 2 years, maybe 2 years plus, and then they take away the biggest player, I would say, and maybe that's not a universal opinion, but I thought Kaka was probably the most important player to this lineup.
Yeah, I mean, you're not wrong. Especially now with how they play, it really feels like he added a lot to the team. They were looking for Shiro, but the smoke is pretty obvious because you're not pushing on any lanes, not top, not middle. And
Exorcism.
Zeal? Okay.
They've got Ravage if they really want to try and turn this. Nether Strike might have the opportunity to do so. Yeah, there's the Ravage. There's the Swashbuckle and a double kill off that for 7E.
I'm really dumbfounded a little bit here. Like, IG just looks so lost. Like, this was never going to work. It's a Tidehunter.
Very forced.
The tank is here. He wasn't even half health. And the rest of the team was already backing off. It was just the two there.
Yeah. Very, very forced. IG now down 5K.
Are they just going into the pit? I mean, it's a little bit risky. You don't have
Ravage, but you do have Fiend's Grip.
This is potentially nobody could lose it if they are ready. Which
they're not coming over.
It's going to take a while. But yeah, like, they're not even looking like they know. It's a pretty decently fast Roche, so yeah. Top 3 net worth all on ehome.
E-Blade next for the Morphling. He went Lincoln, so he's doing that Lincoln's E-Blade build. And then you've almost got the Ags here for Zeal. And Shiro with that Lincoln's, he's going to have that opportunity to
Fly.
Go
Next to the Tide.
Next for the E-Blade after getting this Aegis. So now Charge comes out, but Fly taking a lot of
70
damage.
again.
70 with the roll, trying to get onto this Spectre. Spectre almost baiting that he's an illusion. I don't know if that's really working. He just kind of stopped in the trees. They do use that Requiem. They get the kill to Planet. Frisk and Emo combined for 1, but it's a trade you don't want to make as, well, you lose Fly on this Spectre.
Yeah, at least you get something out of it. It's definitely not what you were looking for, but it's better than nothing. And, like, don't take this the wrong way, but I actually wanted IG to win because I wanted to ask them, you know, about that in-game leader stuff. Like, who's doing it now? How's he feeling about it? Like, it's a very tough job. You know, especially if you gotta put yourself into those shoes
for the first time
from the beginning. Yeah, exactly. Like, you have heard other people do it, but doing it yourself is completely different.
I like making the shot calls in my bracket because I know nobody's listening.
Yeah. And well, I'm not gonna go there. No. I was gonna say something, but
But we want to stay friends.
exactly. But yeah, like the problem now is that ehome's lineup is actually really hard to play against when they're ahead like this. They have Rolling Thunder, they have Ravage, and they have Phoenix Grip against any potential BKBs as well. So you are really not supposed to be behind this far at this point against a Radiant lineup. If anything, you are supposed to be ahead.
Spectre has nothing.
Yeah.
And going straight Axe, not that Falcon Blade Axe we've been seeing. It's just straight Axe. So even with that Axe, I feel it might not be that strong. That Falcon Blade is value.
It is. I mean, he would have maybe lived a couple of times because of it, but yeah, he feels like he's too underfarmed to really go for anything else. And that is probably a way back into the game, like global pickoffs with the Lion, with the Spirit Breaker. So he recognizes his way back into the game. It just, is ehome gonna give them a chance? Because the heroes are pretty survivable. You're not gonna kill the Tide, you're not gonna kill the Morphling. Pango is also a pretty big question mark. This is where the problem of the 5 Lion really comes into play.
You don't have that Blink Dagger. You're feeling like you don't really output much. It's not really doing anything. BKB now for the Shadow Fiend.
That's something.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
But they have the Ags on this Tide.
They have a grip, potentially.
Yeah. Grip don't care about no BKB.
Ooh, they're posturing so aggressively. All right, Shiro, like... All right, just wave through the tower.
Yeah.
I'm here, by the way, guys. In case you didn't know, now you do.
In case you couldn't tell, we're not pushing out any waves. I'm also here.
There's a Brigand Blade.
Yeah. Brigand. We'll see.
Axe also in the Titan already, wow.
Boy, so cutting these creep waves is going to be much easier for Zeal. He's going to start farming at a pretty substantially higher rate, right? So maybe, well, at least right now he's going Blink BKB, but he's going to get into that quickly, potentially then afterwards into a refresher, right?
I'm actually surprised they're going for BKB. Might just go Blink Refresher. Let's see.
Guess it's the feeling of the game at that point.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. Whoa!
It was under ward?
Knowing exactly where Ollie was, but all of a sudden they lost the Aegis very quickly. BKB, Requiem, no! Fiend Script, it's there. ZZQ. He's going to Fiend Script the entirety of it.
JT
wow,
also
Emo
low.
just gets blown up. There goes Frisk. Nightmare on JT. Charge in. See you later. Triple kill Shiro. Could you really see that this guy's gone from CSGO to Dota? Shiro looking great.
I gotta say though, IG, like if you're posturing on that high ground, you gotta deward the most common ward spot, right? You can't just lose your line like that.
Right into it, waveform.
Look at the initiation. Like Shiro messed up a little bit by not strength morphing up, but it's completely fine. You have the Aegis, you're allowed a mistake. The Fiend Script full duration,
Your
no
BKB
cancel.
means nothing.
Ravage on like 2 as well. It's just overwhelming team fight right now.
And Firefly immediately bailing on that fight. He went bottom. He was gone. And he was starting to hit the Bane. That might have given them the opportunity because Bane was low and then it was just Illusions hitting.
Yeah, but Aster was probably still gonna die. Like the fight was never really gonna go a different way. And how do you get back into this game from here? Like your heroes are also flimsy. Like Death Prophet without farm is not tanky at all, especially with that Gush. So much minus armor, a lucky shot on top maybe. You're just going to melt. 89% win probability already. Whew. Which I don't disagree with. Like it's almost impossible
I do
to come
think
back
sometimes it is padded though because of the Spectre. I believe Spectre always gets like the benefit of the doubt with Dota Plus.
It does. Like I think this game is almost completely out of reach. Now there's this E-Blade on Morph.
BKB next.
They might want to burst him. Oh, they got him.
Ollie. Whoa, they don't
Do they
get
have
the
him?
kill. Shiro though.
He
hit
didn't
with
move up.
a Requiem.
He didn't
Shiro
move up.
killed. They got the kill on Ollie. They end up trading, but here comes the Rolling Thunder. The BKB's no longer on this SF. Gush being thrown forward. Only lands onto JT. They lose Shiro. And Shiro just not morphing. And
He had an opportunity to for sure. Like he was not hexed or stunned.
oh, Fiend
Oh, they
Script
got the clip again. No way.
ZZQ.
Out of nowhere.
Right through the table, and well, Emo is going to be dropped down.
There was such a good play though also by IG, like the way they broke the Lincolns with the Spirit Breaker charge instantly to get the Hex right on top. Like he had no way to react to that, Shiro did. But then afterwards he actually had a chance to morph up. And he... Like, it can be tough sometimes when you actually think you're dead, you know? But the golden rule I learned is always try your hardest, and if you're actually dead, you're dead. But if you don't die, you don't die. Because of it.
Yeah, so then you're not dead.
I remember when I was in VG, like I had like 200 health or something, I could have easily pressed BKB and lived. But I didn't because I thought I was dead. And all the spells coming, you know, and my coach was like, "What the hell are you doing? Why aren't you playing the game?" I'm like, "Oh, dude, I'm sorry." And ever since then, I never stop until I'm actually dead, you know? I'm like slamming my key, everything,
Try and get the BKB out.
Or Satanic, or Manta, or my
Or
strength
Satanic
morph.
with 3 health.
Yeah.
I mean, Somnus could have just thought he was dead.
He definitely didn't make my mistake.
No.
I'm sure everyone's guilty of that though. Sometimes you're like, yeah, I'm dead. And you're really not. You live for like another 5 seconds. You're like, I feel pretty bad.
And then
about
you
this.
regret it because you're like, I could have pressed BKB.
Yeah, I could have pressed my Ice Blast in your case.
Hey, I always get my Ice Blast off. I'm quick. Quick in the draw. My WQR right on enemies. Boom, boom, boom.
You're ready, yeah.
Always.
You are very well practiced with QWER.
Yeah. That's about all I got.
Well, 11k lead, 5-man smoke once more. 1 kill could easily lead to a high ground.
Gosh, telekinesis frisk. There he goes. 43 seconds with buyback.
No high ground push though, because just a Spirit Breaker, he has buyback. Don't really need to risk anything. I don't think they're gonna make the same mistake. Like, you take the Roshan, you wait for the Roshan, then you go high ground. That's the right play here. You take the bot tower, you just completely control the map. Choke them out of the map. Grow your lead, and then steadily and slowly win the game. They saw Ollie.
Uh-oh. Oh. Oh.
Oh, they caught the SF again. No way.
He's got Fiend's Grip. There it is.
Fiend's Grip again.
Fiend's Grip, full duration, and it is going to be a dead emo. They also got an Ollie on that one. ZZQ.
Yeah, Fiend's
Yeah,
Grip
there's
is...
the tip.
It's an ability.
Dreaming of this moment.
I've been dreaming of this moment.
He pressed R.
Getting
And he
tipped
got
by
the kill.
teammates.
Yeah. That's a good feeling. Oh, pat in the back.
It is. I think Bane... Yeah. It's a good hero. Also,
JT.
Rubik, same net worth as JT. They're looking at him. Roaring Thunder, cooldown.
Ooh, but they've got the telekinesis.
Gush.
There's the Gush. And they'll steal Crypt Swarm. BKB forced, though.
Basher, Basher. Oh, here's a Basher!
Oh,
Nice.
hey! Last second.
It was really unlucky he didn't actually get a bash with his Q. So, justice has been served. There's no way you should be able to TP out from a...
Yeah, he's not rolling
Bash up
4
angle.
on 7 die.
Man, like we don't need to bring all the rolls up here. I was so salty, dude.
Gush again, Zeal. He's going for the refresher after the blink, like you said. Just, you know, maybe he needs the BKB, but if he feels like he's ahead, just go for the refresher.
Yeah, BKB, honestly, this game isn't very impactful because like your Kraken Shell will take care of most debuffs. They don't have a Silver Edge builder because he went for the Magic SF. Here's Orchid now in Spectre, so there's a way to at least cancel the Fiend's Grip, which is very good and necessary, as we've seen in those fights. But is it too late, B-Cup? Is it too late? Lincoln Fear on Rubik?
Yeah, I saw him building that, and I was...
That is actually pretty big. Like, he can protect his Bane from that Orchid now.
Ooh, okay, so, yeah. You know what? I didn't think the 4D chess. I wasn't thinking that it just goes onto the Bane. Oh, gosh, fingered through. Ravage out. They still don't save 7E. And now the Ravage is used right down into a Requiem. They've got the Fear, and it hits onto the Bane too, but they don't get the kill on a
They let him
Seal.
run.
Gush hitting on both heroes. Do they want to make this move? They're thinking about moving in, but Roche is also there. They could just take Roche.
Yeah, EOM has to be careful. They don't give up this Roche fight. I think the right play is you just wait for the Pangolier, make sure that
posture.
yeah, IG can't take it.
Right.
Once Pan goes up, you take the Roshan. They also have the BKB almost on the Morphling, which is super important.
Dire are scared.
Good pickoff though. Like, they need more of those. As we spoke about, the instant hex of the line. Or just go in the pit anyway. All right.
Let's see how quickly they can do this. They've got Bane positioned to try and break potentially smokes that come out from IG and maybe just posture in a way that they don't get by him and they have that information to make a jump. And ZZQ, look at this. He's all the way far forward. JT on the other side of this one. He goes into the Glimmer Cape. Does he have an opportunity? Yeah, Nightmare out. Planet, though, oh, they've got themselves the Haunt, I believe, and, well, they're going to go after ZZQ while the Aegis gets picked up by Shiro. The right clicks through will get the kill on the ZZQ, but they've got the Aegis into the hands of this Morphling.
I gotta say, it's so greedy. Like, it was 300 away from BKB, Pango was dead, and they just get a free Roshan anyways. Like, I feel like they just got away with murder there.
Yeah, and they gave 7E the shard. He finished off an Ag, so he's
massive.
very, massive. He's top of the net worth all of a sudden. 70, a guy who didn't have a lane, is top of the net worth. This is crazy.
Well, yeah. This is our 8 special. Lose lane, win game.
Yeah. Does Rubik have Requiem? I think he did. Yeah. He's going shard.
But I think that Lincoln's on the Bane is going to be absolutely crucial. I hope they remember to do that. Because there's no whole lot to cancel after that, right? Charge can't get through. Orchid gets blocked. Only DP silence, really. How many times I think every team for the Emo got full grip.
Yeah, it seems like it at least. I think there was like one grip that wasn't exactly it, but ooh, Requiem. That was from the Rubik, and it sets up the kill on a Fly.
All right, Planet is a player.
Planet being hyped by the panel, Planet being hyped up by his plays. Man, this guy, even in the loss, looked good, and he is continuing to do so.
Oh, they're going to be so careful.
Oh, gosh.
He just gets blown
just
up.
getting blown away.
Grip.
Requiem, that's through. There's the... Ooh, he's actually going back and forth, bobbling himself. I don't know if he was ready for that one, but they get the kill on the 7E. They're charging all the way through. They've got Ravage. Fighting may not be in their best interest here for IG.
Yeah, ZZQ was actually really far away, and they took that fight 4v5. They got to be careful they don't do what IG did in game 2 and give them comeback avenues.
You don't want to be lost in Comeback City.
No. You want to be staying in an advantage city. Emo is looking still pretty happy. He's a happy teddy bear.
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure. He's a smiler.
I think we talked about this before when we watched IG last time, but do you want Emo to stay as the name Emo? Like now it's like synonymous with the question mark and that comeback. Would you rather him be known as Half?
No, I like Emo.
Blink Ravage.
Nice.
That's very forced.
Nice BKB reaction, but really,
Zeal.
that was very forced.
I don't know if that was entirely necessary, but there's the Nightmare on a Frisk. He goes invis with the Shadow Blade, and we'll just TP out.
Bulldoze, by the way. 70%. Very balanced.
What a number.
Might as well just make it 90.
Just make it 100 at that point. Just not affected by anything.
I mean, you still stop, of course, but you just like instantly break out of it.
Yeah.
That would be fun. Beastmaster Rose, you just walk away. Which happens already anyways, but they are potentially looking to make a play up top. There's only 2 heroes here though. If they get caught out, which they are right now.
Rolling Thunder, Telekinesis. There's the Stolen Requiem again. That'll force the BKB coming out from Emo.
He has to TP out.
He's got the Basher.
No, it's not time. Wow. He actually canceled his Rolling Thunder, even though BKB was running out. He didn't click on him. Didn't get the bash either, of course, which is pretty unlucky, but all he had to do was not cancel Rolling Thunder. Gotta click on those heroes. Left click.
Know the durations.
Yeah, because that TP had 1.5 seconds left after BKB ran out. Gotta be a clicker.
Well, the little things right now from ehome kind of concerning me.
No, I think
They're still very far ahead.
Yeah, they're completely fine. Ow. Woo. That's half gone. And
Even
75%
more with the
gone.
Gush. Never fun to lose 60% of your health like that. Silence comes out from JT, but the tier 3 tower is in danger. 14,000 net worth lead. 30-9. Telekinesis comes out. They've got the Gush. They have the damage. They're getting the kill. It'll take out JT. Charge comes through. Hits on a 70 as well as ZZQ. And they've got the Nightmare. They'll have the charge. Shiro turning into Frisk.
buyback for JT.
Well, now got a Spirit Breaker on your team for a little bit.
I gotta say, like, it's really greedy what they're doing. Like, I mean IG, not ehome. The Rex is free. They're probably just gonna back off. They don't have Ravage.
Charge,
I don't wanna
charge,
back off.
Emo, blinking back, Requiem comes out,
God.
and Fly just getting blown up here. Shiro has the damage.
Was there Spectre?
Yeah, Fly dead, Ali gone. Swashbuckle
No buyback.
bashes up this Shadow Fiend, and oh man, IG on their last
I can't
legs.
believe that they're dying the same way over and over. Rubik, Blink, Lift, E-Blade, Adaptive Strike. That happened like 3 times in a row. After the first time, you got to be more aware of it, right? Give it more respect.
Exorcism to try and force them back. Is this really what you want to go for? They do have the Ravage available on Zeal. If they can force out the BKB, they could just jump in and get the Ravage afterwards. They hit the Gush on a Frisk. Enfeeble on him. 7E rolls up, and now they're going to buy back on the Spectre. They'll go in. Ow. And try to make the jump forward. Emo, Requiem.
Bash
oh no,
up.
there's the bash. Doesn't get the Requiem off. Looks over at CCQ and kills off the Bane, but there's the Ravage.
On 4.
It's on all 4 heroes, and the Gush to follow it up. See you later, Emo, Fly, and JT drop. They look for Frisk. He'll try to juke his way through the trees, but I don't even think it's going to be anything of substance or matter here for IG, as ehome are 1 step away from taking this series over IG.
Yeah, Refresher up now also on the Titan. It doesn't have the mana to use it just now. But another buyback on the JT.
Buyback, telekinesis, and yep, Holly killed
you
very
are.
quickly.
Again, the same way.
Given the 1-2 step, yeah.
That's the 5th time I think it
And
happened.
they call GG
Yeah.
ehome.
Nothing to play for.
And they will take the series 2-1 over IG in what many will consider an upset, but ehome staking their flag, maybe making, putting everybody on notice.
Yeah, I gotta say, after game 2, this is sort of what I expected. Because like ehome almost won that game from an unwinnable position, right?
Yep.
And if that happens, game 3 usually doesn't bode well for you if you're IG. Super well played by ehome, well drafted. We see Mikasa there as well. Good coach and the chair.
Yeah, chair played well.
Yeah, very happy here, of course. Zeal from Malaysia still. Yeah, absolutely handled it to them.
Yeah, that was an amazing game, start to finish. Well, I think the only thing that went wrong was the Pangoliers lane,
Yeah,
and that was it.
which has to be expected though. Gotta say though, IG, they look really lost in the game. Like,
Yeah.
especially the way they lost just now at the barracks there, I really don't like it. Like, it's a really bad sign.
It felt like they were mentally checked out.
Lift, E-Blade, Adaptive Strike. 3 times, 4 times, 5 times in a
times.
row. Every time the same thing. Like, at some point, you got to be more cautious and be like, yeah, they keep doing this. What can we do about it? Can we even do anything about it? If not, don't be in that position, right? But yeah, like, everything just was ehome this game, Laning phase was good again from IG after that. All ehome.
Yeah, ehome, they end up taking the series 2-1 over IG, and it's so mind-boggling for people who have watched IG for so long, and
Especially after the RNG game.
yeah,
They were so close.
yeah, and how successful they had been in the past. But the Huya event, now things are kind of tapering off, and I don't know what's going to be coming from IG, but I sure as hell want to hear from ehome, and we've got the panel to break it down further. Maybe an interview coming up. We'll throw it back to you guys. Take it away.
Oh my goodness, ehome against the odds pull off the first big upset of the DPC China Region Division 1. My goodness, and in what style as well, Neff?
A result that, like Beekhoff said, nobody was expecting, except for our analyst here.
The true ehome believer.
Yeah.
You were almost doubting yourself, but the Draft Master told you to believe.
I'm so grateful in Lizard for that one. Honestly, telling me to stick to my gut.
What a hero as well, going for IG, falling on his sword just to make you look better. I mean, wow, what a guy, what a team player.
So nice of them, really.
Absolutely. But break that game down for me, though. I mean, how did they look so dominant in that match?
I'd like to quantify a lot of it to the SF in the mid lane. I mean, he did fine. He sits at near the top of the net worth, but the hero, when you're able to run at him before he gets any of his defensive items, they just killed him several times before he built that initial Yule Scepter. And this is one of the things I don't like about him. He's a very easy hero to blow up, and because of that, I feel like he very much struggles to fit into a competitive lineup. It's very easy to exploit a lot of the weaknesses that he has, and that is exactly what ehome did here.
I mean, even when you get that Yule Scepter, he still wasn't that tanky, right? You're playing into a Rolling Thunder from Pango where he's just like, all right, I'm going to bounce off a wall. I'll be back in a second, sir. Yeah, I mean, this was just 7E honestly played such a great game, but
This is the big one.
yeah, this is when things really started to favor the side of ehome. This 3-hero Ravage that comes in a second here.
Yeah, if he just walks right into the Rolling Thunder setup, you're committed too far, and boom.
Yeah, Gripple already rolling on the DP as well. Might have been a claim there, like, I'll silence him, don't worry, but not going to be the case as he gets gripped up and then just sets him up for the easy Ravage for Mr.
Honestly, Zeal had like one of the easiest games you could have as a Tidehunter. The Tidehunter and a Spectre matchup is the freest lane to begin with, and then you also have a weak lane support, right, in the form of the Lion, and you have a Rubik, right? So like your lane is super sick, and
look at this though.
Yeah,
like
the instant
every single
feed's great.
time, like whenever the SF tries to do anything with this BKB.
Guys, let's go fight. I've got this brand new 9-second BKB. Oh, I'm gripped. Okay, sorry. Yeah.
This was the Ags BKB reveal for IG. This was like their best chance, and they just get completely crushed.
Yeah.
And ZZQ does it again here.
I mean,
Nightmare into grip.
We have to talk a little bit about the wards, though, like, right? Like,
Yeah.
they're fighting up the high ground, and they just didn't get rid of
twice
the
on their
wards.
triangle, they caught them out in an absolutely insane way, and that is so hard to do.
They just have so much catch here too. Like Black was talking about on the high ground, like you have to respect it. Like if Planet is alive, you cannot show, because he's gonna blink telekinesis you, and then they have so much burst damage. No one can survive it.
Yeah. At this point, the game was too far gone.
I love this bash on the Pangolier as well. Like, such a
Yeah.
dual-purpose basher for the Spirit Breaker and the Shadow Fiend.
They did like a little bit of false confidence here because they got the instant cancel on the Fiend's Grip with the silence, but then they commit so heavily to try and get this Pango, and they
he tried
don't
to
get
Requiem, and that's the basher
Yeah.
we're talking about, right? It interrupts Requiem the one time that he doesn't get hit with someone the Fiend's Grip.
Yeah, yeah.
it. Yeah. This game was just so well done by ehome.
Yeah, it was really nice. And, you know, talk to me a bit more about the Spectre as well. You know, why didn't that work? We talked about how the Shadow Fiend didn't work, but Spectre, you know, she used to be this powerhouse hero, global presence. You know, we're like, oh, you know, they've got Shadow Fiend, they've got Spirit Breaker, they've got Spectre, you know. Kill potential is everywhere across the map, but that never came to fruition, did it?
I mean, it's great when the Spectre and the Spectre's team is making the plays, though, but they were always on the defensive there. It never felt like they had the opportunity for, you know, the players on IG to jump these, you know, ehome heroes. It was always them being defensive, just kind of contributing the ultimate in order to not have the fights completely sacked. So because of that, it felt kind of awkward there. And Spectre doesn't farm that fast. Like if your team's dying while you're farming, you don't have like that super huge tool in order to accelerate your farm, especially now that the Blade Mail build has fallen out of favor.
I think a lot of it's the lane matchup. Like like I was saying earlier, like Tidehunter has the freest lane ever. Spectre cannot farm at all in that lane. It is so bad. Your only option is to rely on like Spectral Dagger and going to the jungle. And you just fall way too far behind. You know, we were talking about in the draft earlier how much, like how farm dependent this hero is. You need like the Ags plus another item. So, you know, Manta, or in this case, they went for the Orchid to try and help, you know, kill Bane. But at this point, you're like 8K net worth committed to being able to fight, but you just don't have a good start.
Yeah, Spectre, she does lack in the farming department, right? Like, you have to, you know, be very careful with your dagger usages, and even if you're, like, skewering 2 camps every time, you still don't farm as fast as, say, like a Wraith King or something like that. But the counter to that is that you have that Horn to get into the big team fights. You know, you can be elsewhere on the map, farming up, happy as a lamb, and then the moment a team fight starts going your way, or you think you could make it go your way, you just haunt in, you turn it around, or just like 1 or 2 kills or something, and that gives you the XP and a little bit of extra gold you need to accelerate yourself. But if a team's not doing that, if your Shadow Fiend's way too poor to be getting kills, then you're limited so much in what you can really pull off on a Spectre. You know, your game is just decelerating instead of accelerating, and they're just pulling so far ahead. And, you know, just you saw there, you know, they're pushing the high ground tier 3. The Spectre's like, haha, don't worry, I'll defend you guys. And then they literally just like throw in an E-Blade, throw in a Gush, and she's like on 33% HP. It's like, well, I guess I'll head back to Founding. You guys enjoy your barracks.
Yeah, I guess I'm not farming.
Yep. So poor, so sad, and a very sad game. But I mean, we do have to talk about the misplays which IG made as well, right? What mistakes do you think they made other than the draft, Neff?
I'd like to quantify the majority of the draft, to be honest, but I guess just not dewarding the triangle. I mean, they needed to hold that area so badly. Whenever they were up there, they need to move up there as a group, but several times the SF getting caught out by the initiation, but in the Fiend's Grip, I feel like the Bane was always on point for the Fission game, so that's something that I feel like they really lacked there.
All right.
Every single time they like got something, it was instantly snatched back, right? Like the tier 2 bottom where they kill, or they find a kill, and then Shadow Fiend gets instantly Fiend's Grip from the low ground.
Alrighty, well, we do now have an interview available. We're going to be able to chat to a member of ehome, and we have the position 5 player, ZZQ, with us to talk about their game. ZZQ, what a win for you guys. Did you expect this, and do you think that ehome, IG underestimated you?
首先恭喜你们一场非常漂亮的胜利。那你们之前自己有想过今年会赢下 IG 吗？你觉得是不是因为可能 IG 对你们有些轻敌了？
我们应该训练以前也打不过他们，应该他们轻敌了。我们做的这个准备比较充足吧。
Yeah, I think IG didn't play that well because we never win the scrimmage with them. So I think today we did a good preparation and they didn't perform well.
Oh.
And do you think you kind of got on top of them when it came to the mental game in this one?
你觉得今天的比赛里，你们是不是在心态上慢慢的就战胜了 IG？
我们心态一直都还行，就是裂了也不会特别急，就还行吧。
I think we have. Yeah, I think we have pretty good team atmosphere. Even when we are trailing behind, we never feel there's a urgency to do anything. So yeah, I think we performed pretty well today.
There was a great moment in game number 1 where you went for the tip and then you got a question mark back. Did that feel good, or what was your emotions during that?
第一场比赛的时候，我看到你好像是打赏了别人，然后你收获了一个问号，当时是什么样的？
当时很搞笑啊，因为我觉得就是我是开壳在跳的嘛，我跳到那个兵线上了，他还毛，然后我觉得他没有那个，我就觉得是吧，就很搞笑，就打赏了他一下。
然后他打你问号的时候，你是？
我感觉他有点急吧。
Okay, so I think it's really funny because I already activated my third skill and I blink into the lane and he still throws spear to me. That's why I tip him. And when I receive the question mark, I think JT's mindset has probably affected by me. So it's really funny to me.
Excellent. Neff?
I had one thing I want to know. You have a new player recently, Zeal. What is he like, and how did he come to play on your team?
跟我们聊聊你们队伍的新选手 Zeal， 他是一个什么样的选手？然后他跟你们打起来是一个什么样的模式？
他心态很好啊，然后我们现在团队氛围还行，就不会特别急，失误了也不会怎么搞，就是都打下一波，然后感觉也挺好的。
然后你们是怎么在一起打的呢？
我们是当时插个3，经理找过来的。
So he's really nice and he never lost his temper in the game. Even when we're trailing behind, like I said before, we still try to be patient and find the chance. So we need a position 3 back then. So our manager just find him. That's why he joined us.
Fair enough. So you talked a little bit about the team atmosphere and how you guys are always relaxed. We see on the cameras that you guys are smiling and laughing quite a lot. Are you having a fun time? Like, is this a very fun team to play with?
就是你也说到你们队内气氛围非常好，但是我看你们小镜头的时候也看到你们一直在笑，就是你们觉得现在队伍里是不是大家都在享受比赛？
还行吧，就是赢了肯定笑得更开心，输了就只能苦笑。
I think we are fine now. Definitely after the win, we smile very happy. But if we lost, I think it's bitter smile. So, yeah, that's it.
All right, I have one last question for you then. Is Shiro Morph a better morph than the Fly morph?
最后一个问题就是失落的水人是不是玩的比菲菲好？
我觉得应该他比菲菲玩的好吧，应该吧。
I think his morph is better than Fly's morph.
Brilliant, perfect. All right, that's what we wanted. Thank you so much, ZZQ, and very well played, and congratulations on this win. Cool. Thank you very much, ZZQ. That was great. That was great. I love that at the end there, you know, just showing support for his carry players on. No hesitation.
Dangerous question, my friend.
Straight in for the kill.
You're treading the waters of Morphling right now, sir.
Yeah. I mean, that's what you got to do, right? In the Chinese region, you know, it is the morph versus morph. You know, every carry player is like, I'm the best morph. Nah, I'm the best morph. So, yeah, excellent. I love it.
But you know, congratulations to them. But this puts them like at the top, near the top. That was a hard team to bring down. Now they're 2-0,
tied with LGD. Only other one.
Yeah.
Like they're looking very good. Honestly, like they looked very good against in their first series. We know it was an opponent that we all thought they had a little bit of an advantage over. But this was a true test, and they really shined bright today.
Yeah, absolutely. Shaking things up already here. And, you know, we know what to expect from the Chinese region. Expect the unexpected, expect upsets, and expect stars coming through and stories being made. And that's exactly what we're getting. So stay tuned as we have another series coming up today. And this is going to be Aster versus Vici Gaming coming up just around the corner. We'll see you soon for that one. Stay tuned. Hello and welcome back once again to the Chinese DPC, where we are now into the second series of the day, straight away jumping in to Team Aster versus Team Vici Gaming. Now, looking at these two teams, one team has shuffled significantly more than the other, and I think we guys do have a favorite, but as we proved last series, favorites don't mean anything in this region.
Yeah, they truly don't. Nice shoes, by the way.
Yeah, you got some great shoes right there.
Nice shirts as well. I like it.
I like the combination.
Yeah.
Oh, for God's sakes. All right, talk to me a little bit about Vici Gaming. You know, what changes do they make and how are they looking so far?
Their changes on the 3-4-5 have seemed very interesting, at least. You know, Victoria's got a lot of experience in the 5 position. He's someone that I think has that kind of experience that helps when you make a big change like this, but I do question if it's too much. Like, have you lost too much to what the old Vici was to still feel as confident going into a series like this, especially in the Chinese region?
Yeah, they're a totally different team, right?
Yeah, and you're going versus Aster with a different lineup completely. They lost their mojo, if you ask me, like the way they were in that first 2 seasons. Obviously, they didn't really have huge results. Post-DPC seasons, that is, in the majors and at TI, but still they looked really strong. They always looked like a top contender that if everything hits right, if the patch is right, they could take the whole thing. Right now, they're more of a middle of the pack for me. They seem that way, at least.
So do you think that's the case if they just need more time, or do you think something more than that needs to change?
Yeah, it's a little bit of time as well that's necessary, definitely. But when you look at players like PYW and DY, they're just extremely difficult to... It's very difficult to find anyone that can swap them out properly.
Yeah, for sure. No, I feel like... I don't know, I still don't know if they left or if it was a case of, you know, joining Extreme.
I think their contract, right?
I think their contract right now, and they followed Paparazzi. Like that, I mean, I'd follow Paparazzi anywhere. Take me and carry me to a Division 1, I'd be there in a heartbeat.
To a burning ship, you'd go with him.
100%.
Yeah, he's a very good player, and you know, as we've seen, he's been dominating the leaderboards and been dominating Division 2. So it won't be long before they're up here, and you know, they need to use that time. I feel like on Vici.
They qualified already, right?
Yeah,
like they're coming.
Oh yeah, we've already done with Division 2. Yeah, they're on their way. They're coming over. So Vici needs to make a statement here. They need to show us why they're here, and a great way to do that would be putting up a good fight against Aster.
Yeah, and ehome, like you just stated, they already did it today. They showed up versus IG. They played an incredible series. They took it. IG as well didn't really show up in their best light. I feel like Aster, however, in the DPC seasons, they've always been
good,
very solid. Yeah.
Yeah, they always seem to show up. And you've got Ori, who kind of looks like he's back, but I don't want to get ahead of myself. You know, he did have a very lackluster season or year last year compared to what we're always expecting from Ori in general, and I think there was definitely a glimmer of hope coming into what we saw last time coming into this series, but this is definitely like a big, this is how I am now. I've gotten it all back. The mojo's there. And, you know, it's the end of that Austin Powers movie where he finally does have that mojo back.
Yeah, and that last season was just plagued with problems for Aster, right? It wasn't even truly only them underperforming at the major tournaments and whatnot. It was just a difficult year to circumnavigate all the problems surrounding Dota, not in the game itself. In the game itself, during the seasons, you guys remember, like, they were destroying.
Oh, yeah. I mean, that's the meaning about this team, right? Like, they're the China killers, you know, when it comes to China versus China. Aster seemed to always come out on top, at least last year. But when it came to the international stage, you know, they went from Team Aster into the Team Masters, as the Chinese like to say. And I don't know, man. Like, it just never came true for them. And a lot of people blamed it on the upper bracket starts and everything like that. But at the end of the day, you know, they just weren't putting the results. They had to make some mix-ups. They have done that. Will it work out? We'll have to see. I do want to hear a little bit more about Siamese Cat, right? Well, who is this guy? Where does he come from? What does he bring to the team?
Yeah, he's been, I believe he was with the Aster organization in Aster Aries, maybe even Aster Aquarius. They have like...
Yeah, he was in Aries for sure, yeah.
Yeah, it seems like so many teams have like four different like clubs.
Academy
like those
clubs,
teams.
yeah.
So he looked good with that team. Aster Aries never really stuck out at me as like this amazing team that was going to like do a lot of things, but you're switching off of Lanham, and I think Lanham being in the organization as well and then falling back to coaching probably favors someone like Siamese Cat, knows something about him that he thinks fits this lineup. You know, I've never been like, oh man, Siamese Cat, like sign me up. But he's played well recently, and I think if Lanham is going to vouch for you, which I think he's doing, then there's a reason you're there. It was the same with White Album. He was a guy who kind of came out of nowhere, and when he was playing with Aster, I think a lot of people had a lot of questions about this young guy coming in. Who is this kid? And he blew up the DPC. He was dominating in a hard lane, and then and now he's with Aster Aries.
Goodness me. Look at the time. It is draft o'clock, which means it's time to bring in the draft master for this series. And we have Black. How's it going, dude?
It's going good. Coming up with a fresh cast, some pretty hype games in there. Unexpected results, unfortunately.
Unfortunately.
Yeah, I really wanted to ask, wanted you guys to ask them a couple of questions about the in-game leader of IG, because they seem really...
all over the place, right?
All over the place, yeah. But didn't happen. ehome won. Maybe next time.
Maybe next time, indeed. I mean, I love a good upset. Let's see if it happens again as we get into the draft for game number 1 of the next series of the day. It is, of course, Aster versus
Oh, it's a
Vici.
big yawn.
That was a big opening yawn.
Making me
Contagious.
Yeah, we're all doing it now. Come on, Black, talk us through these picks.
Yeah, Aster going straight back for the XXS Mars, one of his favorites, and the Mars Lion combo also, one of the staples. Quad Pango opening is a little bit more interesting. Very flexible, they can both go as a support, off lane or mid lane. Yeah. Very, very flexible. Whereas Aster, I think most of the time they put that Lion on a pos 4.
Yeah. And Pango, at the moment, at least, not at the moment, for the last year, seemed to be the answer to Mars, right? Like, you pop that arena, he doesn't care, he's just rolling through it.
Roll through.
Yeah, and still has that team fight impact, regardless of the Mars.
And Pango's been a big pick for Irving, no matter where he's been. And Vici picked it in the last series they played, and Irving's really loved this.
He was in LBZS before, right?
Yeah.
Irving, yeah.
And they were picking Pango a lot with that lineup.
And Pango's just a hero too, right? Like it's like I always love heroes that have a lot of comeback potential, and Pango's definitely one of them. We just saw it in the last game. You lose lane, but once you get to level 6, you're just so potent in all those fights. It's
Top of the net worth all of a sudden. That was so nuts.
Do you guys like the Ricky ban?
Ricky ban?
Wait, what?
That's something.
I mean, it is.
All right, guess he's not casting this one. B-Cup, go get ready.
It is used as a Mars counter, right? So at least it makes sense in that way, but nobody picks Ricky because you have a carry that gives you no winning conditions. It's literally just a guy that kills a hero here and there. If you ever get caught out of position, you just feed. I don't like the ban in particular, but maybe Aster has some experience. VG is like, oh, they pick Ricky all the time. So.
Yeah, there's another ban that we are seeing on Vici Gaming, but makes more sense. Bloodseeker, right? But that's mostly because of Pango, I suppose.
Same with Grimstroke too. Like if you ever get leashed to someone as a Pango, even Quap too, right? Like you can't really.
So they're really trying to protect the Pango, right?
So it makes me think that it's definitely going to be a core Pango. So whether it's middle or offlane, I don't know yet. But
what else are you banning? A Puck versus a Quap and Pango sounds like a really good ban.
A very good ban, yeah. They ban Alina instead, which is of course one of the best Quap matchups. I still think Puck would have made a lot more sense, especially with Mars.
2 birds, 1 stone.
Yeah, it solves both issues, right? Like you're able to deal with the Pango, with the Quap as well. We've seen Puck versus Quap in the last series.
But less late game scaling, I guess. Like
maybe they have a plan. Maybe they're like,
they're better. They're better.
True.
Maybe a bit of a plan also.
Oh god, they picked Puck. What do we do?
No. Guys, now we have no plan anymore. No, but like, that was a pretty obvious pick. It's really surprising. They didn't ban it. They also banned TA to protect that Puck. Makes a lot of sense. Also, the Ricky ban and the Drow ban also somewhat of a protection for the Puck, because those silences are very annoying. And now you gotta find a way to deal with it, because the Lion is gone. There's not a whole lot of good setup left. Maybe Disruptor?
Yeah, not a lot of heroes that deal with the Puck easily any longer. And what can you... Okay, TA banned out, and you're thinking maybe Quap is side-laned or supported, right? But
time for Dragon Knight.
Dragon Knight back in the meta.
Classic.
Boy.
Yeah.
But I think like Disruptor would make quite a bit of sense, especially with Pango, cause you see that Pango roll in, you run away, you get a glimpse back in, you get a free kill, while Pango disrupts the backline. It's a good combo.
Alright, it's time for Nomad's room review on the side of Aster. Looks like we've got one of those nice panoramic rooms. Maybe they're next door. to IG, who also have a very nice room like that, but can't see the view right now, so can't really give it a solid rating. So it's only gonna get like a
Vici is on the right, right?
3 out of 5.
Right.
Vici's on the right, yeah. Aster's on the left.
So they do have some sort of a view, at least a little bit, right? One of the windows is open.
Vici,
And
yeah.
some sunlight for the
Yeah, some
vitamins.
sunlight.
Vici's
exactly.
looking very modern as well. I'm digging what they got going on. You know, it's it's cool. It's cool. Yeah, they get a solid 4 out of 5 for their room. I like it.
It's a really big room.
So they banned 2 silences, so they picked the big silence, a silencer, which, I mean, I'm never the biggest fan of silencer right now in the meta. It feels really slow, but he is that big. Like, I press R and everything just stops kind of hero, right? Because it works even through phase shift, through Yules.
I'm wondering what he will be buying as items. That's most likely our position 5.
Yeah.
I've seen some, like, in the last couple of months, Veil was very popular, but it fell out of favor a little bit.
Veil into like Refresher Rush.
It's just so much damage. Like
it is a ton of damage. And then just Refresher Rush is like the most common because even if you BKB or Manta, you just do it again. And Poyo, Erika, back to his Wraith King,
again.
which I feel like he plays like every game, if he can.
Even in the old Vici gaming, they were picking Wraith King for him all the time. It's like, doesn't matter if the meta is right or not, just give him Wraith King. He likes to be free, doesn't like to be pressing way too many buttons. Wraith King is simple in that way.
We did talk about how strong the hero is though, right? Like it offers so much. Laning phase is insane, all the skeletons.
Also helps offset the existential dread, because you don't die. So you're just like,
Unless you get mana drained.
uh-oh. Then it all comes back and you
Or
can't
you
get to sleep
shatter
at
with
night.
Soul Ring. You know?
Oh yeah, the old Soul Ring AA blast. And then go, let's not get into that. We don't have time. We don't have time to break that one down.
There was a rough one. Yeah, Dusa makes a lot of sense with Mars and Puck.
Yep. Looks like a really solid setup for them, right? Like you have this arena around the Medusa, you have Dreamcall around the Medusa. Looks like a solid game for her overall.
Like, I thought they might not want to go for Dusa just because Pangolier is so annoying for the Medusa, but like you can play around it. Like if you ever get Stone Gaze as a Pango, you just die, so you have to be very careful as a Pango as well. But like the disarm especially can cause a lot of problems for Dusa. And now they need to pick a hero that can actually deal with her. Probably. I mean, if what we said is correct, they already showed all their cores, right?
Yep.
Which makes me think it might just be a Quap support, like a post 4 Quap.
But post 4 Quap and then position 5 Silencer looks
It's
so
weak,
bad.
right?
Yeah,
It
for
looks really
some
weak.
supports.
But like, I mean, if you want to pick another support, there aren't like a whole lot of options left. I mean, Aster is also banning out offlaners because they might just expect a Pango middle even.
Yeah.
Could be Pango 4, right?
Could be Pango 4. Yeah, it's pretty flexible still.
Yeah, meanwhile, Vici gaming with the Phoenix, they're just banning out these heroes that would round up Aster really nicely. Phoenix with the Mars, with the Puck would be a perfect pickup here.
Yeah, not a whole lot of great supports left, to be honest. Like, I like Disruptor for both sides, to be honest. I think it's a strong pick for both.
Snapfire Mars is always a fun combination.
Snapfire would
yeah,
be solid,
of course.
yeah.
Or the
That's a
classic.
good call.
We don't do Snapfire in China region though. Only like 2 teams pick that here for some reason.
It's getting up there. It'll be more and more.
Yeah. Might just get banned out now, though.
True.
Anything else that messes with Pangolier for Aster? I don't think so, right? When it comes
Well,
to
3 and would have been
and
one.
wood, yeah. I actually was thinking about 3, but thought that they wouldn't pick it because I'd rather see some more damage coming from that position 5.
Yeah.
instead of
Interesting
control.
bans, too. Like, they ban Night Stalker and then Razor. Kind of like, dipping back to, oh, maybe you don't pick an offlaner.
It would be solid versus the Medusa, right? That Razor. Just link her up, follow her around, leech all her.
Although,
damage.
like, I've seen it match up a couple of times, and Dusa just seems to farm too fast for Dusa to be...
For him to-
For Razor to
yeah,
be...
yeah.
Yeah. You get this fast BKB, if you don't win the first fight, you just lose the game. Yeah, like, now they have to reveal everything. Show me your hand, VG.
And
they reveal nothing.
Wow.
Reveals nothing.
Reveals actually not that much.
Yep.
Yeah.
Mid Doom against Puck, I mean, obviously free farm. Like, it's...
It should be, right? It should
Yeah,
be mid
but it also puts the Quap as a 4 then.
Doesn't really.
Or
speak
Pango
to
4
Or
and
Pango
Quap
4
3.
and Quap offlane, yeah.
Yeah, which both is okay. Probably like the Pango 4 a bit more.
Same.
But then you lane Quap against Dusa, it's a terrible lane. Yeah, it's a good old Ogre. Buff up my heroes.
All right.
Goes very well
Ogre
with the
and Magi.
Medusa. Makes sense.
Yep.
I wanted more spice though, you know. But this is pick like a last pick ogre. It's like always first pick when they last pick it.
Offlane Doom mid. Mid
Everything else just got banned out, so
Offlane Doom,
it's a
mid
stable
co-op.
pickup.
Okay.
All right, very much online with what we expected here. No big curveballs coming out from either team. So, where does this leave your expectations, though, Mighty Draftmaster?
I mean, it's hard to go against VG when they get their comfort heroes, and I think they do have their comfort heroes, but I'm gonna go with Aster because I just like that.
Yeah.
That Dusa, Ogre, Puck. Like the combination is just too strong, and
Just makes sense.
like if they didn't have that Puck, I would probably go for VG, but that Puck pick just seems super strong, and they don't really have an answer for it.
I'm just worried about this Doom if he'll be able to dominate the Dusa and just follow her around, eliminate her from fights, which we have seen a couple of times. But still, Aster's drafts just look way easier, way more simple to execute.
Big up.
Going Aster. I think that Ori's on a hero that he's going to be very comfortable with, going to be a playmaker in this game, and I think maybe Vici's draft. I don't really like Erica on this Wraith King. He doesn't really show me much at the moment. Yeah.
Blasphemy.
I like him more on like a PL.
He's coming for
Blasphemy.
you, dude. You're insulting his signature. Wow, he's coming
Give him
for
PL
Give him PL.
every game.
Alrighty, it's time for game number 1. Let's bring in our casters for this one. We've got our Cryptic and we've got Neff to bring you game number 1 of Aster versus Vici.
Thank you so much, Nomad, and yeah, super happy to be back on the casting desk here with my brother in arms, Neff. How you doing, buddy?
Amazing, but I'm kind of with Black on this one. 5th pick Ogre Magi for the team. Last pick overall. Like, that is the final thing to come out. That's your gotcha card.
I love it. It's actually, I mean, it's great. Like, you need something to amplify the
You
Medusa,
would.
right?
You would
It's
love
really
that.
good. You just bloodlust the Medusa, and then she just becomes this artillery.
Fair enough. But yeah, as much as I don't like the last pick on the Ogre Magi there, I think like the Puck pick amazing, countering out to both the Pango and the Queen of Pain that they started the draft with. I definitely prefer Aster's lineup here. But, they had huge ability to flex a lot of these heroes around. Basically, the only person you knew was going where was that Wraith King, position 1, right?
Yeah, I mean, that's true. I mean, after the Doom, to me, I still would have expected it to be Doom off lane, mid lane. We see a little bit of an Earth Spike here. Nice blink out from XM, but that is a blink first for the Quap, and that feels pretty rough.
Yeah. Your lane kind of in shambles now. You don't get to go the first point in the dagger to trade with the enemy. You don't go first point in the scream or to secure yourself that ranged creep. Having to go that blink, I mean, on one hand, yes, you don't end up feeding first blood to the enemies, but again, your lane a lot more difficult than it was going to be before. You don't usually level that ability to like level 4, if that.
Yeah, I mean, against a Puck, you might level it earlier, just so you can contest a rune, right? Because the last thing you want is Puck to double rune you. But yeah, either way, starting level 1 blink is rough because you need the Scream of Pain to counter push that the Puck's going to do, right?
Or no, to secure the range creep. Otherwise, you just get bodied in lane here. That's probably what's going to happen. I mean, maybe you don't go at the early point into the dagger against the Puck because, this is a skill-based matchup. He's got 2 different ways to dodge that projectile as it comes out onto him. But again, I imagine the CS war will be won by Ori here because of that initial point into the blink.
Yeah, we'll see how it goes, and Ori gonna get that denied potentially. No, it goes the way of XM anyway. All right, so not the end of the world here. I'm curious how these side lanes are gonna play out though, because you do have, of course, this like offlane Doom, which a little bit weaker early on, but does have once you get a couple items, couple levels, he can be a little scary. And your lane support being an ogre, shouldn't be too bad.
Liz was talking about that one. Like, it's not the best hero to run at the Medusa. She's got a lot of bulk, chasing her down with Scorched Earth. It's not going to be so easy, unfortunately. So, I think that she's going to have a fairly simple time in the lane here. And, does have an Ogre Magi in the lane with him, like you mentioned, that tool to help accelerate her farm, make her feel bigger in these team fights. I think, she's not going to keep up with the Doom farm with all the extra that he gets from Devour, but she's going to be pretty farmed herself, and I don't think he's going to be able to contest her too much.
Yeah, a lot of damage coming out here from this Wraith King Silencer bottom lane. Like to see this. I mean, Silencer is such an annoying hero, and Wraith King has become fairly strong. Now, B-Cop was saying he's not a fan of Erica on the Wraith King. Everyone else seems to disagree, though. How do you feel about it?
Well, B-Cup's crazy. No, that's fair enough. He understands the region much better than me, but I just feel like it is such a solid hero right now. In this game, it's not amazing. There's not like any super huge cooldown abilities that you're getting back up from and like wasting the cooldown of. Like Normally you see Wraith King is an ideal counter to things like Doom, Faceless Void, Enigma, but you know it's all low cooldown disables on the side of Aster, and you know like decent DPS that you aren't like committing any big cooldowns for. So between the Hex, Impale, Fire Blast, and most of Puck's kit, I don't think Reincarnation is super useful here.
That's the first time I've ever actually seen that Medusa taunt, and that is really annoying. Okay, XM here. Doing all right in the mid lane, 13-3, make it 15-3, so having a pretty good start despite being forced to go for the Blink, level 1.
I am surprised. I guess you have a bit more base damage, but I don't think you should be performing this well. Puck definitely is supposed to win this matchup, so out to XM for, you know, despite going that first point into Blink, securing CS, and actually ahead of Puck by a little bit here.
Yeah, you're gonna grab the water rune, nice pull there. This is what we call the bootstraps action, right? Like, you know, just making sure to boost their own economy.
Dire's courier
Well,
has been
the supports haven't really had time to rotate yet. Looks like Yama focused on putting the pressure on the enemies here. Wants to, you know, slow down Medusa's farm any way they can. Doesn't want to Ogre Manta trading hits with this Doom. You know, Devour doesn't give you that bonus HP regen anymore, just the gold and the ability, so a little bit easier for supports to zone him out of the lane.
Yeah, so far, I mean, both of these side lanes seem kind of static, right? The Medusa, they're not going to be able to apply a lot of pressure on her with this Doom. And rather than, you have two options, right? You play against, you either play a lot of pressure or you play a farming offlane hero that, you know, doesn't really get zoned. And so that's why they've gone for the Doom, right? Like, he will be able to kind of stay pace with some of these cores here on the side of Aster.
Yeah. And the fact that like still didn't reveal their hand of their last pick, they can still have the ability to flex things around, which I really did like.
All right, XM just going to pick up a body rune. Same thing going to be for the Puck, though. And yeah, just back to farming for both these heroes. Now, the safe lane, you do have like this Wraith King who's kind of in a similar boat, right? Like Mars does a decent job against him, but it's not the end of the world.
Yeah, Mars is decent, but you know, it's not like you're playing against Templar Assassin of the Drow, which, you know, Templar Assassin of the Drow ended up winning against the Mars. But I feel like, I don't know, Mars is decent just because Wraithing's got super low armor, but he did actually go chainmail his first item, so.
And there's the Wraithfire Blast. They're going to drop the spells out from the Silencer as well. XXS falling fairly low, but Erica does need to respect that damage. Will get salved up.
Mars has gone for, you know, armor item as well, this Helm of Iron Will, just to be able to, you know, sit in place against Wraith King's auto attacks and the skeletons as well. But yeah, Mars is pretty good against him for that reason. You clear out the skeletons and, you know, God's
Mid lane?
Rebuke.
Queen of Pain? Following that? Wait, where is Queen of Pain? No, looks like she's okay. All right, never mind.
She's heading back into the base.
Okay, so she was just farming up some camps.
Yep. She's going to be just fine. Situation under control. But yeah, you know, Mars good against Wraith King just because he's such a low armor hero. Like one of the lowest melee heroes as far as base armor goes. He sits at 2 and his agility growth rate isn't amazing either, so you're usually forced to go chainmail them at the beginning of your armlet when you're playing against the Mars. Otherwise, God's Rebuke just does way too much damage to you.
Yeah, and that's what we see here. He's going just for the phase boots right out of the gate. Just make sure that he has those.
Surprised that he didn't start with a Ring of Protection. Usually people do that in lanes against Mars, but
the Lion's like not the strongest lane hero, right? So he's not going to take too much damage from him. Silencer much better at trading there, right?
Yeah.
So it kind of, that might be why.
Yeah, he's doing fine for himself, sitting at the top of the net worth right now already. Well, just surpassed by Puck, but you get what I mean.
I mean, look at all 6 though. They're very close.
Yeah.
And this is the thing, like the Doom, like we knew was going to struggle a little bit here. Now we're going to finally see that 6-minute rune come out and a nice stun bottom lane. The first blood finally going to come through as it goes to Bobica here. However, the nice trade. They do manage to finish off one, and Bobica going to burn down 2XM. Double kill for the Queen of Pain.
You weren't having a good enough time already beating that Puck in lane. Now you've got 2 kills under your belt. Almost level 7 already here with that 6-minute rune. But Ori did manage to grab that Arcane rune. Unfortunately, I don't think he's going to find too much use out of it.
Yeah, very well done. I mean, Queen of Pain doesn't get the first blood, but those 2 kills will net him quite a little bit of XP. Ori, though, just rather to dodge it.
Advantage. Yeah.
Top lane, Fire Blast, slow out onto Irving, but he's fine. Meanwhile, bottom, though, a little bit of a jump here onto the Silence. They find that kill executed there by that God's Rebuke. Erica just going to have to go back to farming.
Yep. God's rebuked the Silencer to finish him off, so he's got all these skeletons running at him now, and he's actually in a little bit of trouble. He's got Wraithfire Blast up in a second, but after he's sticked up there, doesn't want to finish him off.
Top lane, they're going on to the Doom this time. Infernal Blade going to do a little bit of damage, but he's not getting the disarm there on the Pango. He might not even have it. Yeah, he doesn't. 2-point shield crash, so Monet, with the help of Ogre, will find themselves a kill.
Yeah, you get level 4 there. I'm pretty sure you get, you might be able to save the Doom. It's difficult. You're getting run down underneath that Ignite. The slow is just absolutely massive, and Medusa whittling you down as well. Monet doing decent for himself. Somebody needs to be making stacks in the jungle. It looks like Ogre Magi, you know, with a little bit of time, Doom out of lane, he's going to use that opportunity to establish vision inside the jungle and stack a couple of camps here.
XM doing very well. Just cleared up a lot of camps in that jungle. I mean, look at his net worth. He just skyrocketed above everybody else. This is one of the things that is one of the reasons that this Queen of Pain is so highly contested, right? She just farms incredibly fast once she gets that 4th point in the Scream. And then into the late game, once you have the Shard as well, it becomes so much easier.
Yeah, and you know, your lane matchup you usually do at least reasonably well with, and that's partially due to the buff to Shadow Strike. In fact, you heal up when you're trading with people now with each tick of that. So it's a fairly safe pick, and that's why people are picking it as well. Lots of different items you can build on it too.
Ogre gonna walk right into these supports here, and should be a pick off going the way of them, but he's managed to keep himself alive for the moment. This man, he's too tanky.
He's got a lot of HP regen, so I don't even think this Arcane Curse is going to finish him off.
No. He'll just salve himself up, and now that he sees both supports, Monet going to hide himself a little bit further in the trees, and you might see him rotate out soon. Meanwhile, mid lane, damage being done by Ori, the DD rune on the puck.
Yeah, he's got the line sitting behind him, so the moment anyone tries to move over here and jump him, it could turn this around on them, but line is going to back up, wants to move over to these ancient stacks, is what we were talking about. If you've got an Ogre Magi on your team, you're playing Medusa, you want to be moving over here every minute mark. Or rather, I don't think he got to the Ancients in time. He did stack the hard camp, though.
Doing fairly decent, though. XM, of course, rushing the Orchid this game. Need to be able to deal with the puck. Also very good against the support duo here. Ogre, quite a nuisance, but it's pretty much an easy kill onto Lion once he has it, right?
Yeah. Lion, you know, basically just food. Although, I was thinking about the plays that they're making around the map next here on the side of Aster. Looks like they're setting up, but you know, with just Ogre Magi here holding the tower, if he goes down, you don't really care if the majority of your team's farming up. And
yeah, he's here to basically tank the gank. And meanwhile, you're losing Wraith King bottom. Reincarnation was popped. So, okay, Arena as well. So they basically just trade Reincarnation for the kill. Erica will get out, and they will go ahead and push top tower as well. So, very well done here.
yeah, I don't know. I mean,
Trading first Arena for Reincarnation is super value.
yeah, level 1 Reincarnation. That way, you know, Puck scouts him out, he'll be able to find a kill off onto him, but a lot of damage being done to this top tower. That's why he came up here.
They're going to TP in. Ori gets the silence, has the coil, will drop it, and Wraith King might have come just a little bit too far, a little overconfident rather, as he tried to commit for the tower and ends up paying for it with his life. So a great rotation in there from Aster.
Yeah, I mean, they called that one out. Dream Coil available, you know, minute the arena. If this Wraith King is going to be food for the next couple of minutes, I think always.
Irving's got the Doom. He's trying to get his hands on the puck, but a nice waning rift's going to get him out. And they do get the tower at the end of the day. Rotation from Silencer as well. They're going to go ahead, try and bring down the Ogre Magi. Plenty of stuns there. Going to get himself some intellect.
+2.
+2. It's in the bag.
Yeah, and you know, Sierra's now melting Wraith King. Unfortunately, just TP tops. He's got to get the Walk of Shame back into his jungle or something like that. Is now falling pretty far behind. He's sitting 800 net worth behind the Medusa. So that one unfortunately did slow him down, but you know, his team gets a little bit more map control after taking that tier 1 tower. XXS ended up finding the tower in the bottom lane as majority of those TPs on the side of Radiant were on cooldown.
Yeah, it's really odd, right? The Wraith King loses Reincarnation and then puts himself in a really rough position there top, and like you said, really slowing down his farm here.
Yep.
But we'll see if the rest of the team's able to deal with it.
Decent position. Pop's got to get more mana. She's got her ultimate available again now, though.
Look at Erica. He's going Midas.
That is a bold move in the current year, but you know, it makes sense if he wasn't going to go for that armlet. So Here's what he plans to build after that. We rarely see like Midas into Radiance on the Wraith King that used to be super popular.
Yeah.
People go like the Armlet, Deso, and Blink Dagger build right now, and then eventually into Assault Cross.
I can't imagine he's gonna go for a Radiance. Like you can go for this Midas and then just like go back for the regular Wraith King items like Desolator and stuff like that. But Radiance feels really rough on this hero.
Yeah, I mean it disables Blink Daggers, which is neat, but I don't know. It just feels like an archaic build. Nobody goes for it.
Yeah, I mean the only players that we
He's
ever
got it
see
queued
doing
up.
it. He's going with Radiance. Wow. Okay. I guess, I mean, maybe it's the idea is to try and deal with the Medusa.
Again, I mean, it gives you the evasion, 70%, which applies to everything that she's trying to get attacks off onto. But I guess disabling Blink Daggers, staying on top of the targets. If you're worried about not being able to actually get your right clicks off onto people, then the Radiance can do quite a bit. And that's usually the build that people go for when they pick up this Midas. I was just surprised to see it after so long.
Yeah, XM finishes up the Orchid here. They've smoked up. They'd love to get their hands onto somebody. Puck, however, pretty far away. They're not going to find the Medusa either, so maybe settling for an Ogre or the Mars mid lane. Oh, actually, they are going to head into the triangle, and that is exactly where the Medusa is.
I mean, difficult to take her down. She's sitting pretty high on mana right now. Mystic's naked to top her off, and with Mars nearby here, they're not going to chance this.
Yeah, she's going to jump into the mid lane here and just settle for the kill there onto the Ogre. He's going to shatter. Now, however, they do turn around. Global Silence will be able to prevent any more spells being dropped onto the Pangolier. He gets the Rolling Thunder off. Needs to be a little bit careful. Still taking a lot of damage from the tower. Shield Crash doesn't actually connect. No damage reduction. He still survives. Just a little bit of HP left there.
Global Silence ended up being just long enough that he gets the Rolling Thunder off after being speared to the wall. Lion wasn't able to get that Hex off, and Lion knew that one. Started backing off from the Pangolier immediately rather than holding his ground and potentially getting gone on. He's got to be careful with his positioning here on Bobica.
Yeah, counter smoke here though. They're going to try and find the Pango. Swashbuckle already committed. XSS not actually in range. The Wraith King, however, will be the one that ends up scouting them. Nice curse in. Does get speared back. Signs are in a really bad position, but so is the rest of the team. Bobica drops that finger. Does get the kill. Io. Wait, Io, what? My hero's not in this game. Bobica just going to shatter out there. Nice Doom dropped out onto the Mars. No spells left. He's going to get surrounded by 4. Will fall.
They closed in on them in through multiple angles there. Ooh. And, Silencer getting speared back and it being just a little bit too far away from his team and ends up dropping there. But they got 2 return kills. Unfortunately, the Silencer doesn't get any in from that kill onto Lion as he burned down from that Arcane Curse as he was dead. No +2 today.
It happens. You can't always steal the enemy's int.
I legitimately get upset when I get kills on the enemies after I die on Silencer.
You're like, man, team, you got to keep me alive. I need to steal their int. I mean, heroes like...
I really don't want to buy back right now. The +2.
Yeah. But Doom, like we were talking about earlier, right? The hero has recovered. He's second on net worth, previously being 6th in place as far as the cores go. So now doing really well on this hero. We'll see him go pretty much the standard build, I'm assuming, just that early BKB. Maybe a Blink Dagger, maybe opt for something else. Silencer he'll get found here by the Mars. Nice spear setup. Ori.
Oh, he got the courier too with the God's Rebuke.
Yeah, he's
that's a
good.
twofer.
That's a buy one, get one free now.
Yeah. So a little bit of fucking gold going to the rest of his team as well for that kill. Very nice find. And they take mid off of this one. No Global Silence and already set up around the tower on all these dire heroes. They opted not to defend that one. So map control now going the side of Aster. And I do believe that the advantage going late game, again, your Wraith King pick isn't amazing here. It's not like you're countering out any high cooldown abilities that they need for these team fights. Instead, there's that constant outflow of damage from the Medusa and low cooldown spells on all the Aster heroes. So I'm concerned for them if they don't make a couple of moves and start slowing down the momentum of Aster.
Yeah, absolutely. The nice smoke here from Vici Gaming. Once again, they really would like to get this Medusa, but an Ogre might spoil their plans. They do see him just for a moment. So they're going for the wraparound Orchid. Nice ward drop here. They do see Monet. He doesn't have the shield on. This would be their moment.
He's got it now. Pops the
Manta. Yeah, they're a little bit afraid. They're going to jump in. They will just once again collapse around the Ogre Magi. Find themselves a kill.
Medusa didn't even think about helping there. He's just, nope, thank you very much, Ogre. Putting your body on the line for me one more time.
More int going the way of the Silencer, though, and he's stealing it from Ogre. Not a very smart hero. Not really known for his intelligence, right?
I disagree. Man's got it all figured out.
He's just misunderstood.
Yeah. I'd live like that if I could.
Yeah. Spear, Arena mid lane. Gonna be used actually onto the Silencer. Should be able to clean this one up. Doesn't actually get any spells off before he dies. Rolling Thunder, not gonna be dropped. Okay. He's gonna just settle there. Queen of Pain is behind him in the mid lane here though, so a little bit of a scary dive. Oh, they get the vision of the Hex right away from Bobica. XM tries to blink out, not gonna connect. Ori comes in, gets Signs, Finger of Death comes through as well. Rolling Thunder trying to hold him there. Coil though, gonna prevent that escape, so they will find themselves the kill onto the Queen of Pain. A fantastic find there from Aster.
That was like a preemptive silence coming out from the Queen of Pain or the Mars, and I thought it would be enough, but they just have so much disable between the Lion and the Puck that it didn't even matter that you didn't get a spear out there.
Really sick play there from the Lion.
Yeah.
That's your blink though, right? That was the blink reveal.
Yep. I imagine he's going to play pretty far up and aggressive. I mean, this is the time that they're going for it. Once the Eye of Scotty's completed here on the Medusa, you know, you sit the rest of the team behind her. Once she's got the Aegis, she just kind of chips away at your high ground. And if you try to commit on her, Arena comes out, spears bring you further back into the rest of the Dire team here. I'm concerned about their odds of winning, and you know they're trying to make moves now, but they're finding the jumps on the Silencer. And if he's going down at the beginning of these team fights before he can get his global off, there's no way they're taking the fights.
Yeah, this Medusa is definitely going to be a problem. I'm curious what the item build is going to be for this Puck. I mean, I think I saw him go the Witchblade build, so chances are Witchblade Blink. After that, who knows? Like, could go the Aeon Disc, could go Yules. But bottom lane, Monet just feels so free, right? Like, he's, on, like you said, on the way to the Scotty, protected by his supports as well as the Mars, the tier 2 tower here. Yeah. Looks like they don't really want to contest it.
You commit like one person onto where there's a very quick reaction that's going to come out from Bobica, or you try to commit multiple heroes. Arena is going to do an amazing job at, you know, zoning several of the enemies off Monet.
And like they were kind of trading this for the tier 1, but they still managed to TP out and protect the tower, so.
I think they know that Mars TP'd out. But yeah, Monet backs up before they make the initiation here.
Yeah, Vici Gaming not actually finding really any objectives on the map right now. They got that tier 1 quite a tier 1 top a long time ago. Since then, they've really lost a lot.
Yeah, I mean,
Blink Dagger done on Pango, very big pickup.
Yeah, but even that the top tier 1, I mean, that was a rotation from Wraith, and it came at the cost of him going down to the Puck, right?
Exactly. Ooh, nice ward there. Bottom lane, they find Irving. Global Silence comes through. Rolling Thunder as well. Can the Doom survive long enough? Stone Gaze going to hold him even longer. Bobica with a beautiful 3-man stun from the Lion, setting up 3 more kills. Reincarnation going to come through. Erica's got to run, but slowed down for the moment. They've got plenty of spells left here on the side of Aster, chiving behind the tower. Nice rolling, nice Pango reinitiation here, but Erica will end up falling at the end of the day. 3 heroes now dead, about to be a 4th, and Silencer, the only survivor for Vici Gaming. What a play by this Lion.
That jump, and that Stone Gaze as well, buying just a little bit more time. I mean, the Global Silence came out, the Doom would have been able to get his Doom off and, you know, limit the initiation power there from Aster, but absolutely nothing got done. That huge Earth Spike on the way back in just after the Stone Gaze ended, it was incredible. The Global Silence ended up being all for naught.
I mean, you feel like you've got to go in and get the jump when the Global comes out, right? But they're dangling with the Doom.
With the Stone Gaze, like, you're still being disabled with the Global Silence there. That Stone Gaze was amazing positioning, was amazing timing for it, and yes, that was the optimal time to Global, but with that Stone Gaze coming out, it was just impossible. I mean, watch this.
Irving's like the last hero that can get caught, too. He's got to get these Doom initiations off, but look at this. He managed to catch all 3. XM sets up for a super sick coil as well, so this Queen of Pain's never going to escape, and you know, Jama doing the best he can here on the Pango to keep his team alive, but
comes back in one more time to try and save Erica, but it does not end up being enough. And
Ori is just balling out so far.
Yeah, and there's your Radiance completed in the middle of that team fight on the Wraith King. So, that done, things get things get slightly easier for you maybe. But you're 6K net worth behind here, 21 minutes, not the end of the world, but now Medusa has finished her Eye of Scotty.
That becomes difficult. Bottom lane. Queen of Pain going to get found here by Bobica, but nice save by the Pango. Nice Arena Spear, though, the BKB bait. It's going to set up another kill as he grabs with the Finger of Death, and now Jama trying to TP home will successfully make it out. Dude, they are just toying with the side of Vici Gaming here, and they're going to smoke up right away. Underneath a ward, though, so they will know.
I mean, they'll play further back Doom in the top lane, I think, will continue to push. You saw the enemies on the other side of the map. There's no towers up here still, but incredibly quick movements around the map coming out from Aster. They look damn good.
Yeah, they are looking very clean. Mars at second on the net worth, dude. Not a good sign for Vici Gaming. They did manage to, like I said, complete the Radiance, and Doom on his way to the BKB, but he really needs this like 3 minutes ago.
Yeah.
Right? Like, you needed this BKB earlier.
Bobica has just absolutely destroyed you. I mean, the Mars gets the spear off on you with the initiation. You can't do much about the Stone Gaze. It's going to pierce match immunity, but, you know, Bobica is putting in work on this Lion. You need BKBs in order to deal with this. Going to claim this area around the Roche Pit. That's their next objective, right? And that's what they want to be able to chip away at the high ground. People just sitting behind the Medusa, the Ogre Magi, Blilla Stinger, and then, of course, putting that Aegis onto the Medusa so she could safely hit the towers. BKB now completed on the Doom, so that's a tool you were talking about. He very much needed that. Now, it's like just playing the area that they know is safe. They know that the enemies are going to be playing around the Roche Pit. They're going to be taking control of their triangle, so safest area of the map is the enemy team jungle. They'll look to try and push the tier 1 tower in the bottom lane, get a little bit more map control, but this tower doesn't mean much. You give up Roshan for this, but there's not really much you can do. It's actually going for Heaven's Halberd right now on Erica. I mean, that's a sign that he's forced to be playing defensive and on the back foot. I mean, it will give you a little bit more survivability. Oh, no.
Yeah, they've managed to catch him, and they will be able to pop that reincarnation here in a matter of no time at all. And you got a second life, yes, but your team is nowhere near to save you. So Erica, yeah, you're farming aggressively in the enemy triangle. Gonna pay for that. Goes the way of Ori.
Yeah, I mean, this is the safest area of the map for you. Very deep in the enemy territory, but it's quite easy for them to catch you out with all these low cooldown disables, and exactly what they do yet again. And the Skeletons did end up getting that bottom tier 1, going the way of the Wraith King, but
that's some copium, Neff.
Yeah, I'm grasping here, and so is VC.
Is that similar to I'm walking here?
I mean, there's just such little that they can do right now. It feels like they're boxed in.
8-14, an 8,000 gold lead here for Aster.
I mean, they can get the ideal initiation at counter initiation. They have a Silencer. They have, you know, a Queen of Pain and a Doom. They can turn these fights around, but I feel like Aster's going to have to make a couple of, you know, slip-ups for that to happen. And they're playing pretty calm and collected with control of the map and just building up their net worth. They know the later this goes, the better off they are going to be. So, not looking to pressure high ground too hard, but when they have this Aegis, 3 minutes and 30 seconds, they can chip away at this high ground.
Yeah. We're almost at the Daedalus, man. This is going to be very scary. I mean, the thing is it's so difficult for them to kill Monet once, let alone twice. So this Aegis, very crucial for Aster here. Is going to get this tier 3 tower in just a few moments. Fortification will slow us down. They are smoked up behind, so Bobica, I mean, we saw him reinitiate the last fight, you know, after the global silence, and
yeah, I mean, it got bought a little bit more time from that Stone Gaze, so he just struggled to get in right away, but he wants to play aggressive here. And with that Aegis, I mean, if they global silence Medusa as they initiate, just wait for the global to end, she gets back up, and then Bobica does the initiation on this line.
Oh, nice ward sentry there, but it gets sniffed out. The scan, very nicely done from Aster there. So the wraparound not going to be successful from Vici Gaming.
Yep.
And Medusa back onto the high ground.
And there's a Daedalus completed that you talked about.
Yeah, on our way to the Eye of Scotty next. Gonna pop that Manta to remove all these debuffs. Gets pretty much barracks uncontested. Like, I don't know what you do here on Vici Gaming. They literally cannot run into this Medusa. The heroes behind them are so good at reinitiating this fight. Irving, he's got to be the one that finds these heroes like Puck or Mars with a Doom, and they're going to smoke up, go for another wraparound here. They do have a ward this time.
Yeah, but look at the position.
Oh, they found Pango in the trees. Spears, it didn't look like it should have connected, but it does anyway. And now no Pango, no Rolling Thunder. A second lane of barracks goes down. Irving, he finds the puck. Global silence comes through as well. XM, a big sonic wave, but he jumps in. He's taking so much damage, and XM does end up going down the BKB for what? You found Irving with the spear. The GG comes out. You don't even get the kill onto the puck thanks to the deny.
XXX, absolutely insane that denies. He tried to make that play there, but Aster all over you. It felt like you were so helpless there. There's no way for you to initiate towards the end. And after they caught the Pango out in the trees, they like hesitated with their smoke, tried to move back around to save the Pango. Then they're like, oh, well, this doesn't change the issue we were having a couple seconds ago. There's no way we're going to be able to kill this Medusa.
Yeah, I mean, they just ended up owning into the late game there. Like, it was very, very, very well done.
I'm just surprised they did that with the first Aegis. That was, you know, just them playing so quickly. And again, Wraith King didn't feel like the ideal hero against this lineup here. And you know, as much as making fun of last pick Ogre Magi, the lineup, you know, was amazing. And Aster with the clean victory.
Yeah, it was. I mean, you just sit behind the Medusa here. Like, everything that they did was to basically be like, all right, Medusa, you just go walk at them. You know, us four will sit back here, wait for global silence to be over, and then we'll reinitiate. Like, the Aegis protects their lineup so good. It basically nullifies global silence completely.
Yeah, exactly. They need to be able to do something in those a couple of seconds there. But if they can't do anything with global silence, then absolutely no way they win. It's as simple as that.
It just feels so bad, too. Like, Doom goes in, he gets the puck. He's like, yes, we're going to doom him. Puck is dead. And it's just like, nope, deny.
I think they lost the game at that bottom fight, though. So, where they, you know, end up getting that stone gaze off. And the beautiful stun by Bobo. Definitely my MVP for this match.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, let's see what the panel says, though, as far as who they think is MVP. But we'll have them break down this match further. So go ahead and take it away, guys.
Hello and welcome back to the China DPC panel, where we are going to break down game number 1 of Team Aster versus Team Vici. Unfortunately, Vici weren't able to pull off the same sort of success as we saw from their compadres over on the side of ehome earlier on, where they beat up. A bit of a different story this time around, eh? Yep.
You can speak. You can speak.
Yeah, he's over there. He's far away.
Far enough.
All right. Yeah, it was pretty much the Vici I kind of expected. I didn't really think Erica was going to do that great on the Wraith King. He found himself out of position a lot. You know, he was farming the enemy triangle and just getting caught out. He had died up top trying to make some aggressive plays. And it was Oriana comfort hero, Monet doing his thing, and Aster looked pretty good still.
Aster? Yeah, it felt pretty solid, easy for them, didn't it? Yeah. From the moment they picked that puck, right? Like it looked like the draft is all right for them, and that they will be able to take it.
Why are you trying to psych out my boy Beacon?
I'm so confused. Did I say something wrong?
No, you said master. Like
Did I say master?
Yeah.
Team Aster? I mean,
Team Aster.
Freudian slip.
All one word? I don't know.
Yeah, it's like one word.
They did
I was
fine.
like, did they lose? Did I just like have a delusion, a fever dream?
Well, I got really scared there. I was like,
yeah, I'm sweating right now. My anxiety was peaking.
But I mean, you talked a bit about how Mono was getting caught out a lot, how he was dying a fair bit. I mean, why do you think that was? Was he being shut down, or was he making mistakes? Or was it a bit of both?
You mean Erica, right?
I'm done.
I mean, sometimes you just get picked off. It doesn't matter. You're trying to, especially when the game is hard for you as a carry, as Black has experienced many times in his life. You get caught out of position because you're trying to be a little bit on the enemy side, farming where you shouldn't usually farm. But you know, you live and learn.
Absolutely. On the other side of the coin, you know, Aster, they were able to enable their Medusa to a very high standard. You know, it just felt like a free Medusa game. And, you know, like Ricky was saying that, you know, once they had that Aegis, it just felt so easy to play the game. Like, Global Silence comes out, you're just like, all right, like, we have an Aegis. We're just going to sit behind the Medusa. Easy peasy. But in what other ways did they enable this Medusa?
I think they just kept the map open for Medusa quite a bit. And, like, a lot of the fights, I think, didn't really include the Medusa. And it just... You know, when you're giving that much space over and you're able to control the game for however many Vici you want to bring, it feels like Medusa's just going to have a good game from the get-go.
Yeah, and it really wasn't that difficult for them when you think and consider that Global was usually used defensively. It was usually Aster engaging, then Global goes off, tries to prevent a teamfight from happening, and if you're Aster, you're happy with that. You're always committing a less valuable cooldown for that global silence, which gives you an opportunity to fight in like a minute or so without the global being there even. Just Medusa and Puck for me seemed like complete game-changing picks in this game. I still feel like the Lina ban, understandable. You're playing versus a Mars Lina right now. We've seen what Somnus did yesterday, right, with the hero. It's just bonkers strong. But when you have a Puck, when you have a Pango and a Queen of Pain, not banning Puck is a recipe for disaster.
Yeah. Fights feel very split from Vici too. Like they didn't exactly have the right idea on what they wanted to do. You had 2 heroes going left, 2 heroes going right, and just missing opportunities left and right.
So do you think that this silencer was like poorly thought through, or do you think it was fine? Do you think it fulfilled its job well, or what would you have liked to seen them do differently to enable this pick?
Like, it's hard to just go and wail on the silencer. His job right in this game is to press R, and that's it. It comes down to the way you approach the whole game and the way you're playing around the R. Like we said and talked about earlier, it's much easier when you're on the offense and you're the ones attacking, instantly triggering that global silence, getting a pick-off for it, a major pick-off that you want. And it's completely different when someone like Pango gets gone on, right? And then you have to pop that ulti to save him, and then suddenly Pango used perhaps his Rolling Thunder to get out of an arena, plus the global is used, and you're just useless for the next minute or two. You can't really take a proper engagement. Silencer as a hero is fine though.
Yeah, so were there like specific timings you wanted to see Vici work around more than? I mean, it's kind of awkward, they never really reach those timings in the game, right?
Yeah. Especially, we'll see what our draft master, actually no, draft master only talks about the draft, but when it comes to itemization, we had Wraith King going for an old school Radiance build. Erika, there must be a reason why he opted to go for that, as he is a Wraith King spammer. Maybe it's one of those things, oh damn, I played this 2,500 times and I forgot that there's this new armlet into Blink Dagger or Shadowblade build that would allow me to actually fight earlier and be on the front lines. When you're going for this Radiance, you're just AFK for way too long.
Yeah, and like, you're playing, I don't know, it feels weird playing the Radiance into the Medusa especially as well. Someone who already likes these really long team fights, you take too long killing the supports and she's just going to plink you down. It can be very annoying. I feel like when you're playing against Medusa, don't you want burst to just kill off the supporting act and then just isolate her?
Yeah, that's usually how you go about that. I actually remember watching a couple of games recently in which there was a Doom and a Wraith King versus a Medusa, and if you get on top of her early enough with 2 blinks and that Doom, like the 2 of you, that's more than enough to take her down. They just didn't have that oomph in these team fights, mostly because of the itemization.
All right, B-Cop, you're in the room. You're in the room of Vici Gaming, all right? You're there. Okay, the boys, they're looking a bit sad, okay? They're like, oh man, we thought we stood a chance, we saw ehome this morning. Come up against the yards, they did great. We're not doing so great. What do you say? How do you pump them up?
I've never been good at pump-up speeches, but
I can tell.
Don't pick Wraith King is probably
low energy. All right.
Yeah, low energy. I get in there, I start slapping some chairs.
There we go,
Yeah, we're gonna get in there. We're gonna fight because this is our DPC. We gotta come and make a statement, and the statement is we're never out. We always fight to the end. We're winning 2 games in a row. Let's go, boys.
Woo!
Dude,
Draft
hype.
around the
Let's
corner.
go.
Let's bring in Black. We got our draft panelists over here ready to go for the second one. Black, how are we doing, my friend?
Yeah, I'm ecstatic. It's super hyped up because the speech it was amazing. If I was in his team, I would be literally just going 20-0 right now. Easily. Except he's going to pick Wraith King again, and it's going to not go that well. I don't know, like they actually need to go away from the Wraith King, or if you pick Wraith King, at least itemize properly, because that build doesn't work anymore.
Well?
Yeah, like the reason why Wraith King is so strong now is because once you build a Deso, you actually have objective taking, right? You can take towers, you can take Roshan, you kill support super fast. Like this Radiance is out of meta for a reason.
And wait, you get the cleave talent anyway, right?
Yeah, they're level 20.
We do have the draft available now, so let's waste no time in jumping into it and find out exactly what's going to get picked up in this second game. And we have a bunch of picks on the table already, but yeah, no Wraith King, thank goodness.
Yeah, and Lion Pango now. Pango on the other side. Aster's like, all right, you guys had your chance, now we're going to show you how to do it. But XSS also loves his Pango here.
Yeah, Aster didn't protect it that much, right? Bloodseeker now banned out, but they did let the Grimstroke go through, so...
But Grimstroke is always like a bit weird because Pango is usually much more in front, right, from other heroes. So getting a Grimstroke ult on him is actually not easy. And of course, they picked it in response to the Mars again. But Mars, Grimstroke in general, just can be a very strong lane. Maybe it's a 5 Grim, we don't know that yet. But it's pretty solid opening from both teams.
I enjoy playing Grimstroke with Mars a lot. Like, you can set up his blink into a spear with Inkswell, right?
Yeah.
He jumps in without fearing that you're going to use your blink dagger or whatever as that Inkswell damage kicks in. And you can spear a target. It just feels solid overall.
Yeah, especially once a chart comes in. Like if you ever get silenced or stunned back, it gets dispelled instantly. Yeah, Grimstroke is actually just like kind of a ridiculous.
Another Ricky. This Ricky,
I don't know why.
It has to be something with the scrims, right? Like
Yeah.
they must have noticed that Vici Gaming is playing Ricky or.
I gotta say though,
DMing our caster, that's what it is. They don't like him.
he's not a Ricky player, right? Poyo, like he's more the guy that wants to farm the entire game. Ricky's not that kind of hero. So maybe it's like a pot 4 Ricky. It can be super annoying.
Could be, yeah, with the shard, with the sleeping
it's
dart.
So annoying.
That does sound like a.
Yeah,
that sounds like a Baboka thing to do, not a.
I can't remember Erika playing Ricky in the first 2 seasons, and if you guys remember, Ricky was Omega broken like that.
There was the cleave thing.
Yeah,
right?
the cleave thing. Yeah.
Yeah, and like they got double attacks for some reason on his Aghanims, which they never really was like, it's a
fine.
feature. Is it a bug? It's a feature. Who knows? We're leaving it in.
What
They were
was
like,
it? Aghanims into rapiers and just cleave everything.
It was Battle Fury into Aghanims.
While being invulnerable.
Yeah, Battle Fury Aghanims, you're right. They go with the Quap.
Yep, that's
Or the Quap. Not Puck is not banned though.
Wraith
Be the
King's
same
not
thing here.
Quap is actually the 5th highest contested hero. She actually has the same contest rate,
Contest rate, yeah.
as the Bane.
It's XM and Dory as well. Like these two love playing Puck, love playing Quap.
Yep.
I mean, Puck seems like a pretty straightforward pick again.
Again, right?
Doesn't it? I mean, you're playing against a Lion, which is a bit of a threat, but I mean,
It's completely the same. Even Quap, Lion, Pango. Now you pick a Puck. You have that Hex to get him with, right? But he doesn't care because he's playing into a Quap and Pango, so he benefits a lot from that matchup already.
Should be a Puck here, right? Like, I don't really see why they wouldn't pick it. Maybe they'll pick like a support now or something else and then pick it in the next pick once they reveal another hero.
what do you think the only hero with a 100% contest rate in this tournament is in the China region only?
OD?
Nope.
Io?
Io?
Yeah.
Io. OD was ignored?
It had to be one of these.
Io was ignored? OD was ignored?
OD was ignored for 1 game,
wow.
and Spirit Breaker has been ignored for 1 game.
Yeah, they go with the Void Spirit.
Interesting.
No Puck. Okay.
I mean, it's a different approach. Somewhat of a similar approach, though. Once you have that Aghanims, you just jump into the backline and silence them. But I do still think Puck is much more valuable because it's much easier to set up, right? You don't put yourself in danger, especially together with that Mars. It just seems like a much stronger option. But I do know that XM prefers Void Spirit.
So it's just player preference, right?
Yeah. Which, I'm not the biggest fan of. Like, I think if you see a good hero, you should just pick it.
And this Void Spirit also benefits from Inkswell. We've seen what Puck can do with Grimstroke. Void Spirit is just as strong, getting on top of targets, stunning them up.
Is this where they show the Wraith King?
I mean,
how unexpected of Wraith King.
Wraith King looks like the thing is Wraith King always looks decent. They go Weaver, okay, so they're gonna leave the carry for last pick.
Well, yeah, one Weaver maybe.
It could be one Weaver. Like honestly, Weaver scales so well now with the talents. Like you have the Gemini damage, Gemini additional attack on 25. Late game Weaver is no joke.
Man, I love that talent.
It's so fun.
It's ridiculously strong.
Triple Gemini.
The shot as well. You're just like annihilating everyone.
There's that one point in the game in which you maybe find Enchanted Quiver and get that level 25 talent with like a crit. It's one right click from the parking lot and a support is dead.
A core might even be dead too.
Yeah.
You crit it, triple crit. Somnus is an expert at that. You should get some lessons from him.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I've never crit 6 times in a row, by the way. Have you?
That was crazy.
Didn't happen.
It was ridiculous.
I'd like to know what the actual odds are on that. Him critting 6
Let me
times in a row.
calculate that for you. They're
0.125.
3.789%.
I think it's way less than 0.
3.78. Wait, what was that number?
3.789%. I think it's lower than that.
It's definitely lower.
Yeah.
It just has to be Aster taunting
I've
them.
outed you.
they're just taking all their
Yeah, they're taunting them. Like,
taking-
wait, you got this.
They're just picking everything that they picked. Wait, there was a line in first game for Vici Gaming, right?
Was there?
Was there?
I don't
No,
know.
No, there was
Silencer.
Silencer and Pop. Yeah,
Yeah.
my bad.
A little bit slow on this one, but Grimstroke and Mars.
So mad.
Slow mad, yeah, indeed. Grimstroke and Mars have 7 matches together in the DPC upper division.
And 100% win rate.
Close. It's like
83.
71.43%, so I guess 5 wins and 2 losses would be.
Unbelievable. How did they lose twice? Who lost with it?
I can't. I don't have that information. readily
This is the
available.
Vici bait, by the way.
Yeah.
They let Aster pick Wraith King, so now Erica can't get it.
I feel
they
like-
have to give him a different carry.
There's no debate, though. It's like...
I feel like they banned.
Wraith King's actually strong.
Yeah, I feel like they banned the Monkey King and Aster was like, yeah, we're taking the Wraith King. Or was that? Yeah,
They'll give Erica
Lifestealer too.
PL, for sure.
it's an option.
What does Lifestealer play, though? I mean, what does Erika play? I mean, he could
Analyzer.
play Weaver potentially, but like it's a very active carry. I still think Poyo does best on the like really AFK carries, like Terrorblade, potentially.
Still an option, right? Like
Yeah,
it's
Medusa
not
could
banned
also
out.
be an option again. Actually, no, it's banned. I lied. The Draft Master lied.
There is PL, Erica PL still in the pool.
Yeah, it's an option. It's pretty hard against.
There's Quap,
Pango
there's
and Quap.
Pango, yeah.
Night Stalker. Okay, so they're expecting actually the Pango on a support position.
Instantly from Aster. They're putting the pressure on. They're saying, hey, you
so
wanna
quick.
Yeah,
And
use up
TA?
that reserve time?
The TA doesn't strike me as an Erica hero either. Well, I guess they just ban out what they think is good with the lineup.
what strikes you? Like Wraith King?
The Weaver was.
Terrorblade?
Wraith King or PL, that's it.
PL is good.
The Weaver
I honestly, I'm with B-Cop here. Like his Wraith King is a bit outdated.
So you're thinking B-Cop, you're thinking Weaver, safe lane, and then the last pick of support?
I know he used to play it, especially with like King Gaming Luminous. That was like that and Phantom Monster was definitely
Yeah,
his go-to.
It would make sense too.
Oh, Void.
Oh, a swing and a miss.
Void.
Wait,
His
into
support-
Wraith King?
His support.
Yeah,
Support voice.
and
it
also,
Is it the sports one? What
I don't know. I'm still gonna. I'm hoping.
so what's the
Copium on
combo?
that.
Copium on Peacock here.
There
He's like,
is-
yeah, no, it's still right.
But what's the combo with Void here?
I have no idea. This has to be something from the left field. As why would you pick Void into a Wraith King, right? That's first. Like usually you pick Wraith King into the Void.
Isn't it terrible against Pango too? You get disarmed in the chrono. You're like, oh, I'm not hitting you. What do I do?
And if he isn't hitting, no one else will
because
because
they have
their
no
draft
combo with
doesn't
it.
have a combo with Void.
So there's one target he can't chrono in the Wraith King, then there's 2 targets which he kind of has to chrono in the Lion and the Pangolier.
Yeah.
And the
It's a
Quap,
tough
yeah.
Void game, honestly. It's a pretty tough Void game.
That's why I'm setting it on a support Void. Just there for the chrono.
So do they take the combo away from the Void? Look, this is what you should have had.
Well, block pick the Snapfire. That was their last pick. Oh, well, let's do it anyway.
Copium's run out. It's Erica Void.
Oh no, the Copiums run dry, and
Void.
that is going to be a super strange Void pick. I mean, is there any reason you can think of why they wanted to face this Void in this situation? It's
No. Like, I thought about a lot of carries, and Void was not on that list because it just doesn't really do much. Like, the lane is pretty weak,
Yep.
right? Like Pangos is going to farm there, no problem. And then what do you do after? You don't chrono the Wraith King. Or who do you chrono? You can't just jump past the Wraith King. I mean, you can, but then you die.
The hero is popular in other regions, in other divisions. Like as a carry, it's picked much earlier, and Wraith King is usually picked as a response to the Void,
Yeah.
so it boggles me a little bit.
And usually there's also a combo, though, right? It feels really like they maybe misunderstand the hero a little bit,
all right.
potentially.
Boggled.
Boggleheads,
Aster,
Yeah,
Aster,
yeah.
Aster,
Yeah.
Aster,
yeah,
casters.
yeah.
Great transition there. Thank you so much, Nomad. I know Neff over here is also a
killing it.
bobblehead, saying yes to Aster.
You disagree.
I do disagree.
Well, I disagree with your disagreement, and I refuse to elaborate further.
That's fine. That's a very power move there. That's something Nomad would do.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. No, it is a little bit of a weird faceless Void pick. I'll give him that. You know, I'm gonna try and make some sense out of the nonsense, which is that they're just gonna kill Wraith King with the Mars Arena, And then you have Chronosphere.
Kind of an underwhelming ability to kill a strength carry with, in my opinion. But if you believe in it, well, go for it.
Thanks, Nat.
You're welcome.
Yes, of course. No, I'm trying to make sense of it. The Faceless Void final pick, it is very odd, but Chronosphere does stop rolling thunder. It's true. So we'll see how it goes.
Yeah, I'm with them though. I mean, usually the Wraith King is picked up to counter this, and it's not like they have anything amazing to throw into this Chronosphere either. Maybe you could pop out some damage from the Weaver. I just don't 100% to see where the... Oh, maybe Grimstroke is the actual carry here. He builds the Egg and him Scepter, lets Wraith King get super far, and then just creates an illusion of him.
They're literally telling you no, Neff. They're literally telling you no. I would say, for me, the Faceless Void, you do have strength in it because of the Grimstroke. That is a really, really strong combo. So we'll see if that ends up panning out okay in this safe lane, because the Pangolier is a hero that is pretty elusive, but with Time Walk as well as the Inkswell, it can be pretty scary.
Yeah, it can be. I don't know, but with Time Walk with the Inkswell, but you're playing against a Lion who's just going to hex you when you do anything, is so good against the Faceless Void. And they last pick a Snapfire, which I'm sure you're aware. You can pick up an Aether Lens on that hero. You can actually use Gobble Up as a save for Chronosphere.
Yeah, it's all good.
Yeah.
It's all good stuff.
They last pick a counter to the Faceless Void, and they already had, the Lion and the Wraith King there as counters. So I'm concerned about VC game, but, maybe they'll play the sickest Dota we've ever seen. Just pop off, shut Aster down, and win the game.
I know. We'll see. I'm definitely hoping for the game number 3. That would be very hype. Gonna go full 6 distance today. That'd be something we'd all love to see. But it's something that's interesting. It is the Snapfire 5, the Lion playing in the fort. Well, I mean, it's hard to say. You could technically just put Snapfire safe lane, still get the farm priority to her over the Lion. So we'll find out as the game goes on. But as of right now, he's playing in the safe lane. Ori mid lane, taking a lot of damage from XM here. Not gonna go for the tower dive. Smart though.
Yeah, with that Fairy Fire there on Ori, he would have survived that one. He got tick healed as well by that Shadow Strike, so it was smart not diving there. I was almost certain Ori was dead, though.
I mean, yeah, very close.
Then I thought about it.
Ori, the never even worried for a moment there, Mass. The guy's a genius.
Yeah. So his courier ends up going down to the Weaver here. Very annoying, but we're finally seeing some Weaver picks come out. Surprised that we didn't see it yet today, because we had 3 games.
Yeah, it wasn't picked up. It did make it through the draft a couple times, but people prioritizing different heroes, and that is a little bit surprising. Bottom lane, Bobica? Ooh, gets the Fairy Fire. It's going to be enough. Erica did not plan for it, and XXS can do a little bit of damage back on over to the Grimstroke. He needs a bash here. Okay, he's not going to get it.
Yeah, unfortunate, but he's just too good on Bobica. No way he ends up dropping it. Not after the MVP of the last match.
True. I mean, his Lion, legendary. Very good. Not the RGB Lion, unfortunately. Big fan of that one, but he's close at least.
You're a man who likes his hats, and that is a very glowy hat.
Yeah, there's very many glowy hats.
But yeah, right now Faceless Void is struggling a little bit top lane.
Top lane, you're right. Irving gonna go down, giving first blood on over to Monet, and now Weaver trying to make it out, but just off the mark with that Scatter Blast.
Yep. Yeah, I think we can just stay in lane, soak up a little bit of XP, but Mars will be back up here quickly. Things almost went very poorly for you. If you lost both your heroes there, I mean, this Wraith King has a good game already with this pickup against who he's playing against. It just gets easier if he stomps his lane.
Yeah, I mean, the panel touched on it, right? The Faceless Void, typically considered one of his worst matchups, is the Wraith King, because you can't really afford to Chronosphere him, so...
Yep.
He's as long as he has a good lane and can find farm, this Wraith King is going to be fairly strong.
I mean, the Mars was ahead in CS a moment ago. He does do fairly well in that lane. I mean, again, we talked about this in the last match. Wraith King, very low armor hero, and he's got the skeletons. You punish the low armor and all those summons with the God's Rebuke, and you've got Weaver up there as well, who provides the minus armor with his bugs. So 2 heroes that do a very good job punishing the Wraith King, but
Snapfire, baby.
After he ends up finding that kill there. Not so one-sided anymore.
Yeah, I mean, that's what it is. I mean, the Snapfire is such a strong lane hero. You have the Wraith Fire Blast set up into the Cookie, the Scatter Blast. You give a lot of control and a lot of magic burst damage. All right, going to get aggressive here onto the Grimstroke. Inkswell is going to come through. Nice time dilation as well. He will be able to drop that stroke out last second. Bobica trying to outrun the phase. That is a very long range auto attack, but he will find the kill on Erica. So 1-for-1 trade.
He's got the extendo mace.
Ah, yes.
You're obviously not familiar with that one.
That must be a Dota Plus feature.
Yeah. So we've got some action happening up here in the top lane.
Irving getting aggressive onto the Snapfire. Oh, the Wraithfire Blast going to stop that spear, and he's in trouble himself. Nice. Going to be able to catch the Wraith King. Maybe turn this around. The Bug's doing a ton of damage, and Jalma will just zone Monet off the Mars, and they'll be able to trade or not even a trade. They just get themselves a free kill around there in the top lane.
Bit of recovery there, but unfortunately they don't get the kill off onto the Wraith King, which is the one they're looking for. It's a little bit harder now that he's got his Helm of Iron Will. It's really important you shut him down that initial lane stage.
Ooh, nice fort on the mid lane there. Actually, Ori toying with XM a little bit. Meanwhile, top lane, Irving gonna get found. Does have a spear, will throw it. Last second, will he actually survive the one more auto attack? He will be able to make it thanks to the armor from the tower. Now Jalma will just chase down the Snapfire, and that's gonna be an incoming walk of shame for this hero.
Yeah. He's dropped it twice in a row up here, and this is kind of what you wanted. I mean, you wanted Wraith King to have a little bit of a rougher start than he did, but finding these kills on the Snapfire, this is, the reason why you pick Weaver. It's to win your lane. Hero is amazing at that, and when you pair with the stun, a lot of extra damage, and you have to be a little bit careful, my friend.
Yeah, they don't have
mana.
Oh, they do have the Swarm.
Oh, got it now.
Yeah. They're going to go back off a TP in from Ori behind the tower. Wants to be able to finish off the Mars, but doesn't have the mana quite yet for the Sonic Wave. Does throw it. Clips him at the very edge, and Ori ends up making use of that rotation.
Very nice. Was an excellent find there, coming back in, turning that one around and finding the kill. Mars, I mean, again, the worse this lane is for the Mars, better it is for Wraith King, and he's not going to struggle against any of these heroes in the late game. I think you pretty much lost your opportunity to shut this guy down. You've pretty much got to accept that he's going to have a decent game at this point, unless you make some huge movements around the map, but kind of hard to commit that much up there.
6-minute rune's going to favor the side of Aster as Ori grabs himself an Arcane Rune. Very nice. XM, bottle refill from the Weaver. Great support play. You love it. Mid lane, looking for Ori. Oh, just off the mark there with that Astral Remnant, or Aether Remnant.
Yeah. It would have been rough for Ori if he ends up getting caught down there, chained up and potentially killed, but he's going to be just fine.
He's actually got 2 points in the screams. This takes a little bit to actually clear up some of these stacks, but yeah, bottom lane. Try to get aggressive onto Erica. Looks like they missed that Earth Spike.
He's going to be just fine. Power Tread's almost completed. I mean, like, he's doing all right for farm. Second on the net worth right now on Erica.
Yeah, absolutely. It's mostly everything's fairly even except for the, Chronosphere just drops it right on the Pango, and why not? In comes the Inkswell. Time walks on forward, misses, however. Struggle Fade on the mark. Erica needs to be able to get these bash, but they get him. Okay. A little bit too optimistic with that time walk, but there's a rotation top lane, and XM's going to help find a kill onto Monet.
Very nice find. Well, maybe I was wrong. Maybe it's not too late for them to find some of these kills off of the Wraith King, but that jump from the Faceless Void onto the Pango there, unfortunately, ended up going a little bit too far, and I think he used the Inkswell on him a bit too late. Like, he gapped the distance, and then he walked back further towards, his Radiant heroes, and then he just, walks away after that. He gapped the distance of that Inkswell twice. I think if he had just gotten it off with that initial time walk, he would have just been fine, secured that kill.
Both heroes just canceled their TP into the top lane. So it is going to be Snapfire here alone. The other one's just going to start walking elsewhere.
I guess they figure they're not really going to be able to dive the Snapfire, and it's not really worth rotating for her. And, we're, 8 minutes in right now. She's only sitting level 4. It is pretty important for her to pick up that ultimate. There's a lot of team fight damage early on.
Yeah, they will need it. Okay. Oh gosh, I forgot how much I love the Weaver Grimstroke combo. It is disgusting.
You're a fan?
It's so good.
I think this is awful. Just being able to go on top of someone invis and stun them. No way they get away.
Yeah, it's awesome. It's great.
Yeah.
Very, very cool.
Yeah. I'm sick of Weaver. Again, could use a new patch.
You just are anti-bug, aren't you? You're just not a big fan of the bugs.
I like Nyx Assassin.
I don't believe you. You're lying.
Okay, you caught me. I hate Nyx Assassin. I'm lying to you right now. All right. Forced to play pretty far back at the moment, both on the Lion and the Snapfire underneath the tier 1 tower. I mean, the TP one more person in here, they could potentially turn things if they try to push.
Oh, they're going to go ahead and drop the arena. Nice cookie to stun them up and a nice earth spike to follow. Ori with his rotation. Easy pick off onto the Mars. Very well baited by the Snapfire.
Yep. Timing of those stuns absolutely perfect. I mean, he goes in with the cookie the moment that arena comes out, follows up with a stun, and he's just not able to pin him to the side of the arena. So, looked like a fairly free kill there, but no, they end up turning that one around, getting a kill on with position 3. It is worth the rotation.
Absolutely. Faces Void, do you think he goes for the Mask of Madness, or are we going to see like a Yasha build here?
Now that we're like moving back to the topic of the Faces Void, I'm not sure what he builds to win this game. I mean, maybe he just outfarms the enemies like crazy. We see a Maelstrom picked up.
Yeah, there is that. That's definitely the other far. Like
he's got to do a lot of damage in his own Chronosphere. There's nobody else that's going to pump in damage for him, unfortunately. That's why the panel was so confused with this Faces Void pick, especially into the Wraith King. So, I don't know. Eventually, he'll have to get a refresher. But
Irving, top lane, and pretty deep. In comes the Grimstroke, though. Inkswell will stun up. No, it doesn't. It completely doesn't. A huge Sonic Wave from Ori will push them by Irving, though. Still going to survive as the rest of the heroes able to rotate on in. They've managed to find the Queen of Pain, but they don't really have the damage here. XM will just force her to blink away.
Faces Void, Erica did have the Chronosphere there, opted not to come in. I guess he figured he wouldn't have enough damage to finish off that Queen of Pain, even if he did drop it. So, feeling pretty weak at the moment, but nice turnaround there. Kill off one of the Lion will help them a little bit.
They're going to be able to find this top tower here. I think they wanted to commit for it earlier, ended up backfiring, right, as Mars died underneath the tier 1. But now with Sonic Wave being on cooldown, they might try and be a little bit more aggressive around it. Meanwhile, bottom lane.
This is where they're going to be aggressive.
They've got a ward. They see these heroes rotating here. And there it is. The Chronosphere comes out. The chain stun there from the Inkswell. They actually managed to get the Pangolier as well inside of an XXS. We'll have that Rolling Thunder. Doesn't get the Phantom's Embrace off in time, and it might cost this Faceless Void his life. Just getting beat down by Erica. And again, Rolling Thunder will connect. They got him.
Unfortunately, only 2 points in that time walk, so massive cooldown on that. Once they caught him out the first time, he was just done. So he gets a kill on the Snapfire, but you turning that one around, you lose your carry, and you're about to lose your bottom tower as well. Skeletons putting in work, and Xiaoma not able to do too much about this.
He's just a lonely little Weaver.
Yeah.
All right, he's going to go try and cut the next wave. He knows Boboka is here, so that's exactly what he just needs to do.
I think we can see a Xin Q situation where the Weaver just, pretends that he's at position 1.
I'd love to see it. Why not? No, he's got the urn. He is going for the Orchid build.
I mean, it was the Maelstrom into
it was
Gleipnir that we saw.
Yeah, it was Maelstrom, Gleipnir, and I think he went Lincoln Sphere, all sorts of crazy stuff.
Yeah, and just farming the creep wave, taking it from the cores, you know.
Yeah. Oh, Spear Arena top lane, this time onto the Snapfire and the supports. Rotating on in. Mortimer Kisses doesn't really connect too much, but slows for a moment. Boboka trying to get in range for the finger, doesn't drop it, and now Inkswell with the Weaver. I was just talking about this. They'll find themselves a pretty easy pick off there onto the Lion.
A bit awkward. Maybe miscommunication or something. They figured they would have had enough damage to pump into this Mars with the Mortimer Kiss. He's armlet toggling as he's moving back to base right now.
I was about to ask, I was like, what is he doing back there?
Yeah. And that's why Lion couldn't quite finish him off. You armlet toggle that finger death will end up surviving in just, I think.
Yeah, nicely done there. XM. Gonna be fine. I mean, net worth-wise, the game is still very even. About a 1K gold lead for Vici Gaming, but this is all on the supports, right? The cores for Aster slightly ahead, but not by a significant margin. It's really just this Weaver who is having a fantastic game.
Again, this guy's actually going to be position 1, you'll see. I mean, you need someone to pump damage in the Chronosphere. Faces Void not too far ahead of the Weaver, all things considered. This Wraith King, they were talking about the builds, we saw last game in the builds that are meta right now on the Wraith King. Last time we saw the Midas Radiance, which is just completely outdated. This game, going for the Midas, the
Rolling
into the
Thunder. Oh, okay, well, I'll put a damper in your plan there. Holds them right in their tracks.
Yeah.
Grimstroke laughing as he tries to run away. He's still definitely dead. Finger death, they're going to find it, but does protect the rest of his team.
Boboka's waited long enough. He wants a finger death stack.
He's like, this one's mine, guys. Step aside.
Well, very nice. I mean, you don't have it for the next team fight, but I do think you have map control for the next little bit. They do have Chronosphere and Arena to fall back on.
Smoke out to the mid lane. I mean, they've still got the Sonic Wave, and Mortimer Kisses has to be cooling down here fairly soon. The ward will scout them. Oh, very well done by Jama. Sentry dropped. Should catch it.
Yep. There it is. Unfortunately, they can't hold the triangle right now. Rolling Thunder on cooldown, Finger of Death on cooldown. If the enemies know where they are, then it becomes very easy for them to drop these big team fight abilities, the Chronosphere, the Arena. So they back off after the D ward rather than push their luck too much. But I was just getting on the topic of this Wraith King, the item build that he's going. Again, it does end up being the Phase Boots and the Arma and the Desolator, and he's super strong with this one. The Radiance is just completely outdated, especially with how they've worked his crit around. It just hurts so much on the initial hit.
Yeah.
So much damage.
Especially as you can just go late. It just always scales so well.
Yeah. And they're more than happy to go late. Again, usually it's the Wraith King you pick from the Faceless Void. Well, Vici picked the Void into the Wraith King for you. Like, no better counter to the Chronosphere than coming back up after 3 seconds if he manages to kill you in it.
Yeah. And he did end up going the Faces, or the Mask of Madness build for the Faceless Void, so it does have a little bit of extra damage to jump into the Chronosphere, but
not as much farming speed. You don't have that Maelstrom.
Oh, nice. Nicely scouted there by XXS. He's going to be just fine. Smoke popped. I think it's just popped on the edge of that ward vision, so quick reactions, but they will know about his Blink Dagger now. They finally claimed themselves their first tower of the game. Jama, he's all right.
Yeah, it's not really worth committing up the hill for him. There hasn't, tried to break this triangle before. I'm sure is hesitant now.
Silence into the Inkswell. Pango, will he chase? Thinking about it, decides no. More sentries.
Neither team really willing to commit that hard. Well, thankfully, Void Spirit is in the top lane. We've got a Spirit here. He's amazing at shoving out lanes, and it's hard to move over to him. He's just going to Astral Step away. Should you try to commit? Bobaka's trying, though.
And he sees him, though. The really deep lane ward here. Very, very difficult to actually de-ward. You just don't really know. And with that vision, he's going to be able to leave.
Wow, pushing in the bottom lane on Void Spirit now after he's forced out the top, and the rest of the team, I mean, they figure they can't fight into these Aster heroes. They can't take a 5v5 engagement. I think they have to play around this Void Spirit, split pushing around the waves, forcing 1 or 2 people back, and playing a numbers game. If they had a Bane on the side of Aster, they'd be able to deal with this Void Spirit split pushing a little bit easier, but this game, it's going to be the, I think the biggest play that Vici are
Rolling
making.
Thunder? He's managed to catch the Mars here on the side, just absolutely melted here by the side of Aster. Very well done, looking for more. XXX goes in, manages to find the Grimstroke as well as XM. Monet just needs to get his hands on something. Erica goes in, he gets a 3-man Chrono. The Inkswell is there as well. Can they take down these heroes? Lion gonna be first. Queen of Pain patched up, able to blink on out, but Erica falling low fast, gets a time walk out last second. XM needs to be careful as well. Ori doesn't look like he's gonna fall, but the fight falling apart here. A decent salvage, but you only get the Lion.
You were so close to getting that Queen of Pain. That was a huge back and forth there. The Chronosphere into the Inkswell was absolutely massive, but unfortunately, not enough damage to pump in these Chronospheres. Even if you get an amazing one like that, it didn't end up being enough damage to take down this Queen of Pain. And this is one of her squishiest phases in the game. Usually she ends up building pretty tanky as the game goes on.
Like into Kaya Sanj, BKB, stuff like Lincoln Spheres, like different items along those lines.
But still, beautiful play and nice pick off on a Bobaka the first. He is one of the most important
Cookie
targets.
on forward will pull him off the wall, should be able to survive, and Ori drops the Sonic Wave. We'll be able to finish off the Mars there. Very well played.
Yeah, there's your BKB that we're talking about, tanky Queen of Pain, and unfortunately, this is going to be the end of Simon's Cat.
XXS comes in anyway. You do know that the rest of these heroes are here, so Jama.
Bobaka?
He's going to be fine. Time lapse.
Oh, no.
Oh, Dust does connect. They just didn't actually see which direction he went, though, so Weaver is out.
Unfortunate. Just slightly off the mark. I mean, you drop the Hex because it's the instant disable, but if you Hex the Weaver, he's still moving at max movement speed in Sakuchi. Because you're locked to max. He's just a very fast little frog. Ritter.
Or fish in this regard, because he does have the very cool immortal now. Turns people into fishes instead.
That's rough. It should do extra damage if they're not in the river.
I should just slow them more.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, fish out of water. They just flop around instead. It's actually it's a stun as well.
Max movement speed in the water, though. I was still laughing when they added that to Slaughter. The sprint,
yeah, it's
having
so
extra
good.
effect in the river.
It's very lore friendly, you know?
Yeah, exactly. Top lane, Monet. Now he's going to start to put the hurt on the enemies. I mean, he's got the Desolator armlet. Once he's got the Blink Dagger as well, it's going to be very easy for him to jump onto the back line and blow up the Grimstroke or the Weaver. What's our status of the real carry of VC Gaming? What's his
Weaver?
No, the Grimstroke.
Oh, yes, the Grimstroke.
Yeah, he's the Aghanim's carrier. You know, they're letting Wraith King farm. He can get very big, so he can be big for the Grimstroke.
He's only got 2,600 net worth, Nev. I can't imagine he's very close.
Those aren't very good numbers.
Oh, they, oh no, that's the money orb for the other team.
All things considered, they're keeping it fairly even here on VC. And with pretty even, but, you know, it's a support issue. The Weaver is very farmed, and I imagine that, you know, he is going to scale coming to the late game here.
Nice smoke from the side of Aster. Going to get popped by Xiaoma, and they should be able to know of this. They'll just back out. He's trying to pop the rest of the smoke. He's
a
playing with
dangerous
fire.
game, yeah.
There he goes. Gets another.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
But, you know, this is space for his team.
They're going to know Roshan is on their mind as they're still managing to hang around here. Monet inside the pit. Doing a little bit of damage here, but Boca, nice blink. Gets the stun out on over to the Weaver. They commit the Mortimer Kisses as well. Can he get the time lapse off? He doesn't. Mid-animation, the Finger of Death will find it. XM bottling up a regen. That's actually pretty nice.
Yeah. Unfortunately, the Weaver's all they find, but it was pretty telegraphed that, you know, they were trying to do Roshan there. Tower in the bottom lane was pushed all the way into the tier 1, so they wanted to try to contest that, but unfortunately, they just don't feel strong enough.
Yeah, they want to. They don't have Mortimer Kisses. They don't have Finger Death. They don't have Rolling Thunder.
I don't think you have the damage to pump into this Chronosphere.
All right, this is Faceless Void's time to shine. All the doubters, beware.
If you get Snapfire and get both
Arena comes through, spears up the Wraith King. Nice cookie. In comes XM, able to get on top of him. They've managed to take down the Snapfire. Here's when you get the Chronosphere, right? On the backside, right. Erica goes in. Can he catch Ori? The BKB still protecting him. Monet on the front side will take down Irvi. No spear, gets him last second, but there it is. Chronosphere onto the Queen of Pain. The damage will secure it from the Void Spirit. The buyback from Snapfire. Is it enough to turn this around? Both supports back in.
Looks like not. Both teams just backing up after that one. They don't feel confident in taking this fight after they lost that Queen of Pain, so you have to buy back there onto the Grimstroke and the Snapfire, but neither team was confident to continue to fight there. I think they realized, okay, if they catch us out inside the pit with that Rolling Thunder, we're just going to completely melt, and meanwhile on the other side, you don't want to get caught out by like all the AoE spells from the Void Spirit, so
yeah.
Neither team able to hold that Roche Pit area.
They still need to kill this Wraith King, man. Like they did finally get the Queen of Pain here thanks to the Chronosphere. That is an Ags on Void Spirit. Wait a minute.
It's in his backpack.
Does he know?
I'm sure he knows.
He doesn't know, Neff. He doesn't know. He gets hexed. Bobica finds him and he goes down.
Oh no. That's... What can you do?
You can put the Ags in your back, out of your backpack, I believe. Into Roshan they go. Monet, as well as Ori, a little bit of damage. They go right up onto the high ground once again. Ward providing more vision as Grimstroke's also going to join him. I mean, how do they not have this? They need to know that this, I mean, they're picking out now, like, okay, they have a ward on our high ground here, guys. We need to de-ward it.
Yeah, but right now, unfortunately,
it's
just too late. So with this, they're going to be able to get the Roshan. Making quick work of this on Monet. In fact, he did wards the Observer there. And just to give the Aegis to the Queen of Pain, which is interesting. I mean, you've got the Deso on the Wraith King. A lot of the time we've seen, you know, whoever's hitting the high ground, a lot of time, even if it is Wraith King who has reincarnation, he gets the Aegis anyway. But I guess they're concerned about that Chronosphere, right? They don't want the Queen of Pain to just melt to the Faceless Void. So something to keep her alive so the Wraith King doesn't have a 1v5 after he comes back up. Makes sense.
And this is something that's really funny is they know that Vici Gaming want to get rid of this ward because they're going to start pushing this top lane, and they are just positioning themselves perfectly right underneath their vision, exactly where Vici Gaming now cannot go. They're going to smoke up as for a kill here. XM. Finally, there's that Aghanim Scepter on his person.
Very nice. You never forget about those no talismans though. He's keeping them in the backpack.
Yeah, absolutely.
The spell lamp could come in handy later.
Bottom lane, looks like they're going to collide here with the Faceless Void. That's the big one. The Blink, the Hex comes through. They got the silence. They get the kill, the Sonic Wave, and now they've also managed to find the Mars. Rolling Thunder, chain stunning him down. A lot of damage in from those Mortimer Kisses, and Irving going to be the second to fall here. Bobica with a double kill, rightfully deserved.
Of course, last game's MVP. He says, this is for winning you the last game, you guys. Don't mind if I Scooby-Dooby-Doo.
I love it. I love it. Thank you, Neff.
Now, I mean, you still got ways to, keep the wave shoved in. You can split push. I mean,
oh, quick reaction there from the Grimstroke. Gets the silence off onto the Wraith King, buying himself a little bit of time. They want to be able to pop this reincarnation. Silence
Very
out
nice.
again with the bugs. And the urn. Does he die? Okay, just somehow manages to survive. Soulburn, not enough damage.
Armlet toggles through everything. Wasn't Soulburn, silence coming out from the eggs on Void Spirit?
Oh, I thought that was the Orchid from the
No.
Weaver.
No, that was silence on him. He ended up interrupting that cast animation twice, I think.
Yeah, he did.
From the Wraith Fire Blast, so nice play there. And I think this is just what he's going to do. It's been the name of the game, Void Spirit. He's going to continue to try to split push these waves. I mean, eventually the Faceless Void will have a refresher, and he might be able to, secure kills on the rest of Team Aster and kind of forget about the Wraith Kings as this game goes on. But again, you are in an unfavorable matchup. They've kept things relatively even, given the state of the game and how much better their heroes are against VC's heroes. They're only up 4k net worth right now. But, with them starting to lose a lot of their outer towers and them starting to bring
Smoked up. XM trying to find something. He ends up guessing correct, as it will be the Snapfire in the trees. Keeping herself alive for the moment. In comes the rest of them, and goodbye Void Spirit, just instantly deleted. Erica here still with the Chrono. Trying to figure out how they can turn this fight around, but XXS will continue the chase here. Double stun here onto the Mars, and Monet, with the help of Ori, will find themselves a second kill. 2 cores down now for the side of Vici Gaming.
It's so hard to find a good Chrono target right now, because before it was the Queen of Pain, but with the Aegis now, you waste your Chrono, Monet is going to be able to walk up this high ground and just end the game thanks to this Armlet Dessa that he's got going on. BKB is almost completed as well. This will come out with about 1 minute left on the Aegis, maybe a little bit less than that. He's almost got this one completed. So I don't think they're going to be able to push with this BKB Aegis up onto the high ground, but they're going to start to box VC into their base here.
Yeah, they're not going to have the full combo that they want, but like you said, they are still very strong. The ideas I came up with at the beginning of this game, like, they'll just kill Wraith King with the other spells and save the Chronosphere later. It doesn't seem to be working too well.
No, again, very tanky strength hero.
Yeah.
You need a lot to be able to finish him off. And it's not like they have Alina to dump damage in this Chronosphere. That's usually what you see paired up with Faceless Void. That or the Invoker. But Void Spirit, melee hero, just doesn't do it.
That's a hero we haven't really seen at all. Invoker. I love that guy. He throws a lot of spells around,
Cataclysm Chrono is one of the best combinations in the game.
Yeah.
He goes through magic immunity, does like 1200 pure damage. Very cool.
It is very cool. I'm a big fan. It also just looks cool.
Oh, yeah.
Bottom lane, they find the Mars once again. This man is having a rough game. Throws the spear, Monet pops the BKB, just rubs salt. They actually find the Faceless Void? Oh no. He didn't even get the BKB off. Just permanently stunned by XXS on this Pangolier.
Yeah, that is rough. I mean, box into the base is right. I mean, it was like in his triangle nearby the tier 2 tower. He should be hesitant to go that far out after that death there. And this is while his team, his Mars was getting committed on the bottom lane. He probably figured he was safe farming there, but no, they take out 2 heroes at the same time.
There's no way there's the same ward on the high ground here, right? Do you think it is? Like, that ward has been there since before Roshan.
I think that's...
And they still haven't been able to deward it. Or they just replanted a new one. I can't quite tell, but a very, very scary place to be as the Faceless Void if you don't have vision.
Absolutely. And I mean, this is just what they're going to do. They're going to hold this triangle area. The moment anyone tries to come up to deward it, Aster are going to capitalize on opportunity, just jump them.
He is going to go the Lincoln Sphere here on the Weaver. We've seen this a few times.
But again, not enough damage on him. Lincoln's into Orchid. I mean, yes, you have a lot of spell damage here on the Void Spirit, but Faceless Void is forced to be build kind of tanky. He doesn't have much damage. Where's your damage coming from against, this Wraith King frontline tanky hero?
Yeah.
Everybody's going to start to fall off pretty quickly here. I do think that I mean, the Aghanim Scepter on the Grimstroke, I think is like one of the roads to recovery, but that is a very long way off even still.
Yeah, I mean, he's not even, doesn't even have it queued up yet, just has that Aether Lens, yeah.
Yeah. He's got the Philosopher's Stone though, so. And saving.
Yeah, some money. You actually get a Mind Breaker here on the Faceless Void. This is a pretty big pickup because silences are really value for the side of Vici Gaming. It's one of the reasons XM's doing a lot in these fights, but it doesn't seem to be enough. Also, I don't know what that ward cosmetic is that gives him like the snowfall.
I think it's a gem.
It's so cool.
Yeah. I don't know exactly what gem it is, but definitely a gem. Looks even cooler given that it's in Jakiro wards.
Yeah. Jama.
Got all 5 heroes up here in the top lane, so.
Yeah, they haven't had any reason to leave this area of the map, right? And now Monet up onto the high ground, summons the skeletons. Gonna do some damage out on over to this tier 3 tower. Does respect the damage, though, that Vici Gaming have, and they will back out.
So we don't see when Roche is going to come back up just yet.
Actually smoke bottom. They have a really nice ward in this lane that might actually scout some of these heroes. And it looks like they... Ori just trying to make his way through the jungle here and find someone. He also has a Mindbreaker. Very nice pickup.
Yeah, doesn't have any way of canceling TPs though, so he's got to wait for his teammates to come if he does scout them out. Smoke pops. He knows where Irving is, but right here comes Snapfire. Unfortunately, it looks like Irving's playing with fire hanging up here.
He really wants to cut this next wave. Needs to be careful though.
Might think better. All right, everyone's TPing way back to the outpost here. I guess looking to set up around the Roche pit again. So we will see it respawning pretty quickly.
XM finally getting that pesky ward up on his high ground. He does have that gem. So Monet's going for a Silver Edge next, the extra crit damage and the break mechanic. Not a bad game for break.
No. It's pretty good. It does end up affecting Faces Void's level 25 now. It didn't for a little while, believe it or not.
Yeah, it's very weird.
But Break, amazing against Mars, amazing against the Faces Voids, being able to man-fight them, especially once he gets his level 25 on the Faces Void, being able to break his backtrack.
12,000 gold lead now for Aster, 13 to 20. I mean, it's kind of just been all Aster all game. Like Vici have done, they've had a couple moments of brilliance, you know, trying to keep themselves in it, like a couple fights that they managed to salvage, but for the most part, it's just been Aster slowly pulling away pretty much the whole time.
Yeah. Minute and 15 seconds until Roche does respawn, I believe.
It's not bad.
Yeah. So that's what they're waiting for right now. They've boxed them into their base, getting a net worth advantage, and this next Aegis will allow Queen of Pain to play a little bit more aggressive. That way she doesn't have to be afraid of a Chronosphere. Void Spirit has gone defensive with this Aeon Disc. I'm not sure how much this will help.
He did find a Ceremonial Robe, though, which is a decent chunk of damage increase.
Yeah, on Void Spirit, that is huge.
And now he's going back for the Kaya Sange, so this will help out a lot. Getting that spell amp as well as the status resist. Just a generally very strong item on this hero. And smoke up here from Vici Gaming as they're going to head into their triangle. They do have a ward that's actually scouting out pretty much the entire side of Aster. So if they get this Chrono, it would be huge. This is their best opportunity they're going to find, but looks like it's just going to be the Snapfire. They do manage to open the fight on top of her. She will pop. Not a bad start.
That's one of the best starts you can have. I mean, I don't think you're going to find Lion. You're not doing enough damage to kill any of these other heroes. I mean, getting the Snapfire is great, and with 7 seconds until Roche respawns, you could potentially turn this into something else here. I mean, maybe that's a little optimistic, but...
I mean, they didn't really commit much at all. It was just Inkswell and an Astral Step. So, like, realistically, they have everything still available. The Chrono, as well as the Arena.
Snapfire just getting the money for buyback now, unfortunately. She's going to respawn another 15 seconds, so weren't able to capitalize off of this, but...
it's a buyout from Faceless Void.
Interesting choice. Maybe he figures he's going to, if he doesn't win this next team fight, then he's going to lose the game anyway, which is reasonable at this point. Again, the later this goes, the rougher it all.
Oh, he just Chronos the Queen of Pain! Right out of the gate, the BKB comes through the Mjolnir. It's enough damage. I was just about to say he needs damage to find a kill, and he gets it. Queen of Pain delivers it right to him. Wraith King, though, trying to stand his ground, pops the BKB, goes onto the Weaver. Mortimer Kisses will be able to bring him down inside the arena. Irving trying to chase them down. Able to get on top of this Lion, falling low, but the backside of your fight, your team is crumbling, and there's the Hex. Mars all alone. Ends up being a kind of a 3 for, like, I guess a 3 for 1, but buybacks, it's really weird.
Yeah, 3 for 1 exchange there. They end up losing 3 heroes. The Queen of Pain forced to buy back in the game, but they're going to get Roche off of this one.
Yeah.
I mean, that team fight, they didn't have quite enough damage to finish these heroes off, and that's something that I was concerned about. Even though we caught 2 of them inside that arena, there was no follow-up there. It was a beautiful play, though, from that Faceless Void, you know, going for that Mjolnir, and immediately going on the Queen of Pain, realizing he has enough damage with just that, but, you know, I think that just made Ori angrier. Now he's about to bring the hurt onto you with his Aegis into your base.
Yeah, Aegis and Shard now going to go the way of Aster. Shard for a Monet, so the no reincarnation mana cost, and then of course Queen of Pain grabbing the Aegis. So similar as what we saw earlier, the Queen of Pain wanting to be able to protect herself. Now if she gets chronoed once again, you know, not that bad.
Yeah, exactly. Almost have that Shiva's Guard completed as well. It's going to make it even easier for her to dive in and catch some of these heroes off on the back line. And you know, it does affect Faceless Void and his Time Walk as well. The healing, well, your Time Walk healing does count as like actual healing. So
yeah,
things like Eye of Skadi, Spirit Vessel, and of course Shiva's Guard do reduce the amount he recovers with that. I just think it's really funny with healing amplification like Paladin Sword. You heal for more more HP than you lost.
Tier 3 tower falls, easy lane. They go in aggressively, they find the Mars. Big silence though, they just turn it around. The chain stunts out onto the Void Spirit as well. They get 2! No buybacks available on either hero. And now Vici Gaming potentially on their last limb as they dive all the way to the fountain. They get the Grimstruck bashes out from Erica, but that's just gonna be the Aegis. His BKB already spent.
1 second till chrono.
He's got it, does he go in? Bobica will do it instead. Goes in for the Wraithfire Blast, and he's gone!
Bobica, not a care in the world. He blinks into the Faceless Void, the Chronosphere, and drops the Hex on him.
Oh my goodness, and there it is. The GG comes out. Too good today from Aster.
Yeah. I mean, I think this just fundamentally comes down to a draft issue. It's too hard to fight into these heroes on the side of Aster. There's no real chrono target. I mean, you did what you could jumping on this Quap. You throw out the Chronosphere onto her, you know, before she's got the Aegis, right after you complete your Maelstrom, but there was never a solution for this Wraith King. He was good against several of the heroes on the enemy team. There just wasn't enough damage to put onto him before that initial secondary Chronosphere as he came back up, so that ends up going their way in 2-0. Aster looking very good.
Aster looking very good indeed. I'm gonna, you know, a little bit of copium here, but I'm gonna say that Queen of Pain blinked in with the intention of being chronoed to force a fight. Like it's like one of those things where like it was such an odd blink, but you know they wanted to get the Roche on. She had the buyback. Like maybe you could argue it, but either way, I mean it was just such a good job by Aster, and like you said, a little bit of an outdraft. They kind of dug their own grave though with this last pick, Faceless Void. It felt like there could have just been a lot of other options to go with in terms of that carry, but just didn't end up work out for them.
Yeah. But that's going to be it for us, right?
Yeah, that is. But it's not it for our panel, as they're going to go ahead and break down the last game here. Go ahead and take it away, guys.
Well, it was a Cinderella story followed by a bit of a smackdown, unfortunately. Aster take the victory 2-0 over Vici Gaming, and unfortunately, it didn't really look close, did it, V-Cup?
No, not at all. I thought Aster kind of played their game, showing a lot of positives. I think, again, the questions are on Ori with how much he didn't perform in that last year. But so far, he's looked like primetime Ori, and it's good to see.
Absolutely, yeah. He had a cracking performance that game, cracking performance the game before. I mean, kind of the Oreo show today, was it not?
Yeah, it looks a lot better than before, like B-Cop has just said. But this game, let's be honest, it's a little bit on the drafts as well.
Yeah, for
sure. Very rarely is the panel so in sync with just being boggled by a pick. That's what happened here with that Void. He found some use in the game. Some chronos were all right. We got that Queen of Pain once at the bare end of the match, but it truly didn't matter as You get the Void, you're playing into a Wraith King, plus you don't have a Snapfire or a Jakiro or any Invoker, some combination to go with him.
It would have made a lot of sense if they'd have just kind of set up for it better.
Yeah.
But the fact that it wasn't set up for, it didn't seem to fit into their draft, and it didn't seem to counter the Aster draft. I believe it was just a straight up answer to Queen of Pain. I mean, it did seem to make a little bit of sense whenever they caught the Queen of Pain at the very end there. But like, that's such a unique circumstance. That's not going to happen very often. And in this game, you know, it only happened the once, which just left us scratching our heads, completely confuzzled, really.
The puck wasn't banned, no, Matt. It wasn't. It was not banned. It was in the pool. They had Pango. They had Queen of Pain. Needed the puck. They just needed it.
Yeah, and everyone needs a puck at some point. Yeah, another Chrono here coming down. This time they do get the kill as well. I thought XM actually had a good game on Vici, actually. You know, he got a couple of cheeky kills here and there, the old in and out. Dota 2.
Yeah, the rest of their draft looks pretty solid, doesn't it? Like, you have this Grimstroke to work with, Mars to work with Void, Spirit also with the Weaver, a lot of Sakuchi initiations going deep in. The Orchid as well that Weaver was buying seemed solid, as they definitely did need some more disables, but...
All right, let's talk about the other side of the coin. Let's talk about what Aster did well.
They just played their draft extremely on point. Like, do you feel that they outperformed, or?
I want to say, like, everything that they do right now feels like an outperformance based on what we saw from some of these players in the previous year, but like, I think they're keeping up to par. There were some things that I think just draft difference made a big change in what was going on, and when you've got such an out-of-sync draft from Vici, Aster certainly took advantage, and that was something that they got away with. You know, they really know how to take advantage of like the mistakes that Vici made, and whether it's in the draft or in the game.
And once again, they're looking like a top 1-2 team in the region. It's something that they've been even in the last seasons, right? Like, Aster always looked like this team that completely crushes Chinese teams on these LAN events or in the regional DPC. It's only that they struggle afterwards when they get onto the international stage.
Yeah, and with Aster, you know, you've got Siamese Cat who's coming in here, and you know, he hasn't played for a tier 1 team. He played for Aster Ares, and he played really well, and that's something that you got to look at. It was something that we looked at when Aster had White Album. He's a guy coming into a tier 1 position. How well is he going to play? And White Album, for the most part, in the region showed up. Interregional didn't show up. So is Siamese Cat going to be another one of those guys who plays really well within the region, or is he going to be a guy who also plays well when if they go to the major and play international?
Whatever it is, it's better than Red Panda, right? Like, so far at least.
Yeah,
I'm not
so
saying
far, for sure.
I'm not saying that Red Panda was a poor player by any stretch. It's just that the playstyle around him with Elephant back in the day, it just didn't work out.
I mean, to me, Red Panda didn't really feel like... I mean, I don't know the guy. I don't know the
know
internal
him?
workings of the teams. No, we're not best friends. You know, we're just acquaintances. Been for a beer here and there, but no. I've never met the guy. But to me, it does feel like he's more of kind of like that playmaking 5, you know, the kind of 5 which wants to kind of just play their own game, which isn't necessarily a bad thing, but then you need someone else to step up into that role. That didn't really happen for them, but yeah, totally different story on Aster.
For me, really, it doesn't matter how good you are or bad on the position 5 if your team is performing poorly or well, right? It's going to... Like, Elephant, they were a team of superstars. You had 4 superstars, and then you had Red Panda. Of course, they're going to replace him when things go south. Yep. And I'm happy for Aster right now that the things are going well for them, because it reassures his position. Like, Siamese Cat is 100% feeling like, you know, like we're doing well
right now.
Yeah, I got away with it.
They can't just blame me.
Yeah, absolutely. No, it's a good thing that they're doing so well. And yeah, Siamese Cat, you know, whether it's his leadership, I mean, you can't discount it for sure. He's definitely doing something right. It's definitely working for this team. And the mental game seems strong so far as well, right? Like, they haven't really shown many cracks yet. Like, yes, they did drop that series versus LGD, but at no point in that series did they just look utterly defeated. At no point were they just kind of like cracking. And I think the same can't be said for a team we saw earlier today, ehome.
They look good.
All right.
I thought ehome looked really good.
Well, it's time for the interview, which means we get to luckily sit down with a player from Team Aster. And today we have the absolute honor of speaking to Ori from Team Aster. Ori, how are you doing after this win?
Ori, 你现在赢了之后感觉怎么样？
比较平静吧，也没什么特别的。
I'm pretty calm right now. I don't feel there's any special.
Fair enough. We on the panel were a little bit confused by this Faceless Void pick. Why do you think that they decided to go for that hero?
他们最后拿了大哥虚空假面嘛，当时我们分析来觉得这个选项可能不是特别好。你觉得为什么 VG 会这么选呢？
我也感觉这个区块选的不太好吧，可能他们就搭自己体系，或者是实在没什么大哥才选的吧。
We don't think Faceless is a good pick either. I think they probably wanna pick a good hero for their lineup. Maybe they didn't have the good carry left. That's why they picked the hero.
Possibly out of options, I see. Bika?
Yeah, Ori, you're playing up against Vici. You have the most games played for that organization. Did it feel weird or different to play up against Vici and get this win?
就是你之前的话也是作为 VG 队史上出场次数为 VG 最多的选手，然后今天再打 VG 的话，有没有感觉到一些比较奇怪的感情？
没有，就正常打，正常打，尊重对手。
Not really. I just try to play like normal and respect every opponent.
So, what is the team dynamic like within Team Aster? Who is making the calls at what point in the game?
现在队内的话是一个什么样的合作氛围？就是谁会在什么样的时间点去这个指挥整个比赛呢？
每个人都有自己的主见，然后大家就最近大家定了一个方向嘛，然后大家按照这个方向一直打，就大家都打挺好的。
I think everyone has their own opinion, and we have set a common goal together recently, and I think we are on the good path right now. And I think we are playing really good right now.
So has Siamese Cat come in and been a leader to the team, or is he more in the back seat as he learns the players?
Sorry, what's the question again?
Siamese Cat come in and been a leader for the team, or is he learning the players?
就是那个你们基地是有只猫吗？还是怎么样的？还是什么？
我们基地现在有2只猫，然后等波波卡回来以后还会再来1只，应该就有3只了到时候。
Okay. I didn't know did I translate the question right enough, but he said we got 2 cats in the basement right now, and when Bobo come back, we're gonna have 3.
Okay. Okay.
Is that the question? Yeah. Sorry, I didn't get it.
It's okay.
It's close enough. Yeah.
Close enough. Yes.
I have one for the end. Like it's a different stack, obviously, for Ori, and I'm interested in like how he's gelling with the team and who is he hanging out the most with.
我想知道，就是你们现在跟队里的话，就是谁的关系最好？然后你平时的话跟谁打的会比较多？
队里的话，因为大家都在国外嘛，就基地就皮球跟国土在一起，就我们关系都比较好吧。平时聊一些游戏内游戏外都聊挺多的。
Since we still have 3 players not in the base right now, so I usually play with our position 5 and our coach Lam, and I think we are pretty good friends both in game and outside the game.
All right. Who is the funniest one amongst those people then?
谁是队伍里最搞笑的选手？
卡哥或者叉哥吧。我选卡哥吧。
I think it's between Boboka and XSS, and I think I will pick Boboka.
Somehow I thought that might be the answer. Big character. All right, final question from me then. Do we know if the players will be all in the base camp soon?
就是最后你们什么时候能够在一起基地里聚集呢？
如果顺利的话，13号他们应该能回国，然后还要隔离一段时间出来。
I think
可能春节前可以。
Yeah, I think if everything went well, they will come back to China at 13, and they will need to spend some time during quarantine as well. So maybe before the Lunar New Year, Chinese New Year.
That would be nice. Fingers crossed for them. All right, thank you so much for coming to talk to us, Ori, and best of luck for the rest of the season.
感谢你接受我们的采访，祝你后面的赛季越来越好运。
好。
Excellent stuff. All right. Well, that was Ori from Team Aster. Cool,
Who
calm.
would have guessed Boboka is the funniest?
That maniac. Yeah, you knew it, didn't you?
Yep, guessed.
I mean, I was surprised that he was so cool and calm about the fact that he was playing against his old team. You know, just stone cold killer. Didn't care.
He said respect to every opponent he plays against. I thought that was pretty interesting. There's no like special feelings playing against your own team. Honestly, I'm surprised you're stone cold and solid with all these questions because I would be fanboying if I was asking all the questions. Because I'm just like, you remember that time in DPL when you did this thing and you were going up against newbie and you played Storms? I'd just be like, I'm so glad I'm not asking all these questions.
You're like, yes, I played well that game.
Yeah, like that would probably be the answer I'd get. I'd be like, it's not the answer I really wanted. I was hoping for a little bit more excitement.
Alrighty, well, that is just going to about do it for today. So the standings now looking very interesting indeed, as we have a competitor to LGD, and who would have thought it's ehome up and joining them in the 2-0 area, of course, winning their series earlier on today. And things looking very, very surprising for IG as they are now 0-2. Can you believe it, guys?
It's very interesting because I think a lot of people had IG in their top 4 to make the major coming into this season. And
top 2, top position even.
Yeah,
I mean,
even that high. And I think now you're kind of finding what Kaka brought to the table. That ups his stock if he's going to be joining a team come, sometime soon. But for ehome, when you get a win against the top, I guess, quote, top 6, that always ups your percentage chance like so much, and probably the mentality of it too. It's like we can, if we can do this against IG, maybe we just do it against one more, Vici or RNG. And if we beat, one of the bottom teams, we're stone cold solid. We're good. We're in.
Yeah, I started the day saying that I have my top 4, and ehome weren't in that top 4. They were in the middle 2, and then I had the bottom 2. And I'm so glad that this is being challenged now. I'm so glad that ehome rose to the occasion. They took out one of the big teams and made a huge name for themselves, and now it could all be in contention. We don't know which way it's going to fall. The dust still needs to settle. We're still very early on here in the Chinese DPC. Still so much to be played, so make sure you guys catching all the action. Major takeaways from today before we throw it over to a break.
Yeah, just a bunch of very exciting games. The first series definitely the one that surprised us a little bit more, right, with ehome taking it. I'm a little bit worried for IG, like you guys said. They've been on a slump, I would say, since the first major that they won, the Singapore. That's how I feel. Like even in the second season coming in, they started GGing out very, very early in the games, like 30 minutes in and whatnot. Then the second major obviously came, which wasn't as great. Yeah. But I hope that they pick it up very soon.
Kaka was normally that guy who was calling GG pretty early. He knew like when games were pretty unwinnable. And I think for IG, it's a little bit scary for them in this situation and where they're going to go. But the positive notes, ehome, I think I got the question everybody wants to know. Is this the new Wings Gaming? I feel like people are just like, I don't know these guys. They must be the new Wings Gaming. It could be. Who knows?
Could be. Could be. Long way to go here. Make sure you guys keep on watching as the action unfolds at the Chinese DPC, brought to you by Perfect World. We are almost done for the day. We are going to throw it over to a quick break, but then we will be back with the Community Corner recap. So don't go anywhere. We'll see you very soon.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back. I bet you didn't expect to find us here. Well, we're just going to be talking about a little bit of what's been breaking down in the CNDPC, the community itself. Yeah, first time doing something like this, but should be a lot of fun. Neff, how you feeling?
We were going to use B Cup, but we decided to kick him off. We do it instead. You know?
Yeah, we know. I mean, absolutely makes a lot of sense. But one of the things that we've been talking about a lot is just the first day of the DPC was action-packed. We saw a ton of rampages. LGD is kind of getting known as like the villains now of the CNDPC. People are looking at them with hot eyes.
Yeah, there was a lot of banter coming out in the all chat and whatnot, and then the community started talking about it. LGD just being kind of disrespectful to the other teams in Aster. And things ultimately ended up breaking down and becoming a fight between like the Aster fans and the LGD fans in the community.
People are loyal, man. They love their teams, and those are some good teams to like right now, especially now that they're both at the top of the DPC almost. So
I was surprised to see that the amount of hate coming out to LGD. It was usually Aster inside the region. A lot of people were kind of sour about as they performed super well inside the DPC region. Then when it came around to major time, when they were representing the region, they didn't do so hot, but. Aster fans are still loyal.
Yeah, absolutely. It makes sense, I'm not that surprised. Now, we did see a very interesting thread, I would say. People comparing God King to Eternal Envy.
This is a cursed timeline.
I was going to say, this is something that I did not expect to see, but Envy's still very much... people think very highly of him still in the CN region.
Yeah, a lot of people, when they were comparing them, they're saying, oh, well, God King, even though he's got some of these unique builds and, greedy style of play, he's not at the level that Eternal Envy was at, when he was competing and winning in majors, all that sort of thing. So,
Envy's got a pretty big track record, right? Like he's a very successful player.
He's pioneered several builds, such as Blade Mail, Medusa.
Yeah,
you remember that one?
I don't want to remember some of these timelines. Yeah, you're saying this is the most cursed timeline. Yeah, that was also up there.
But people were talking about in the Chinese interview. They were talking about why they didn't build a Battle Fury on Bloodseeker, which is God King special apparently, and it was because
maybe was like, yeah, don't do it, please. I need to farm.
You're not building a Battlefield. I'm carrying this game.
Yeah.
You're the frontliner.
And boy, did he.
Boy, did he.
That was one heck of a turnaround there at the very end of the game.
Ended up being the third rampage that we had. So we've had 3 days here and 3 rampages. None today, unfortunately. But
unlucky. We started with 1.5 right out of the 1.5 a series with the first day. So we started off strong. We got to mellow it out a little bit. We can't have that much action every day.
Yeah. Fair enough.
But it's been pretty fun. I would say a lot of people are expecting, I would say the teams are definitely like where they want to be from what we're seeing. Like there's not like a lot of surprise, I would say, in the standings so far. ehome maybe a little bit, but
well, there was definitely an upset today. I'm interested in seeing what everyone's going to be saying about that. So hopefully when we get home, we get a chance to go over some of the things people are saying about that one. I imagine the IG fans today are crazy.
Yeah, it is what it is. But yeah, that's going to be, some of the main things that we've seen from the community so far, but we're definitely looking forward to find more. So definitely tell us what you all think about your favorite teams and what we, I guess, any spice that you find out there, because we're trying to find it ourselves.
Yeah.
But thank you all so much for tuning in today. We really appreciate it. It's been an exciting day once again here for the CNDPC, and we will be back in just a couple of days with so much more. Thank you all so much for watching. We'll see you next time.